Actually, just looking at the background now and processing.
Background, yeah?
Do you like my...
Are you here to intimidate us?
No! If you can ride a horse, you won't be intimidated.
Eugene Ter Blanche couldn't ride a horse. Honorable Hoffman. Honorable Hoffman, Eugene Ter Blanche couldn't ride a horse. He fell off, remember?
I remember.
Actually,
but if you
just
never
looking
get
at
on
the
a horse, you'll never
background
fall
now and
off.
processing.
Everybody falls off once at a time. So I've been falling off my whole life. You can ride getting back up again.
Eugene Ter Blanche couldn't ride a horse. Honorable Hoffman. Honorable Hoffman, Eugene Ter Blanche couldn't ride a horse. He fell off, remember?
I remember, but if you never get on a horse, you'll never fall off. Everybody falls off once at a time. So I've been falling off my whole life. You can getting back up again.
Good morning. Eugene Ter Blanche couldn't ride a horse. Honorable Hoffman. Honorable Hoffman, Eugene Ter Blanche couldn't ride a horse. He fell off, remember?
I remember, but if you never get on a horse, you'll never fall off. Everybody falls off once at a time.
I'm well, and you?
I'm well, my dear.
Good to see you. Good to see you, fine. Likewise. And I really like the beard of Member Hoffman there. I think I'm well, and you?
I'm well, my dear. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Maybe the officials because they want to start.
And
Speaker again, Garden Boys, can you disconnect? There are Garden Boys here in this video. What's happening?
I'm well, in Hebrew, there's no people known as garden boys, gardeners, landscapers.
Speaker again, Garden Boys, can you disconnect?
It's politically incorrect to say garden.
What's happening?
Politically.
I agree with you, Member Hassan. They are landscapers. In Hebrew, there's no people known as garden boys. What's happening, Charlie? Gardeners, landscapers. Are you frowning?
I wanted to say something, but I've decided to keep my
It's
picture.
politically incorrect to say garden. Politically.
Morning, colleagues.
Good morning, Solly, and good morning, Adriana.
Good morning, Honorable Msima. How are you, Chief Whip? I'm okay, and you? I can't complain. How was the paper? It was good. We're going somewhere. Yesterday as well. That's great. That's great. Yeah, I hope today you're going to support our budget, eh?
Member Hoffman and Member Hassan, the entire audience that's coming in on Zoom is seeing how we are having refreshments while we're having a house sitting, you know?
It's hidden. You can't see my cup of tea. I'm very relatable. The country drinks tea, I drink tea.
Oh, yes, I could. And Member Hoffman also likes his soup, I think it is that he has. You must check, maybe it's Brandewijn and Coke, because it's early in the morning already.
In this cult, the only thing that works is a coffee, a good, strong Nescafe coffee.
Yeah, I hear you. And I see, Member Hassan, you've got two little flowers on your white cup there.
Yeah, I have to have a cup of tea in the morning or I don't function. I need the caffeine.
I need to stop the caffeine. I think I'm addicted now.
I get a headache as well if I don't have a cup of tea. That's how I know my body needs it.
Yeah. Well, it's better to be.
Hoffman and I need something stronger, yeah. Huh? We need the spirit.
I look at that picture in the background. I'm thinking Moor coffee.
Moor coffee, yeah. Definitely. But the emphasis on the first part, ne?
With a
MPC, you want to show your crockery now in the background there.
I must show you everything.
Yeah.
This time of year, we Afrikaners or Boers, we like to hunt. So with this picture in the background, you know, it tells me, you know, it's hunting season now.
Soldier, what again, ding?
Yeah.
What again, ding? Murkoff.
Kick off your moor.
I made my day.
Well, it must be having more coffee in that, but I think when I'm looking at Member Hoffman like that, I think it's more of the prefix to it than anything else.
Let's behave, members.
Does anybody know how the officials are doing? The ones who had been identified as infected at the legislature.
I think
we should ask the speaker.
Yeah, well, we're all colleagues. I'm sure this information does, you know, spread. So, does anybody had anything?
All I knew it was the SAPS officials, but we haven't gotten an update exactly. But I think, I mean, when the speaker did, I mean, she's here, but when she did tell us, she seemed like it looked like it was under control.
Okay.
But at that stage, it wasn't like administrative staff. I think it was just the SAPS officials who, you know, as we come in and out, screen us and check us. It was them initially. But
there were also securities.
You can see members who are not reading their emails. An email was sent yesterday that
there was a delay with security.
There was a delay with in the lab or something, so they are escalating the matter. So yeah, so the results are not out yet. They are waiting for the results from the lab.
Well, I'm not asking about the infections or not. I'm asking whether anybody has checked on their well-being.
Yeah, no, you know, I think community safety committee might give us a feedback.
Yeah, and this is why I said colleagues, and I don't want to say we don't have them and us. We all colleagues. We're working
I agree
for the
with
same.
You, Soli. I agree with
you. We agree, soldier.
So let's that's the human element. It's a suit, Baba.
Yes,
it's a bike. I can only see the bike.
It's a Treasury suit.
I tell you, I can imagine that.
Kimfana paid.
Oh, I imagine that.
Good khatile.
All dressed up and nowhere to go.
Yeah, where are the speakers?
Comrades, can we attempt to put the background of the legislature?
Chief, if I'm using a wrong device.
If you don't know how to put it, you go to those three dots. You press there, it will say action, and then it will, I think, something like full what background. You press there, it will give you some colors there. Then you go to the legislature one, you choose it, and then you apply it.
No, but Chief, if I'm using a template,
because these things are going for, the reason why I'm saying that is because these things, this house sitting, it will be in the records of the legislature.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I'm encouraging that we should.
My laptop is giving me.
It doesn't allow that option, Chief.
Yeah, it's
from the three dots.
Yeah, it does have to.
Yeah, Chief, they must first upload the picture. I think it was sent by communications. No, they have not uploaded the picture in the background, so they will not get it.
And I have it on my laptop. I have it on my tablet.
The right term is download. One disappoint or type it. The right term is download. You download it. When you upload is when you're giving something, but you are getting something, so you download.
As well.
Okay, remember
yeah, correct. Oska be vogar mo twa tlha sekolong. Oska be vogar o tlha sekolong, o tlha sekolong.
You
must congratulate. You must congratulate the new chairperson. So when you speak to her,
she knows where we celebrate.
Thank you very much, member.
House number 21. House number 21.
I want a house number 21.
House 21, mo Pitori.
Konaling, king yako sunny side.
22.
How look manes we are more working class link day. O level la bosu li by party le ka di kepisi da.
I know about this place for my Sasko days. So
yeah. Those were the nice places.
So, remember Hassan, that used to be your place. You used to go there.
No, I didn't. I mean, we met comrades there. So I've been there a couple times. So even in Sasko days, young people were also there.
Yeah, I never used to like going because it looks like Lutuli mini headquarters there.
Are we not having a quorum?
We probably do.
Are we not having a quorum?
We do have.
We are waiting for the presiding officers. They are probably in their meeting.
But I see speakers on the
They're eating on our time.
Unable to connect. They are unable to connect. I saw one of them coming in and the system kick her out immediately.
Ooh.
That's what my laptop is doing. That's what my laptop is doing to Msan today. Mangi loga in young Katle.
Joe, man, I have resolved long ago. When I was raising this thing, I was alone. Like I'm the only person who's technological challenge. When I told you about this thing,
migrate to another platform, Tooms.
And then it's better.
And where the broadband?
But I think I'm using a tablet. If young Katela during the presentation, William must present.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Speaker.
Morning, Speaker.
Good morning, Speaker.
Morning.
Can we switch our cameras? Honorable Chitangano, Honorable Randall.
On or off, Speaker? We can't hear you, Speaker.
Very much. I hope you are all warm this morning, and I hope our meeting will run. I know that we're going to finish late.
We don't hear you again.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you, speaker. We can't hear you.
I'm saying, can you all stand up to observe a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you. We may be seated. Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Makubela.
Good morning.
Honorable Ralihuku, I don't want to see you now. I will see you outside of the meeting. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, your mic is muted.
We can't hear you, Speaker.
Maybe to use earphones, it might help.
There's a problem, Honorable Speaker.
Speaker, we can't hear you. All of us can't hear you.
We can't hear a thing, Speaker. Nothing at all.
Is it possible for someone to alert her that we can hear her from the Secretariat?
I think the other presiding officers should be on standby.
Maybe from the Secretariat table, somebody can assist us by alerting Speaker that we don't hear her.
Yeah, Baba, the staff is yet into.
I think Speaker's probably on the phone with him, judging by what we see.
I think the other presiding officers should also come in. I think they must help each other because they know that this technology is giving us problems. And I'm presenting 5 reports today, so it's going to be a tedious one.
Particularly that side where Speaker is.
Members, honorable members, I have been on the call with the Speaker. She will try to connect, but the item that we're in, it's a member statement that I need to proceed, and she has requested me to proceed. Madam Speaker, it is with great pleasure for me. Madam Speaker, it is with great pleasure for me to make this member statement in honor of Honorable Mokgethi on her appointment as MEC. Not only is she capable, but she is a dedicated and a diligent member of the African National Congress. Her passion and love for her people saw her take much of her time to dedicate her life to serve the country. That she served in the organization in various capacities, it was not an accident, but a dedicated life for service. Honorable Premier, you did well. You acknowledge one of the best amongst us to take the responsibility of being a nurturing mother to the poor, women, children in this province. Honorable Mokgethi, you are a voice for the most vulnerable within our province. I urge you that through your voice of caring, love, and patience, you use it to amplify the voice of the most vulnerable within our province. The daunting task of providing strategic leadership to the Department of Social Development will not be a lonely revolutionary journey. You will be with your trusted allies within the ANC Women's League, SANCO, the Communist Party, and all other progressive organizations. We will rally around you to affirm that no child in Gauteng will go to bed hungry. Comrade Nomathemba, I wish you well, and I know in good conscience that you will discharge your revolutionary duty with aplomb. We also thank you, Honorable Mokgethi, for passing the baton for the responsibilities of COGTA to an equally dedicated and diligent young woman. Honorable Diale grew up under a tutelage of the ANC, which taught her one thing: serve and be a servant to the people. I firmly believe you will with great care ensure that COGTA Oversight truly serve our people. I wish to extend my congratulations to Honorable Diale. As I salute you, let me quote, I quote, "A strong woman is one who feels deeply and loves fiercely. Her tears flow as abundantly as her laughter. A strong woman is both soft and powerful. She is both practical and spiritual. A strong woman in her essence is a gift of the world." Close quote. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
And congratulations.
Malibongwe.
Igama lamakhosikazi.
Igama lamakhosikazi.
Malibongwe.
Wathinta abafazi.
Malibongwe.
Iphethe imbokodo madoda.
Why baba ngobathutsi basabuyi balela muchini na.
Wahamba.
Muchini uvaino ko Westland.
Ko Westland
muchini ko Westland arina mathata.
Yeah.
Hey, the Westland rana bathu bana. Yo, ANC bana khona. Ke gale re phefumula ka nceba mo Westland. Yo.
Yeah, ne? It did.
Ke gale re phefumula ka nceba Westland.
You see regionalism. You see regionalism at its worst. A man that doesn't look at the cadre or the capabilities. No, this one who's speaking now is
colleagues who are still comrades, colleagues who are still in the house sitting. Honorable members who are still in the house sitting. Can we ask any of the presiding officers to take over, because the speaker is hearing us. She is hearing us, but when she communicates, we can't hear her. So she's asking that one of the presiding officers should take over. Can one of the presiding officers?
Chief,
okay.
Chief Whip, I'm ready.
Please take us through.
Move to the next? Yes. Can we then move to the next item on the agenda? According to the next item, it's actually questions directed to the Premier, but we have an apology from the Premier because of bereavement in the family. May I check if there is any member of the executive that will be answering the questions on behalf of the Premier? Any member of the executive?
Yes, Lebogang Maile will answer.
Thank you very much, Member Maile. I will therefore request that Member Muriate read out his questions directed to the Premier. Member Muriate.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs. I, Mike Moriarty, rise to ask the Premier, in terms of the NCOP report entitled Report of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Inspection in Loco on Notice of Intervention issued in terms of Section 139(1)(b) and 5 of the Constitution in Mfuleni Municipality dated 27 November 2018. Could the Premier please indicate, 1, is he aware of clause 13.1.4, wherein it was recommended that quarterly progress reports should be tabled to the NCOP by the Gauteng Office of the Premier on the status of the intervention in the municipality and the financial recovery plan, including challenges encountered. These quarterly reports will play an important role in assisting the NCOP review process in deciding whether or not continuation of the intervention is necessary. 2, has the Premier forwarded such reports? 3, if so, when were these reports tabled? And 4, could the Premier please make the latest report available in the House? Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I then request that Honourable Member Maile respond on behalf of the Premier to the question asked by Member Moriarty.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. The answer to question 1 is yes. The answer to question 2 is that progress reports on the intervention was submitted to the Executive Council on a regular basis. There was, however, a bona fide administrative oversight on the part of the province to submit the said reports to the NCOP as well. Going forward, this situation will be rectified accordingly. However, a report to the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces was submitted on the 8th of June and is also attached to this response that we are giving. On question 3, the response is as reflected above. And on question 4, yes, the Premier will make the latest report available in the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Moriarty, may I check if you do have any supplementary question, or
yes,
you also want to make a short remark?
Yeah, no, a remark. Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs. Look, I'm disappointed in the response to the extent that although it's an honest response, which certainly I appreciate, it does indicate that irrespective of the fact that since 2018 there was supposed to be a report each quarter, it never happened, and it only happened as a result of prompting from this particular question. Now, we've seen all sorts of incidents and developments in respect of interventions in Section 139 and the illegal dissolution of the city of Tshwane. The fact is that these tools are not being dealt with any seriousness or any intent to bring about better governance in local municipalities. They are purely political. That's what this particular development is indicating to me. But we will welcome a copy of this report and we look forward to reading it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Moriarty, for your short remark. May I then, in terms of Rule 1318, subsection 9, and now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Any member who wants to make a follow-up question or supplementary comment, a short comment. Okay, thank you very much. We'll then move to the next item on the agenda. We do have.
Can I respond? Can I respond, Chair of Chairs?
Oh, okay.
You didn't
okay,
check.
Thank you very
yes.
much, Honourable Member. MEC, you can respond.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify the convenient misleading of the House and the accusation that we are using this as a political tool, but also that Tshwane was illegally dissolved. It's not true. We followed the proper process in dissolving Tshwane. and the matter was taken to court, as we know, the High Court. And in the High Court, if the honorable member wants us to have a debate on the judgment, we don't have a problem, because, by the way, the same judgment does admit that the city had failed, though it believes that it was not sufficient to dissolve them. And hence we have said that the judgment itself is riddled with a lot of contradictions, and it's also rewriting the constitution. And that's why we felt that we should approach the Constitutional Court to bring clarity and finality to the matter. So the member shouldn't create an impression that we are constitutional delinquent, as they always try to project as such. Because if we were, we would not have followed all the legal avenues that are provided to us. And because we are a law-abiding government, we have always said previously and want to say today that we respect the courts of our land, and there is nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong, when the provincial government does not agree with the outcome of a court, that it approaches a higher court. So we want to put it on record that we will continue as the provincial government to exercise our responsibilities within the confines of the law and to the best interest of our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for your response. Can we then move to the next item on the agenda? I would like to call upon Member Bosch to ask a question directed to the Premier. Member Bosch, please put your question.
Thank you. With regard to the rapid response team that was established.
Can members close their microphones, Chair of Chairs?
Member Bosch, please put your question.
Thank you. With regard to the rapid response team that was established in the Office of the Premier, could the Premier please answer the following questions? What is the purpose and terms of reference of this committee? Number 2, who are each of the appointed members to this committee and what are their qualifications? 3, what positions and salary scale are each of these members occupying? 4, how much in rands and cents do each of these members earn on an annual basis? And 5, how were these positions advertised and from which date to which date are each of the committee members employed within the Office of the Premier? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Bosch. May I then call upon the member of the executive, Honorable Maile, to please respond on behalf of the Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The response to question 1 is that the purpose is to identify hotspot areas and provide rapid response interventions on service delivery issues and queries. The terms of reference includes attend all potential hotspot areas referred to them by the Office of the Premier, municipalities, government departments, and citizens. Report any potential hotspot case within a specific corridor to relevant departments and Office of the Premier, and provide recommendations on how to address them. Coordinate meetings with relevant stakeholders to address potential hotspot cases. Mobilize communities to support and participate in the Premier's Interesan Outreach Program. Avoid potential matches that are directed to the Office of the Premier. Receive memorandums that are delivered through matches at the Office of the Premier. Host monthly social dialogue sessions with pressure groups. Minimize service delivery protests in respective municipalities by engaging with communities and sharing information on government programs. Play a cross-functional role in cases where there is a gap in another corridor. Draft weekly case-by-case reports and submit to Director Service Delivery Interventions. On number 2, the The employees' names are there. We will give to the member just to save time. The qualifications, they vary from matric certificates, diplomas, and degrees, and they are deployed in all the corridors or the regions. And we will, in that written response, the member will be able to see where each of these members are deployed. And the response to number 3 is that scale is at the deputy director. On number 4, the amount is more than 869,000. On number 5, employment contracts started on the 1st April 2020 to 31 July 2024. Then the recruitment process, continuous service delivery and rest throughout the province necessitated the need to create a rapid response directorate. Candidates were headhunted on the basis of community development background and experience of not less than 5 years. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Can I then call request Member Bosch to ask a supplementary question or make a comment? Member Bosch?
Thank you. Yes, yeah, I would just like to, since the MEC did not want to mention the names of the committee members, could the MEC please clarify as to whether it is true that Joshua Ngonyama and George Machile, as members from the ANC REC, are members of this committee? And secondly, as an employee that's only got a matric certificate, how does that person qualify to be a deputy director with only a matric certificate?
Okay. Thank you very much. In terms of section 138 subsection 9, I therefore call upon other members to make additional supplementary questions or additional remarks for those members who wish to do so. Any member wants to make a supplementary question? Ask a supplementary question? Okay, there's a very funny sound. I'm not sure whether there is a member that wants to ask a supplementary question. If not, I'll therefore request that the Honorable MEC, on behalf of the Premier, respond to the supplementary question.
Thank you, Chair. Like we always do, we don't have a problem of divulging any information to the legislature. I didn't read the names because purposes of time. I thought I would give the member this, and maybe the member should have just been specific on who she wants there. Let me read the names because we have nothing to hide. So Joshua Ngonyama, she's got a diploma and City of Tshwane. And by the way, he's not the member of the ANC REC, so they don't have such a person in the ANC. REC in Tshwane. George Machila, he's got matric and certificate in project management. Denbovu, certificate in project management. Lekwani Pasha, certificate in project management, matric. Tuduzeli Siboza, certificate community-based development. Mlungi Simvulani, she's got matric, national diploma, chemical engineering. And then Mamuhali Fatima Muloi, BTEC labor relations and higher diploma in education. Mweketsi Matleke, matric certificate, public management certificate, development certificate. So those are the numbers. And maybe the member, what we said is that these salaries are benchmarked at the deputy director level. Not that these are deputy directors. In the public service, I would advise the member to read the Public Service Act, which explains the powers of the executive authorities in the creation of posts, whether additional to the structure or the creation or rather the employment of people or deviations which they are empowered to do. And as we have indicated here, the criteria had nothing to do with who is a member of the ANC. The criteria was saying 5 years experience, and maybe the member should take interest whether these people do have that experience or not. So the Premier's office didn't appoint people because they are ANC. That is misleading. It's propaganda, typical of the incompetent DA, which always creates an impression through propaganda that we don't follow the law. So everything that we have done here, it has been done within the confines of the law, and we have been able to apply the relevant legislative prescripts that guides the public service. As you know, by the way, member, if you don't know, the public service is regulated. The primary act is the Public Service Act, and in addition, you've got directives and curriculum and instructions which are from time to time issued by the Minister of Public Service and Administration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Will then move to the second item on the agenda, questions for oral reply to the executive by members. I'll then call upon the first member to ask questions, Member JP Bloom, to read his questions, which is question HR 015, to the member of the Executive Council for Health. Member Bloom, please read your question. Member Bloom? Member Bloom, are you there? Members, am I audible? Members?
You are.
Chair.
Will be needed.
We hear you, Chair of Chair.
Can you read your question?
We are happy we can pass. You are very audible.
Yes, I'll pass. I'll then call upon member.
Sorry, I'm switching.
Member Bloom?
Hear me? I've just switched to my phone.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? I've just switched to my phone.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. To the MEC for Health, regarding high care and ICU beds, will the MEC please indicate, 1, what is the estimated number of high care and ICU beds that will be needed for the peak of COVID-19 infections? 2, approximately how many high care and ICU beds are currently available for COVID-19 cases, bearing in mind the variable nature of use for emergency cases? 3, is sufficient oxygen available for full capacity use of all high care and ICU beds? 4, how many trained nurses are needed for the full capacity use of all high care and ICU beds? And 5, how many trained nurses are currently employed for the full capacity use of all high care and ICU beds? Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I then request Honourable Member of the Executive, MEC Masuku, to please respond to the question.
Thank you, honourable members. Thank you, the chairs of chairs, and thanks for the question, Honourable Member Bloom. On your first question, it is regarding high care and intensive care unit beds. The first question is to give you estimated number of high care and ICU beds that will be needed during the peak. We have done presented to the portfolio committee the modeling in terms of the prediction on when the peak would be. We also reiterated the fact that these predictions are not necessarily true in a sense that they are scientific,
but they just predict and give us a sense of comfort on what we should be expecting. So we have a peak that will be around end of August, beginning of September, and which the numbers will have escalated to a bigger gap of over 8,000, according to our calculation and modeling. But for June, for an example, we know that the beds that are actually required are 310, and we also don't have a gap because the number of the beds available for critical care beds is 1,122, and these are only beds that are in the public sector. For July, we are expecting that we are going to require 2,609 beds, and with the number of beds that are available at the moment, with 1,122, we are going to be having a gap of 1,487 required. But I have to hasten to indicate to the members that there's a lot of work that will be completed by end of June in many facilities, which will give us an excess of 700 beds, which will also have the need of what I've actually spoken about in the gap for July. For the peak, which is late August, early September, the numbers that are calculated are actually rounded off to the nearest 10, because the long-term modeling usually gives us a better, not a better, but a big problem, in a sense that we cannot really, in a factual way, able to estimate the beds. But the number of the required beds at the peak will be 8,000, which is a rounded figure, and with the number of available beds of 1,122, which doesn't take into account the one that we'll be creating actually going forward. So the gap is almost 6,878. But we are hoping that with all the work that we are doing, that we have started, this gap might not be that much when we get to that point. The number of general beds, it's for June, we're 2,163, and we don't have a gap because we've got 6,803 beds that are available. But for July, we're going to have a gap of 2,007. And for the peak, in the peak, we are estimating that we're going to require 25,000 beds. That are just general beds, and which will then be required that we have a gap of 18,000 in that regard. But like I've said, this is the number that doesn't include the private sector beds that are also with the MOU that we have signed with hospital groups will be available. So we are continuously creating capacity within our own facilities, which will see us creating enough beds going forward. I reported last time when I answered the question and in the portfolio committee that we're expecting to repurpose almost 700 beds in our facilities, and also building 1,600 beds with alternative building technology in 4 institutions: Kopanong, Bara, George Mokari, and Jubilee. And work is already underway in that in that regard, which will be completed, and those beds will be available for the time of the peak. The second question that you are asking is approximately how many high care beds are currently available for cases, bearing in mind the variable nature of emergencies. Like I've said, at Chris Hani Baragwanath cluster, I also have to repeat maybe my explanation of the clusters, that for the clinical administration and governance of our facilities, we have created clusters which are led by academic hospitals. So we have 4 academic hospitals in the province. So those clusters, one is Chris Hani Baragwanath, which include the Greater Soweto and the southern part of Gauteng. In terms of critical beds, currently we've got 123, and general beds of 338, and the beds in total in the cluster is 461. In the Steve Biko cluster, the critical care beds are 74, general beds are 275. It makes the number 349. Charlotte Maxeke, it's 176. 906 general beds, 1,085 beds in that cluster. George Mukari, currently we are renovating the ICU, so we don't have available critical beds at the moment, but general beds are 30, and we are working on the other 30. We have a bigger project that will be ending at George Mukari in this regard at the end of June, where we are going to be having over 200 beds for critical care and also 300 beds for general wards, which is something, the project that is underway and soon to be completed. So in total, the available beds is 373 for critical care, and for general beds is 1,552, making that we've got 1,925 beds in total for COVID at the moment. And this is just without the work that we have put in creating the capacity, which will be finished now. Sufficient oxygen available, yes. We've engaged all our suppliers, and they've confirmed that they've got adequate supplies, but there's also a national project that is being run by the National Department of Health in conjunction with DTI, which is also looking at adding the capacity of creating enough storage and provision of oxygen. For the amount of nurses required in full capacity, the number of the nurses required is 3,042 for the peak. The last question is how many trained nurses are currently employed for full-time capacity of all care and ICU beds. The number of trained ICU employed within the Gauteng department is 784, with 470 ICU experienced actually nurses. Thank you, Chairs of Chairs, and thank you, Honorable Bloom, for the question.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I will therefore request that Member Bloom ask if there is any supplementary question, please ask that question or make a short remark. I'm no longer going to allow members to ask supplementary questions or make short remarks due to time constraint. I will only limit it to the member who have asked the question. So after Member Bloom, I'll then move to the next question. Member Bloom, supplementary question or remark, please? Short remark, please.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. That's of great concern, I must say. These gaps are horrendous. I hope that modelling is not actually accurate and we can get a better control on this. Just to confirm, it seems to me that there's a massive gap with nurses. I might have heard wrongly, but that trained nurses, you need 12,042, and basically there's only about 1,100 available. Where are we going to get all the nurses? The staffing is of great concern. I hear the Honourable MEC that new beds are going to be created, but they're not of much use if we don't have enough staff. Can you just clarify exactly the trained nurses needed and how we're going to get the number of nurses that are required for all the new beds? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Member. I will then ask the Honourable MEC to please respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs. The most important thing that I needed to clarify is the number. I did say it's 3,042 that nurses that will be required at peak. And what we have currently, it's 784 nurses who are ICU trained and 470 who are ICU experienced nurses. So in terms of the gap, we have a process that we started off in April. It hit a snag around May, but we are almost finalizing the contracting of healthcare workers, which also include nurses and nurses that are quite experienced in ICU. That process, we did announce it in our budget vote that is underway. Contracting is underway. We had a lot of engagements with a whole lot of associations, but we are clear that we will be able to get as a first line. The first line is our nurses. The second line will be the ones that will be contracting through COVID response. And then the third line of defense will also be what we are going to be getting from the military, from the SNDF, which also have pledged close to 500 to 800 healthcare workers when we get to that point. But we are actually concerning, it's not 12,000, Honorable Bloom, it's 3,042, and we do have the numbers that we can be able to fill up the other ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I'll then move to Honorable Bloom again to please ask question 4, which is HL014. Member Bloom, please read your question.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. Regarding COVID-19 testing in Gauteng, will the MEC please indicate 1, how many COVID-19 tests were done since 1 May 2020? 2, how many of these tests have been processed? 3, how many of the swabs have become unusable because of delays? 4, approximately how long does it take to get results? And 5, what strategy is there to best use the existing testing capacity to combat the COVID-19 pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bloom. Can I then request Honorable MEC Masuku to please respond to the question, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chairs of Chairs, and thank you, Honorable Member Bloom, for your questions regarding COVID testing in Gauteng. You asked the question that how many tests we have done since the 1st of May. Between the 1st of May and the 14th of June, we had done 173,450 tests, which have been received by NHLS. And how many have been processed thus far? Between the 1st of June, between the 1st of May to the 14th of June, NHLS has processed 138,450 tests, and with a backlog of 35,000 for that particular period. How many of the swabs have become unusable because of delays? We have taken a posture that we are going to process all the tests that were done. I think we owe it to the individuals and to the country to complete the process so that we don't throw away any swabs. At the current moment, we have not had any unusable swabs in the process. Approximately how long does it take to get results? It depends on where the testing has been done. In hospital patients, it's 48 hours. In a community and screening program, it takes 5 to 11 days. And the fifth question is, what is the strategy best used to existing testing capacity to combat the pandemic? The proposed and what strategy that we are using, that we have developed categories in terms of prioritization of people who have to be done tests as it is. The first category which we are prioritizing is those patients that are hospitalized and suspected COVID cases. And it also includes symptomatic healthcare workers in that category and all high-risk hospital healthcare workers. They become in the category 1, which is the first category of prioritization. The second one is for those who are in high-risk individuals, those who are suspected and who are contacts in facilities or contacts of people who are infected, and those who are in home care residents, particularly the mental health care users and the staff in that category. The third category is the one that deals with the frontline staff, which includes teachers, includes traffic officials and police, and some of our healthcare workers who are not necessarily clinical, but those who clean and do all the other things, they fall also in this category. And when we do testing in exposed outbreaks, the two last categories are surveillance, which we have not really started on antibody testing, but it's something that we are just waiting for SAPRA to approve the test so that we can be able to start to do the antibody testing to check for the prevalence of the disease and those who have been immunized thus far. And the last category, it's just the asymptomatic random screening in hotspots, which we have long stopped actually doing. And thank you so much for the questions. It's important to note that our backlog, after they completed the backlog in Western Cape and Eastern Cape, now NHLS is dealing with our backlog, and we are confident that in the next week or two, we won't be having any backlog in that regard. Thank you, Madam Chair of Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masuku. Can I then request Ntate Bloom to please ask the supplementary question or make a comment?
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. So there's a 35,000 backlog, which I hope is cleared up as soon as possible. But when it comes to community screening and it takes 5 to 11 days, I mean, that just defeats the whole purpose of this. Is there no way that we can't speed up testing? Because honestly, if you have to wait that long for a test result, what's the purpose of it, to be honest? I mean, we're trying to track contacts and that sort of thing. It's of great concern to me. I'm relieved that there's categories and prioritization and that they haven't thrown away any swabs. But quite frankly, if swabs are over a certain age, I don't think there's any purpose in actually processing. But how can we, I just want to ask the Honourable MEC, how can we do proper community testing if it takes 5 to 11 days to get the result?
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable MEC.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point, Madam Chairs of Chair, that Honorable Bloom is making, and it's a point that we also have made with relations to the capacity of NHLS. And there are instances where when we had outbreaks, we had to get extra private laboratory services to come into the picture to assist, because it becomes important, the timeline, the time lag between the time you get tested and when you get the results. So we had made a number of initiatives when we intervene in outbreaks, which have helped us in a great deal to get over those numbers. You will recall the outbreak that we dealt with in Merafong in terms of mine reopening. We also dealt with the Ivory Park situation and Tembisa situation, and now we are on top of the Johannesburg situation, and we are using that capacity that we have actually received. Thank you so much for the questions, but we're quite aware also that it does makes our data quite problematic, but we are in the process of harmonizing the data with NICD and NHLS to make sure that we reduce that time lag. Thank you so much, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, MEC Masuku, for your response. You always try to educate all of us, and some of the questions asked by members are actually educational, and they assist most of us as MPLs to understand what is happening in the health environment. May I then request that Member More ask the question directed to MEC Sports, Arts and Culture. But before you ask the questions, I see there are quite a number of people who are in the lobby, who are guests that want to be invited in. Can I then request that no member of the legislature should accept any guests who are not MPLs? Those who want to watch us or to be part of the proceedings, there's YouTube as well as the Facebook, where they can be able to follow the procedure. Can I then request Member More to please ask your question, sir, directed to Sport, Arts and Culture. Member More? More.
Hello?
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Yes.
Yes, sorry, Member Moore has indicated that he's got connection problems. Is it possible for Honourable Refilwe Ntsige to ask the question on his behalf, please?
Fine, because we don't want the backlog of questions. Member Ntseke, please ask the question on behalf of Member Moore.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Regarding COVID-19 relief assistance to freelancing workers in the music and art industry of Gauteng province, could MEC indicate the following? How many Gauteng-based freelancers in the music and art industry have received assistance in terms of COVID-19 relief funding due to loss of income? How many in rands and cents were budgeted for the relief funding? How much of this has been paid out to date in assisting freelancers in the music and art industry? And how many are still waiting to receive assistance? Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Can I then request Honourable Mbali Shopper to please respond to questions?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, and thank you, Member Moore, for the question. With regard to the relief that Member Moore refers to, as members might know, is that we launched this relief fund on the 14th of June, and it will be closing on the 26th of June. So in this regard, the process is still underway and no freelancers have received funding as yet. However, as I indicate, the process is underway. With regard to question 2 of how much in rands and cents has been budgeted for this relief funding, 28 million has been set aside by the department, and this will go towards both the arts and the sports sectors as part of the relief that will be given to individuals from the beginning of July all the way till December. With regard to question 3, how much has been paid to date in assisting these freelancers in the music and art industry, as indicated above in question 1, the process is underway and currently no monies have been given thus far. With regard to question 4, how much is still awaiting to receive assistance? As indicated above, the process is underway and all information will be given in due course once the process is concluded. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Can I then request Honourable Ntseke to make a supplementary question or a remark?
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. I think, Chair of Chairs, I'm particularly disappointed because a lot of freelancers, they only depend on the income that they get when they are working. And with the lockdown, most of them were really unable to do any work. And some of them have house payments, car payments. The day I listened to a program on 702, I had people crying to say, people that we depend on to provide us with entertainment in the industry have actually found themselves struggling for food and they can't even get additional work and they generally don't have anything to fall back on because they don't have regular jobs like other industries. And I think it's important that MEC prioritizes this industry and make sure that these people who really help us with entertainment and arts in our country are helped, because you don't want to increase the unemployment rate for that industry on top of what is already challenging in Gauteng right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That means, okay, can I check with MEC if she wants to respond? Please respond, MEC.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, and we agree fully that this matter is critical and is very important because we understand that the arts and the sports sectors are part of those that are hardest hit. And she's very correct in indicating that the situation that the individuals find themselves in is quite dire. And this is why we have prioritized this matter. You all know that National has given 150 million towards their relief, and provinces then had to make relief available, which is what we have done as the Gauteng province. And that's why we've been able to put together this 28 million that will be going out so that we are able to assist immediately. But thank you so much for the comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, MEC, for your response. Can I then request that Member K. Mazwi read the questions directed to the MEC Corporate Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlements that they might. K. Zwi, please ask your questions. K. Zwi, King Mazwi, sorry. Member Mazwi. Member Mazwi. Going once, twice, 3 times I've passed. You'll get a written response. Can I therefore request Andy Khatebe to read the 5th question to the member of the Executive Community Safety? Member Khatebe, please ask question 4, PS007. Member Khatebe.
Acting Chair of Chairs, it's Member Masemula here.
No.
Member Khatebe is not feeling well, so I'm the one who's going to take a question.
Okay, you can do so, ma'am.
Thank you. Understanding that the purpose and role of the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department, EMPD, is to provide community safety, traffic policing and related security services, and personal protection to the community, political offices, council and visiting dignitaries. The recent arrest of an EMPD officer on allegations of attempted truck hijacking that subsequently led to a car chase which resulted in a state car registered under JMPD being written off to the accident is evidence of the lack of integrity, responsibility, and overall commitment of officers to upholding the EMPD oath of office, whose main purpose is to serve with respect, diligence, and humility. Would the MEC kindly respond to the following? Can the MEC kindly provide us with the number of truck hijackings reports made inside the boundaries of Ekurhuleni? In your response, kindly provide the investigation's case number and outcomes. Is the EMPD in a position to track its vehicle's location and as and when hijackings happens? In your response, kindly also provide details of cases where vehicle was previously hijacked, if at all any, and cases where locations were not found, and what the department subsequently did to address this. How many EMPD officers have since been arrested on allegations of hijacking? If at all any, and how many are still attending court? Kindly provide the case number and investigating officers' details for tracking purposes. What action is being taken against the EMPD officer who allegedly attempted to hijack a truck using a state vehicle registered under the JMPD? In your response, kindly provide the procedure for dealing with misconduct by employees of EMPD. What measures will the department put in place to prevent a reoccurrence of such an incident in the future? I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. May I then request our Honorable MEC, MEC Mazimugo, to please respond, ma'am?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, House Chair. In response to question number 1, on the number of truck hijackings, the answer is 2. On case number 142/05/2020, and the case is still under investigation. And the other case is case number 251/06/2020, and the case is also still under investigation. On question number 2, if the EMPD is in a position to track its vehicles, the answer is yes. And they say the honourable member says kindly provide details of cases where the vehicle was previously hijacked, if at all, and any cases where locations were not found. The response is case number 142. That very same case number, Honourable Chair of Chairs, the 2 case numbers. And as I indicated, that they are both still under investigation. And the latter part of the question, if I may respond, is that no reported cases could be found of other such wrong things that have been done by EMPD. On question number 3, how many EMPD officers have since been arrested on allegations of hijackings? The answer is 2. And those are the ones that are under investigation, Honorable Chair of Chairs. On what action is being taken against the EMPD officer who allegedly attempted to hijack a truck using state vehicle. The answer is that the officer has been suspended, and if the further question says, can we kindly provide the procedure for dealing with misconduct by employees? The response is that a disciplinary collective agreement does happen, and allegations also get investigated and by those authorized to do that, and a prima facie evidence that is also collected. On question number 5, what measures will the department put in place to prevent a recurrence of such an incident? The answer is there'll be stricter supervision that will be done to members that are in the employ of the EMPD. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Hello. Hello, Chair of Chairs. Hello, Chair of Chairs. Hello.
Yes, I'm listening.
No, but Chair of Chairs, you are unfair to me. I'm trying to read the question, you jumped me. Why?
Who are you?
It's Mazwi. I supposed to
Mazwi,
get
I kept on
before.
calling. Oh,
No, I was
harass
reading
me.
the question.
Sir,
and you just
please
unmute me. Why?
Sir, don't harass me.
No, but you are unfair, Chair. You
Okay,
can't do
can
that.
we finish with the question that was asked?
I want to come after this one.
Can you finish, MEC Masibuko?
I'm done responding, Chair.
Oh, you are done. Any supplementary question from a member Khatebe or a comment?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. I'm happy with the MEC response, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. MEC Mazibuga, can we then hear Member Mazwi, your question, sir?
Yes, let me go directly to my question, Chair of Chairs, and thanks, Le. My question based on the eviction that took place in Lodi. First question that I want to ask the MEC Maile, which department is directly responsible for eviction in Lodi between the City of Joburg and Department of Women Settlement? In the MEC response, I would like to know, kindly provide evidence to support this eviction, considering the presidency announcement that no evictions will be carried out regardless of the reason during the lockdown. Secondly, in the instance that there is a court order that was granted for the evictions, kindly provide us with details on who is responsible
MEC Mazwi,
for the
can I
court
see your
order.
face? MEC Member Mazwi, can I see your face, please? Can I see your face,
Okay, no,
please?
it's fine. Let me put my face on. I'm here, Chair of Chairs.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So now you can see me. Hello, Chair of Chairs.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can see me.
Thank you. Yeah, continue,
Okay,
sir.
The second question, in the instance that there is a court order that was granted for the evictions, kindly provide us with the details on who is responsible for the court order application between the municipality and the women's settlement. In the MEC response, kindly provide the court application date, number, and subsequent details. The third question, what was the budget allocated for the court order to carry out the evictions? Kindly provide the details of illegal team that was responsible for applying for the evictions. The last question, who is responsible for the relocation costs and damages inflicted on the poor people between the municipality and Department of Women Settlement? In your response, kindly explain what budget is being used to relocate people, if any, in cent and rand. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Member Mazwi. Can I then request MEC Maile to please respond to the question, sir?
Thank you very much. The answer to the first question is that the city of Johannesburg did not evict any person in Loli. So that's the very important point to raise. Instead, the city took action with the assistance of the Red Ants to stop an ongoing land invasion. And as we speak, even now, there's people who are continuously invading land. So no one was evicted. So in the process of stopping this ongoing illegality, the city demolished all unoccupied and incomplete structures that had been illegally built on state-owned land. As a consequence of the city's action, some of the alleged occupiers instituted 2 urgent applications in the High Court under the case number 10189/2020 and 10190/2020, wherein they requested the court to declare that the city had unlawfully evicted them from the lowly land. The city opposed both applications and was successful, meaning the court agreed that no one was evicted. So the court agreed. In both applications, the city argued that it had not evicted any person, but had instead stopped an ongoing land invasion and demolished all structures that had been either unoccupied or incomplete. So, and the court agreed and accepted the city's version. Copies of the judgment by the Judge Mia
I think we lost the MEC.
Member Maile, are you still there?
Yeah.
You should be so lucky.
Yes, I'm back now. You'll be so lucky. Why are you sober or drunk today?
Chairperson, can Member Moriarty please retract? I'm calling in order until 89.
Who made that?
And then Maile must also retract calling a member drunk.
Who made that comment?
Member Moriarty.
It's Honorable
And Maile
Maile.
must also retract his behavior, which is unparliamentary.
Who made the comment that someone is drunk?
It's Honorable Maile. Can you please withdraw?
No,
it's MEC.
No, we'll call him honorable when he behaves honorably.
Bro.
He's very rude. That's
Maile,
what
please
I know
withdraw.
about.
Maile, can you please withdraw?
He remain honorable.
You
are cleaning your mess inside.
Member Muriad.
Names are not
cleaning your mess inside.
Can you please withdraw?
Okay. Honorable Maile, can you please continue?
I don't
know.
I was addressing Moriarty today.
Members,
no, he was not addressing me. He was addressing me.
Honorable Maz, we smile. You are on camera.
Yes, I'm on camera.
Must you switch off your camera, please?
Honorable Maz, you smile. You are on camera.
Can I ask Honorable Maile to finish answering the questions, please, members?
Thank you very much.
And those who are dressed in their organizational regalia, please, when you appear on camera, try and remove it. Please remove your inappropriate clothing. We are not supposed to appear in the legislature wearing our organizational regalia. Thank you very much, Honorable Maile. Please continue, sir.
Yeah, so the copies of the judgment by Judge Mia in one of the urgent application and the interim order by Judge Wanless are attached. The member will receive that. On question 2, the City of Johannesburg Housing Legal Services was responsible for obtaining an interim order preventing illegal occupation and invasion of the land. The Housing Department was responsible for successfully defending the application by the unlawful invaders. 3, the city has a SLA with attorneys on its panel, and attorneys are paid on an agreed rate as per the SLA. And the legal fees of the 4 matters was around 1 million. The demolition of the unoccupied structures cost the city around 2.5 million. This is also based on the SLA with their service provider. Question 4 refer to the answer that I just gave now. Question 5, the city of Johannesburg prevented people from invading the land illegally and demolished the incomplete structures which were not occupied, and therefore there are no relocation costs that were incurred. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Maile. Any supplementary question or comment? Mazwi? Okay, thank you very much. Can we move to the next question, please? If there's no question from Honorable Mazwi, can we then ask the next member, Honorable member, to please ask question? I think is it the Khamela?
Yes.
Yeah, Lady Khamela, please ask your question, ma'am.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo wa baduladitulo. In line with COVID-19 safety regulations and guidelines gazetted in March 2020.
No, ma'am.
All retailers.
Honorable member, I've made a mistake. You are not the next on the line. It is actually member. Is it you?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, ma'am, you can continue. Oh,
is
yes,
it Mazwi who Mazwi was not in the line?
Yes,
yeah.
my
Okay.
sincere apology, ma'am. My sincere apology, ma'am.
No,
Yes.
I didn't put apology. I'm done.
Kitinki, please keep quiet and mute your mic. Honorable Chair of Chairs, can Kitinki mute his mic, please? Thanks.
Oh,
in line with COVID-19 safety regulations and guidelines gazetted in March 2020, all retailers are supposed to comply with regulations as stipulated in the Government Gazette and revised from time to time by the National Command Center. Recently, a video clip of SAPS subs raids on a spaza shop in Meyerton area operated by foreign nationals that are allegedly seen sleeping in the same shop and not following correct health and safety protocols. The shop was also used as a place to sleep, as a kitchen and a toilet, all in one place, while the shop itself sold inflammable products like paraffin and also selling rotten food in the same space. Can the MEC of Community Safety please answer the following questions? Number 1, how many spaza shops owned by foreign nationals were found to be non-compliant with the health and safety regulations in Meyerton? Number 2, what laws were transgressed by spaza shop operators in Meyerton, particularly the foreign nationals? Number 3, what steps have been taken to ensure that law and order against the spaza shop operators where transgression took place are implemented? Question number 4, what processes were followed to ensure that only licensed spaza shops operate in Meyerton area? And the last question, has there been an audit done to ensure that foreign nationals operating spaza shops in Meyerton followed proper health as well as safety protocols? Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Can I then ask the MEC for Safety to please respond to the questions? Member Zibugo, please.
Thank you very much, House Chair. On question number 1, on how many spaza shops owned by foreign nationals were found to be non-compliant, the answer is 4. Spaza shops were found to be non-compliant. On question number 2, what laws were transgressed by spaza shop operators in Meyerton? The bylaws, Midval bylaws, section 26, subsection 1, subsection 2, subsection 3, and section 29 and section 30 were the ones that were found that those spaza shops did not comply with. On question number 3, what steps have been taken to ensure law and order against spaza shops operators where transgression took place? They were fined. Some of them, they removed expired food, and some of them received warnings that they must comply with the laws of the country. On question number 4, what processes were followed to ensure that only licensed spaza shops operated in Meyerton? The response is inspections are conducted frequently by the health inspectors together with the Department of Economic Development and their consumer inspectors. Has there been, on question number 5, has there been an audit done to ensure that foreign nationals operating spaza shops in Merton followed proper health as well as safety protocols? The answer is yes. Audits are being conducted by the Department of Health and also by the municipality and also the SAPS. And this is done in supporting the enforcement of COVID-19. Thank you very much, Madam House Chair of Chairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Any supplementary question or comment? Lady Khamela.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I just hope the selling of the rotten food didn't make people sick in the area, and it shouldn't happen again. And thank you, MEC, for the responses. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. Can I then move to the questions by Member Muriate directed to the member of the Executive Council for Corporate Governance, Traditional Affairs, and Human Settlement at the Maile. Member Muriate, question HS008, sir.
Thank you very much. I asked the MEC for COGTA and Human Settlements regarding the administrators assigned to manage Tshwane after it was placed under administration. Could the MEC please indicate, 1, how much has been the cost in rands and cents for the salaries and remuneration for the members of the administrative team in Tshwane deployed in terms of the Executive Council decision to dissolve Tshwane Council in terms of Section 1391C of the Constitution from the period of 1 March to 31 May? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Muriate, can I then request our MEC to please respond? MEC Maile, please respond.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. The cost in rands and cents for the salaries of the members of the administrators team in Tshwane for the period to 1 March 2020 to 31st May 2020, which are paid at the Chief Director's salary. And the total gross earning, it's more than 2,819,000 before tax, and it is at 1,327,000 plus after tax deductions. So that's what they received. But the member will also note that some of the administrators team are already employees of the provincial government. They were seconded, and therefore it was not additional to their deployment. But because the minister and NCOP and ourselves had agreed that we need a team of experts, people who are qualified to help us, and some of them are not in the payroll of government, we had to bring those. Thank you very much.
I can't hear you, Madam Chair. Chairs.
I'm done. I gave my answer, Chair of Chairs.
Yes, thank you very much.
Should I start again?
No, I heard you.
No. And Muriate, supplementary question or comment, sir?
Yes, a comment. Thank you very much. Firstly, just to point out, if somebody is relocated or redeployed to Tshwane or something like that, the work that is happening back in the provincial government or where they ever came from does carry on, and often with acting allowances and sometimes with temporary and consultants. So, I would put it very much strongly that there is an additional cost to this. And just as another comment, Madam Chair of Chairs, the North Gauteng High Court judgment on the 28th of April did say that the dissolution was illegal. it remains that decision. It remains illegal until overturned by another court, which has not happened. The service delivery situation in Tshwane is not as characterized by the MEC. Actually, it's quite the contrary, and unfortunately, the MEC continues to mislead in this regard. Thank you very much.
Rezan, can you move yourself out of the video, please?
I want to ask a follow-up question.
No, you can't. You can't. I indicated no follow-up questions from members only.
Oh, where's our son? The point of order.
No, I indicated.
Let him go. Let him go, Rezan. Let him go, please.
MEC
Hey,
Maile, please respond to the supplementary question.
Who is making that comment?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sheriff Chess. I think the decision we took in Tshwane has badly bruised the ego of the DA. And that is why they're trying by all means, every time when they get an opportunity, to create an impression that we did something illegal and that we grabbed power. When in fact, they know very well that they have failed dismally. And they know that the truth that was uncovered and that was demonstrated in the last few years since they took over power in Tshwane and Johannesburg has dispelled the myth that where they govern better. And that's why they can't accept the reality that they are incompetent, they were not ready to govern, they deployed wrong people who ended up bringing bodybuilders, and hence they could not deliver. And that is their problem. They should stop making it my problem. We have a responsibility as the provincial government in terms of the constitution to play oversight on municipalities. And we will not be threatened or bullied by the DA like they are trying to do to try and push us against the wall. It's not going to happen. If we had deployed bodybuilders, they would have made a lot of noise. They can't make noise now because we have deployed competent people who are skilled and they are doing well. And he knows, Member Muriadi, I challenge you to a public debate on this matter of the performance of your municipality there. You know very well that in the last 3 months, we have made huge strides since we went there. We're not saying the administrators are perfect. They are not perfect, but they are doing far much better. They were able to do things that the DA could not do in 3 years in office. They were able to do those things in 3 months' time. So you have failed dismally. You are incompetent as a party, and you are just obsessed with propaganda, and it will not work with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maile. Can you then move to the next question? Question directed to the MEC for Kokta by Member Solim Simang. Honorable Member, please ask your question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairs. To the MEC of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Human Settlements, with regards to the Gauteng provincial government's placing Imfuleni municipality under administration, could the MEC please indicate, 1, was an administrator in place prior to Imfuleni being placed under the latest round of administration? 2, if so, what did these administrators do? 3, what was the cost incurred by either the Gauteng provincial government and or the municipality? And lastly, what did the administrators achieve? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msimang. Can I then request our Honorable
the answer to the first question is that the administrator was appointed to implement the intervention on behalf of. Yes, I'm responding, Chair of Chairs. Can you hear me? Yes. Yes. I'm saying the answer to question 1 is yes, and the answer to question 2 The administrator was appointed to implement the intervention on behalf of the provincial government with the specific mandate to execute the following responsibilities: continue to ensure stability in the municipality, coordinate the implementation of the financial recovery plan, review and ensure implementation of sound municipal financial systems, policies and procedures, including preparation and implementation of cost-cutting measures, a strategy to reduce unnecessary expenditure and to increase the collection of revenue, ensure that all the vacant senior management positions are filled, ensure that the functions referred to in section 67, subsection 1, subsection H and schedule 2 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act 2000, Act number 32 of 2000, read with any other relevant legislative provisions dealing with disciplinary matters, including criminal maladministration, disciplinary and civil action, are executed. Negotiate and enter into payment agreement with the third parties owed by the Emfuleni local municipality. Review the organizational structure of the municipality, focusing particularly on curbing the ballooning salary costs while improving performance. Oversee all budgetary and expenditure processes in the Emfuleni local municipality. Ensure the implementation of municipal council resolutions by the administration within the current budgetary position of the Emfuleni local municipality. Ensure that the local labor forum is functional and that the resolutions are implemented by the administration, not to the disadvantage of the municipality. Ensure implementation of remedial action plans dealing with negative findings from the Auditor General. Review all contractual obligations of the municipality and negotiate contractual payments, scope and agreed schedule with service providers. Review all litigation by and against the municipality and finalization of such cases. Answered question 3. Prior to the intervention in 2018, the department appointed Mr. Opankwane in September 2017 as an employee additional to the establishment of the department and immediately seconded him to Emfuleni local municipality as acting municipal manager. When the section 1391 subsection B intervention was in full effect, it was deemed necessary at the time to appoint Mr. Nkwane as the administrator at no additional cost, as his terms in conditions of appointment as the acting municipal manager, including remuneration, was not disturbed. On number 4, under the leadership of the former administrator, the following has been achieved, and it's a long list, but I hope the member listens so that doesn't repeat. I'll go through all of it. So the key focus areas included financial management and viability. So there was the establishment of the Committee on Budget Monitoring and Controls, ensuring that the expenditure is juxtaposed to the revenue collected. The 2019/20 budget was compiled in line with 2018-2019 adjustment budget and reviewed targets for realistically anticipated revenue and expenditure trends. In the 2018-2019 financial year, for the first time in the history of Emfuleni, the municipality did not utilize conditions, was rebased in line with the principles of an affordable expenditure envelope and realistic revenue projections. The 2018-2019 MTERF was radically reduced by 400 million with realistic revenue projections, and the same principles are utilized in this in 2018-2019. Implemented a process of procure-to-pay system that enforces an ordering system of payment. This ensures that departments spend budget within the available resources in their respective votes. The municipality is in the process of drafting a cost containment policy that will be presented to EXCO in due course. A cost containment report will then be presented to the council on a monthly basis. The municipality undertook a review of tariffs, which resulted in the cancellation of the Large Power User Electricity 1987 agreement. This agreement has seen the municipality lose revenue through the LPUs paying a flat rate for electricity. Although the municipality lost the case at the High Court against LPUs, the initiative would have boosted the municipal revenue, as LPUs are paying a very low non-cost reflective tariff. The municipality has decided to appoint a service provider to conduct an in-depth tariff review that will be applicable in the 2020-2021 budget. The Integrated Revenue Management Forum has been established and is currently chaired by the head of revenue. The review and implementation of revenue credit control tariff, free basic policy and indigent policies was approved with the adoption of the budget. One of the significant milestones is the change from the allocation of 30 kiloliters of free water to 6 kiloliters as per the national indigency policy norms and standards. For the past years, the municipality had one service provider that meter reading, reconnection, disconnection, and monitoring. This impacted credit control, governance, and segregation of duties. As from October 1, 2019, the municipality appointed a panel that deals with meter reading, separate panel that deals with disconnection of water and electricity, and a separate panel that deals with reconnection. The process of appointing a municipal valuer for the 2020-21 is in the process. To alleviate the challenge of low revenue base as a result of a declining economy, the municipality has put in place plans to strategically grow the economy and facilitate job creation. In this regard, the municipality has prioritized the attraction and retention of catalytic developments and investment in the municipal area with specific focus on maritime economy, the Vaal River City mixed-use development, expansion of snowflake milling plant in Vernaging, premier foods, agri-parks, township economy, and the sale of council-owned strategic land parcels. The second area on municipal governance and institutional administration, the appointment of the Section 56 managers is bringing stability in the institution. Gauteng COGTA has appointed a firm of attorneys to assist the municipality with the assessment of current labor matters, including but not limited to suspensions and awards against municipality. This company has commenced with its work, which includes implementation of a structured skills transfer program. Governance structures like the Labor Forum and the MPEC are in place and are functional. Council, consisting of multi-parties, is able to sit on a monthly basis to pass resolutions. Development and implementation of internal controls that is intended to lead to the reduction of the unauthorized, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure in place. In dealing with corruption in the institution, the Mfuleni municipality had to institute forensic investigations from an independent forensic company of forensic investigators. The matter is lying with MPEC, and the report with the remedial actions is still to be tabled in council sitting. All Section 56 managers have signed performance management agreements, and the municipality is now cascading it to levels 2 and 3. On a quarterly basis, reports are considered from departments on service delivery, budget implementation plans, which are a result of thoroughly canvassed IDP. Both documents are FRP aligned. The approved organizational structure for Mfuleni local municipality was unaffordable and ineffective, nor aligned to the strategic objective of the municipality. As such, it was not fit for purpose. The support from COGTA to date has resulted in the development of a service delivery model and a macro-organizational structure. On basic services, all electrical related works, including but not limited to MCC's level controls, overload protectors, high mass lighting, and general lightings are in progress. The scheduled pump stations under WSIG have been cleared. The remaining pump stations will be cleaned under the intervention funded under the RBIG implementing agent appointed ERVAT pump stations. 10 were cleaned under the operations budget. Replacing of leaks in Sharpeville to eliminate sanitation related problems. Mfuleni has serviced 80 pressure reducing, so I can go on and on there, but for purposes of time, we'll leave it there. We'll give the member the answer because some of them are too detailed, Chair of Chairs. The other one on public participation, although what committees are in place, their effectiveness continues to be a challenge. To address the challenge, COGTA with municipalities building the capacity of municipal officials from Office of the Speaker. This capacity focuses on the development and application of practical strategies on an asset-based approach. It is a strength and social facilitation approach that provides participatory content to local governance processes. The approach will be tested in 3 wards and will be scaled and replicated as confidence and positive result continues. And lastly, the project will be co-delivered with the University of Johannesburg. So we can go on and on those achievements if the honorable member wants more information. Thank you very much, Chair. Cheers.
Thank you very much, MEC. Can I then check with Member Msimang if there's any supplementary question or comment?
Yes, ma'am, indeed I do have. Let me start by saying that the Parliamentary Committee on Court had sent MEC Maile back because they were not satisfied with the report that had been presented relating to Mfuleni. Also remind MEC that we experienced a very embarrassing moment when Mfuleni's assets were attached by the Sheriff of Court, which contradicts the statement that he just made now relating to Mfuleni's finances and the turnaround strategy there. I can tell you right now, MEC, that 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019, 2019, 2020 financial years were all unfunded. And this is not what I'm saying. This is what they presented to the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Also to say that Mfuleni has been sitting with a forensic report that the draft of it is indicating that there's about 1 billion rand, which is under investigation, and nothing has been done. And also, this goes a long way in addressing what should have been dealt with by the administrators there, but never had been addressed by the administrators. So what has been presented here is contradicting what you have just now said. And would like you to really be honest and tell the people of Gauteng what is actually happening in Mfuleni.
Okay. MEC, your response?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Firstly, there is no Parliament committee that has sent me back anywhere. We had a meeting with the NCOP Select Committee on Friday evening at 6. We presented and Salga presented. The committee was not happy with the fact that they did not receive quarterly reports as expected since 2018. They were also not happy with the fact that, in fact, in their view, they think we're a bit lenient in the Mfuleni, and that we should have been even harsher. And the fact that the person who was sent to act as a municipal manager ended up acting as an administrator. So how that decision was implemented, they were not happy. So there is no committee that has sent me back, Member Msimang. We had discussions. You must ask your member. There was some confused chap there from the DA who did not even grapple with the issues and understand what we're presenting. So you must ask him. We met at 6 and finished at 8:08. And of course, we differed with some of the assertions that they made, but they are yet to make their determination because they had felt that, and by the way, the reason why we went to the select committee, by the way, honorable member, is because we had asked that the select committee and the minister must allow us to extend the intervention in Mfuleni, but to also intensify it. And because of the recent Tshwane model of intervention, which is working wonders in terms of how we implemented it, we wanted to replicate it in Mfuleni. And that's why we had to go before the committee, by the way, honorable member, just to deal with that issue. And of course, they had to ask a number of questions, some of which you are asking. What has happened since 2018? What will be done differently? What are the challenges? And we had to engage, as you can imagine. So I thought I should firstly clarify that myth, because DA it's very good with spreading propaganda. So there is no committee that has turned me back. That's the first issue. The second issue on the financial situation of the municipality, we never said the financial position is perfect, but we have said there has been an improvement, and this is not a lie. You are bringing up the issue of assets that were repossessed. If you look at the reason why they were repossessed, because we had to meet with ESCOM, if you remember, and I think I would have raised this in one of the committees. The problem was the historical debt, not the current account, because there are two issues. There's been a debt of about 2.3 billion before the intervention to ESCOM, and there's another one of about 600 million to Rand Water before the intervention. After the intervention, the money is just below or close to $1 billion. And unfortunately, one of the reasons why it has been taking the municipality so long to service this, there's an issue of interest which we have raised with ESCOM. So for a very long time, the municipality has been paying interest on this historical debt. So that's the first thing. It's not like they've not been paying. The second thing is the current account, which they have been paying, and there's been improvement since intervention. So this is not a lie. It's there, and maybe you must call the municipality to come and report to the committee. We don't have a problem, because we are not in a business of telling people lies. We've got our credibility as a government is at stake, and over and above that, we've got even a bigger responsibility and an obligation to change the lives of our people. So we can't be telling lies because we want to appear good. And we were the first to say that Mfuleni is not perfect. There are challenges, and that's why we had to intervene. And during this process of the intervention, we have made strides, but there's still a lot of work that needs to happen. We are not happy ourselves, and that is why now we were saying we want to heighten and consolidate the intervention and be more hands-on, so that we can be able to move with speed. That has worked for us in Tshwane. That has worked for us in Tshwane, and we believe it will work in Mfuleni. So on the financial situation, we're not telling any lies, and that's why we are even saying in this report that we're giving you that for the first time in that previous year, the municipality was no longer using money meant for projects to fund operations, because we have brought about that improvement. And lastly, on the issue of forensic investigations and all that, it's not like nothing is not happening. And maybe I will advise you to call the municipality to come, because there are cases that have been opened, and there's case numbers. And we had ourselves, as the municipality, especially the municipal manager, to fast track this process, because we want to make sure that the process is fast tracked. And by the way, because in our intervention, we are not driven by party politics, but we are driven by the interest of our people. This is one municipality where we will be, in the near future, be using Section 106 that empowers the MEC of COGTA to investigate. There's one or two matters we are not happy currently from where we're sitting, and we don't have to wait for anybody to bring them to our attention, because we know that they're there, and we will definitely act like we have done decisively. And for the record, there is not even one municipality in the province that can say we have never intervened. As I've said previously, all of them, we treat them equally, contrary to the belief of the naysayers and the biggest propaganda machinery in our country, the DA. Thank you very much, Chair.
you very much, MEC Maile. We'll then move to the next item, a question that is directed to MEC for Social Development. A question by member.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. With regards to the issuing of food parcels, could the MEC please indicate, do people who applied for food parcels initially need to apply again after a month? If yes, why? Does the department keep records of old applicants and new applicants? If yes, how many applications were received for the month of March, April, and May 2020? And of these, how many have been reissued in April, May, and June 2020? Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Member Nseke. Can I request our new from the box, MEC Mukherjee, please to the questions, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chair. And thank you very much to Member Nseke for the question. The response to question 1 is as follows. The people who applied for food do not need to reapply as the service for food relief is for a maximum of 3 months unless the circumstances of the household change for the better. Question 2, the response is as in question 1. Question 3, the response is as follows. Yes, the department does have records for every applicant. Question 4, the response is as follows. For easy reference is 241481. Applications have been received. Question 5, the response is as follows. None of these cases have been received, more than once, and a new application is still too high. The department intends to do the second round of distribution to beneficiaries as soon as the number of new applications subsides and if the food bank's stock is replenished and in large quantities to match the demand. For Honorable Nseke, as soon as the food banks run out of food, and then the new applications will then be considered. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Member Honorable MEC. Can I then check with Member Nseke if there's any supplementary question as well as a remark? Member Nseke?
Yes, Chair of Chairs, I do. Thank you very much. First, let me welcome MEC Mukherjee to the portfolio. Your path is really a difficult one. I wish you well and good luck in the portfolio. I hope you can turn around this particular department. I am slightly concerned when I hear that you haven't even started looking at any other new applications, and also concerned that we haven't started the second round of distribution when people have applied as far back as March. That means those people who applied in March, even those who have received food, have not received anything for April and have not received anything for May again, and now we are sitting in June. It worries me that the department is really struggling to cope, even with the numbers that they started addressing in March. So thank you very much for your response. Good luck with this one. I'm worried for the people out there.
Okay,
thank you very much, Member
MEC, any response? If there's no response, it's fine. But is there any response to what Member Nseke just said on Member Nseke's comments?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I'm equally concerned, but currently we're trying to catch up and just make sure that we distribute as much as we can so that we can conclude the previous applications and focus on the new applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, and of course, congratulations to your position, and of course, we wish you luck in this difficult task. Can I then request Member Shekels to read question 4 PS009, directed to the member of the Executive Council for Community Safety, Honorable Member Mazibuko. Tate Shackleton. Shackleton? Tate, can you ask your question, please? Or anyone that is designated to ask the question on your behalf, please ask a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Through you to the MEC of Community Safety. Regarding civilian claims against the South African Police Service, could the MEC please indicate, 1, how many civilian claims have been made against members
I can't hear you, but I hope that the House do hear you. I can't hear you from my side. I'm hoping that the other members.
Madam Chair of Chairs?
Yes,
Madam Chair of
yes,
Chairs? Can I just continue, because it looks like we have lost the member Shackleton. Can I continue asking his questions?
Please do.
Okay. To the MEC of Community Safety, with regards to civil claims against the South African Police Services, could the MEC please indicate, 1, how many civilian claims have been made against members of the SAPS since the start of the lockdown to date? 2, how many of these claims have been processed? 3, what is the status of each of these claims? 4, if there is a monetary value to these claims, what is that amount in rands and cents? And lastly, by when, and please provide the date, MEC, will these claims be finalized? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member Msimang. Honorable MEC Mazibuko, please respond.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, for the questions from Honorable Member Shackleton. In responding to question number 1 of how many civilian claims have been made, the answer is 132. Question 2, how many of these have been processed? The response is that all of them, 132, are being processed. Question 3, what is the status of each of these claims? The response is the investigation is finalized in 9 claims, 9 of the claims. 44 claims are currently under investigation. The rest of the claims, which is 79, are being processed administratively. On question number 4, is there a monetary value to these claims and what is the amount in rands and cents? The response is that the monetary value is 180,232,898.84. Question number 5, by when, the date will these claims be finalized? The response is the duration of the finalization of the claims depends on the merits of the claims as well as whether it is being defended or not. As the litigant has 6 months to issue a letter of demand, not all of these claims are actually related to lockdown. So some of them, they came in before lockdown, while some of them actually came in during lockdown. Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for the question.
Thank you very much, MEC. Can I check with MEC, with Member Msimang, if there's any supplementary question or a comment, sir?
Yes, ma'am, there is. MEC, you would remember that Member Shackleton asked about the training that had been done, and you said there was no time for training. Would you then agree that some of these could have actually been averted or avoided had members received adequate training? Would you agree then that the training is much more needed going forward to avoid cases like this, even post-COVID, from happening, when our own law enforcers are actually trained to deal with situation much better than what they have been able to do so far?
Mr. Mazibuko?
Thank you very much, House Chair. Yes, Member Msimang, we agree with you that ongoing training is necessary, just like doctors. They must time and again be trained in order to update their skills pertaining the type of people that they are dealing with. So I do agree with you that our law enforcement officers, they do deserve to always get pressure points. But some of the claims, remember, it depends on what it is that was happening. Others, they just feel it's an unlawful arrest. Others, it pertains to a police man or woman. If I can use the example of what happened in the USA, whereby they were putting a knee on the neck. Others, it pertains to how a person was actually managed by the police. So you find people do find recourse. Others, like that case of a woman who was actually beaten up by EMPD officers in Ekoti, obviously because the woman suffered fractures on her nose. Obviously, she will take the matter for a civil claim in order to reconstruct her nose. So it differs from cases to case. We cannot just use one blanket to cover all those cases. If I use blanket, I don't necessarily mean lengubo yokulala. To put one, but it means they vary according to the nature of the cause. That's why some of them they get processed, others they get reinvestigated, others there's mediation in order to find common ground, and ultimately both parties they actually agree on what type of compensation can be reached between the person who has submitted the litigation vis-a-vis the law enforcement agencies. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We'll now move to the last question of the day. A question question by Member Bosch directed to MEC Lisufi, which will be responded to by MEC Mazibuko. Question ED007. Member Bosch, please ask the question.
Thank you. With regards to the academic,
please ask your question.
Yes, I started asking. With regards to the academic research SGB and RCL committee and the Matthew Goniwa team that was established in the Office of the MEC for Education, could the MEC please indicate the following? 1, what is the purpose and terms of reference of this committee? 2, who are each of the appointed members to this committee and what are their qualifications? 3, what positions and salary scale are each of these members occupying? 4, how much in rands and cents do each of these members earn on an annual basis? And 5, how were these positions advertised and what is the duration of employment of each of these committee members? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable MEC Mazibuko, please respond to the question, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. On question number 1, it's a long answer, I must say. The Matthew Goniwa School of Leadership and Governance is not a team within the Office of the MEC for Education, but it is a non-profit institution established by the Department of Education in Gauteng to provide development learning programs within the education sector. The Matthew Goniwa School of Leadership has a board of directors which is appointed to provide strategic direction and oversight to the institution in fulfilling its mandate. The board plays oversight in line with the corporate governance principles, and the board reports to the MEC as the member/shareholder on the performance and implementation of the institution's mandate. The board also advises the MEC on other education-related issues stemming from its mandate. The board has established committees which focus on various areas and reports to the board quarterly. It is again a requirement in terms of good corporate governance principles that the board establishes governance structures reporting to it. The Academic Research SGP and RCL committee is one of those committees constituted by the board, and its purpose is to provide independent advice and oversight on institutional capacity development learning programs. That is your teacher development, ICT, school leadership and governance. The committee also recommends the training strategies, interventions, accreditations of programs, monitoring and evaluation framework, quality assurance of programs, and research agenda. On question number 2, who are each of the appointed members of this committee and what are their qualifications? The first one is Mr. Manaha Matakanye, who is the committee chair. His qualifications are National Diploma in Education, Advanced Certificate in Education, and B Education Honors, meaning Bachelor of Education in Honors. The second one is Miss Edith Mkefu, who is the deputy chair. She has Masters in Public Management, Masters in Education, Bachelor of Education Honors, Bachelor of Arts in Education, Business Management and Administration, Primary Teachers Diploma. The third one is Mr. Tsidi Solidimo. He possesses Bachelor of Arts in Education, Bachelor of Arts Honors in Psychology, Project Management Certificate, Certificate in Financial and Accounting Principles of Public Entities, Diploma in Labor Law in Education. The fourth one is Mr. Chakonia Papsi Matabane, possesses Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Education, Master of Education, Certificate in Public Service Management and Business Project Management. The fifth one is Ms. Kari Mukhale. She possesses Bachelor of Arts Public Admin and Governance and Bachelor of Laws. The sixth one is Ms. Lorraine Makula. She possesses BCom, specialized in computer science, Diploma in Computer Programming, Certificate in Sales and Marketing. The seventh one, Mr. Maupe Machila. He possesses a certificate in Women and Children, a certificate in Community Profiling and Presentation, and currently is doing LLB studies. On question number 3, what positions and salary scales are each of these members occupy? As indicated above, non-executive directors in the board have been appointed to serve in academic committees in accordance with their experience and qualifications, which are needed in the committee. It must be noted that board directors, they do not earn a salary but receive a board fee for attending and preparing for meetings of their committee or the board. On question number 4, in rands and cents to each of these members and on annual basis, the answer is as was indicated in the answer number 3. The board of directors are enumerated for preparing and attending committee meetings or board meetings. There are 4 committee meetings and 4 board meetings and 1 annual general meeting, which are scheduled annually. The fee structure of the committee meetings is as follows. The committee chair gets 10,000 rand per meeting. The fee is inclusive of preparation and attendance. Ordinary members, they receive 8,000 rand per meeting, preparation and attendance. On question number 5, how were these positions advertised and what is the duration of employment of each of these committee members? The answer is all board directors are appointed by the shareholder, who is the MEC for Education in Gauteng. Their appointments are made through the recommendation by HR committee of the board, after proper assessment of the gaps and skills required in the board to provide oversight. The CVs of each candidate are assessed and the recommendation is made to the member to make the necessary appointment. The appointment is for a 3-year term and directors can be reappointed by the member or the shareholder. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. That is the response to the question.
Okay, thank you very much, MEC, for your lengthy response. Can I then request Member Bosch to ask a supplementary question, or make a comment? Member Bosch.
Thank you. Is it possible that I can just get the replies to these questions in writing? I would just like to look at it properly. I was struggling to hear everything in detail.
In future, you must then ask questions for written response and not for oral response. Please, member, if you want a written response, indicate that you want a written response and not oral response. That is your responsibility as a member Bosch. Please do that in future, but we'll provide the written information. Thank you very much, Ken. on the next item on the agenda is the questions that are not responded to today, but they will actually be submitted to members. A written reply will then be provided to members. But for those that members, particularly for question PS019 and question PS020 that were asked to the member MEC for Community Safety, can I then request member FN Mazimbugo to give an oral explanation as to why question 5, PS019 and PS020 was not responded to? Member Mazimbugo, kindly explain to the House why those questions were not responded to. Member Mazimbugo?
Thank you very much, House Chair. The answers were submitted by yesterday. I'm not sure how proceedings ought to table them, but they were answered. Member Poshman will get his responses. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll definitely make sure that those replies that were received from yourself will then be given to the relevant members. Thank you very much. We are done with questions. Now move to other agenda items. I will therefore request that the Secretary please read the first order. Secretary of the Legislature, please read the first order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The first order of the day is Finance Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of E-Government for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I will therefore request the chairperson, Member James, please present the committee report.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Much appreciated. Chair of Chairs, I won't read the entire report. I'll take the areas that are not read as read. This report is an assessment for the fourth quarter performance of the Department of E-Government, with focus on service delivery and expenditure for the period under review. The department is mandated to implement the e-government strategy of Gauteng City Region, which aims at consolidate back-end systems and process to bring about a better frontline service delivery to the Gauteng province community. The department was appropriated with 1.4 billion to fund 3 programs, namely administration, ICT shared services, and human resource services. At the end of the fourth quarter, an amount of 1.3 billion was expended, which is 96% of the total allocation for 2019-20 financial year. Chair of Chairs, I will go straight to other processes. Chair of Chairs, the oversight on the technical performance of the department. On program 1, the portfolio committee is not entirely satisfied with the type of services procured from the township suppliers. However, cognizant of the nature of service the department requires, which are highly technical and can mainly be sourced from a well-established institution. It is reported that 100% of the suppliers were paid within 15 days of receipt of invoice, and 91% of vacant funded posts were filled. Chair of Chairs, the Portfolio Committee acknowledges the challenges stated by the department on the reasons for the vacancies and will monitor progress on the filling of the vacancy periodically. On Program 2, Chair of Chairs, the Portfolio Committee notes with concern that the target was also not achieved in the previous quarter. The Portfolio Committee will engage on the progress periodically with the department. The Portfolio Committee will engage the Office of the Premier on the findings and ensure that the department implements the recommendation of the investigation of the SIU. The Portfolio Committee commends the department for adopting and implementing policies that governs ICT in the province and for striving to create and maintain and enabling ICT infrastructure platforms. Chair of Chairs, on the Program 3, Human Resource Services, the Portfolio Committee commends the department for constantly striving to modernize human resource business processes within the province. Chair of Chairs, on the recommendations, on the concerns, Chair of Chairs, the reported under expenditure on goods and services is our main concern. On the recommendation, Chair of Chairs, the Portfolio Committee recommends that the department should engage the Department of Infrastructure Development on progress on the tender process regarding the refurbishment of the 7th floor Imbumba House, a progress report detailing how the department plans to curb the perpetual under expenditure should be submitted to the Portfolio Committee by the end of October, which is the 31st July 2020. On acknowledgement, the Portfolio Committee extends the gratitude to Honorable MEC Nkomorale Hoko, the acting HOD, Mr. Sidat, and the officials of the Gauteng Department of E-Government for their cooperation during consideration of the report. On appreciation for diligence and dedication and commitment shown during the deliberations on the fourth quarter performance report process goes to all members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, Honorable Malema, Honorable Paladidi Hamela, Honorable Moriarty, Honorable Macheke, Honorable Randall. The committee's gratitude is extended to all the support staff for the diligent work they've done. On adoption, Chair of Chairs, after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the Oversight report on the fourth quarter performance report on the Gauteng Department of E-Government for the 2019-20 financial year. In terms of Rule 117.2.c, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee presents the Oversight report on the fourth quarter performance of the Gauteng Department of E-Government for the 2019-20 financial year and recommends its adoption. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Any seconder? Is there any seconder to the report?
Yes, second the report.
Is there any seconder to the report?
All Malema seconding, Chair.
Thank you very much. I now put the question. All those in favor, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. All those not in favor, all those not in favor, please say no. Say yes, have it. Secretary, please read the third order. Oh, the report is adopted. Will the secretary please read the next order?
Thanks, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The second order of the day is Finance Portfolio Committee's Oversight report on the fourth quarterly performance report of Gauteng Provincial Treasury for 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Therefore, call upon Member Misi to please present the report. Member Piri.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I'll take the areas that are not read as read, and then we'll present the executive summary, the concern and the recommendations. The purpose of the Finance Portfolio Committee, herein referred to as a Portfolio Committee, the fourth quarter oversight report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and its component, which is the GIFA, is to monitor and assess performance and as reported in their respective quarterly performance report. The Portfolio Committee consider both financial and non-financial performance against set targets and expenditure patterns. In-year monitoring by conducting oversight on the department's quarterly report provide the Portfolio Committee with an information needed to monitor effective programs implementation. On the evaluation of the GPT's fourth quarter performance report 2019-20 financial year reveals a satisfactory state of affairs. Of the 27 plan performance target, the GPT achieved 24 performance target and 93% of the financial appropriation budget was spent. The year-to-date budget expenditure is slightly lower than the ideal benchmark of 100%, however, compares satisfactory with the 90% annual performance plan achievement for the period under review. It is commendable that the GPT achieved all its performance target under administration program, that is the tracking of external audit recommendations before the next audit cycle, payments of suppliers within 30 days after receipt of correct invoice, conducting evaluation to assessment the impact of department's program, youth development in support of the CEPO 1 million, and the timely submission of approved annual performance plan to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The year-to-date expenditure for this program stood at 92%. The financial governance program have 5 sub-programs. Of importance, the program achieved all performance targets and managed to spend 84% of its budget allocation for the 2019-20 financial year. The performance target include, amongst others, the tracking of the departments and the public entities audit recommendations before the next audit cycle, producing a report on the monitoring and compliance of 30 days payment in the Department of Health, Education, and Infrastructure Development, conducting supply chain management procurement-related fraud detection reviews, and updating municipalities' risk profile. Of the 4 planned performance targets under the Provincial Supply Chain Management Program, most targets were achieved but 1. The achieved performance target relates to the departments implementing the open tender process, providing training workshops to township-based suppliers, producing a report to monitor the 30% spending directly to Gauteng township suppliers by the Gauteng Provincial Government's Department. Under performance concern the number of entities implementing the open tender process. Of importance to note, Chair of Chairs, the Municipal Financial Governance Program achieved all its performance target and expenditure stood at 93%. The performance targets include producing reports on the reduction of the confirmed provincial government debt that is over 90 days and conducting municipal fiscal responsive assessment for delegated municipalities. Similarly, the Gauteng Audit Services Program achieved all its performance targets. The performance target include internal audit conducting risk-based reviews on the approved audit plans, tracking the implementation of the internal audit recommendations by the department and entities, internal audit following up on the Auditor General's significant findings, and approving risk-based internal audit rolling plans. It is worth noting that the GFA has 3 programs, Chair of Chairs, that is the project development, structured finance, and administration. Most programs achieved all the performance targets except for project development, which missed 1 target. The performance target relates to releasing 2 projects to the market. Expenditure stood at 95% of its total allocation for the year 2019-20 financial year. The Portfolio Committee notes that the GPT, inclusive of GFA, did not reflect on any major strategic risk and request for the intervention with respect to their APPs or budget and or off-quarter performance. Chair of Chairs, I'll go now straight to the recommendations, to the concerns of the program. Just a second. Just a second, Chair of Chairs, I'm rolling my screen here. It says Joylama paper. Yes, thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. The committee's concerned about the following: the protracted process of securing municipal council approval for the City of Johannesburg's waste to energy project when the project belonged to the municipality. 2, the lengthy process for GFA's project to reach the implementation stage, whether GFA's feasibility studies are credible, hence they do not elicit interest from investors. 3, that despite funding of projects through alternative funding being one of GFA's mandates, such funding has not been forthcoming. And 4, the management of key municipal risk to ensure that the municipality deliver on their constitutional obligation. On the committee's recommendation, after assessing the fourth quarter performance report of GPT, inclusive of GFA, the portfolio committee recommends the following and requests for response by the 31st of July, that GFA provide a report detailing the causes of the prolonged municipal council approval regarding the City of Johannesburg's waste to energy project, that GFA submit a report highlighting to motivate behind the prolonged time it takes for projects to reach an implementation stage and how credible are their feasibility study in view of the project's failure to elicit interest from investors. 3, Chair, that GFA should submit the detailed report underscoring alternative funding, securing since its inclusion as part of the mandate. And the last one, Chair of Chairs, the recommendation that GPT indicate how it supports municipality with the management of key risk to ensure uninterrupted service delivery other than their identification risk. On acknowledgement, Chair of Chairs, the Portfolio Committee extends the gratitude to Honorable MEC Nkomora Lehoko, the Head of Department, Ms. Chabalala, the CEO of GFA, Mr. Siabi, and officials of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. Appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during a deliberation on the fourth quarter performance report process goes to all members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Malema, Honorable Dr. Paladidi Hamela, Honorable Machege, Honorable Moriarty, Honorable Randall, Honorable Badenhorst. The committee's gratitude is extended to the following support staff for their diligent work: Mr. Tibudibe, Mr. Jensane, Miss M. Mojapilu, Mr. Tesla, Ms. Chilwane, Mr. Nzibande, Mr. Dikola, Ms. Dibier, Mr. Mabuza, Ms. Masinga, Ms. Ntene, and Ms. R. Singh. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Oversight report on the fourth quarter performance on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2019-20 financial year. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to the House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the fourth quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for 2019-20 financial year. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can I then for a seconder, any seconder for the adoption of the report?
Dihamela. Seconded by Dihamela.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Then move to the next item, which is the 7th item. Will the secretary please read the
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The third order of the day is Finance Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Government for 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I then ask the acting chair, acting chair F. Hassan, to present the report on behalf of
No, Chair of Chairs, it's still PC. It's still PC, Chair of Chairs. Is chair is busy chair. Di salingata, chair.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
You can present
Thank
yourself.
you very much, Chief Chairs. Much appreciated. Chief Chairs, I want to say that all the areas that I'm not going to read, I'll take it as read, and I'll only focus on the executive summary and the recommendations as well as the consent. The Gauteng Provincial Government quarterly financial performance report, as tabled by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, affords the Finance Portfolio Committee an opportunity to interrogate the financial position and monitoring the financial performance of the Gauteng Provincial Departments for the quarter under review. Furthermore, the tabling of the GPG quarter's financial performance report ensures that the GPG departments are accountable to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature through the Finance Portfolio Committee. As at the end of the fourth quarter, the GPG department's requisitions 132.54 billion in total. The provincial receipts arise from the provincial equitable share, conditional grants, and own revenue amounts to an amount of 102.4 billion, 22.8 billion, and 7.2 billion respectively. It is worth noting that the revenue collection as per the main appropriation for the 2019-20 financial year was projected at 6.67 billion. However, as at the end of the fourth quarter, 7.2 billion was collected, thereby over collecting by 8.2% of this money. During the fourth quarter, the Gauteng provincial government expended 128.3 billion of 97% of the adjusted budget. Expenditure was driven mainly by the Department of Health and Infrastructure Development, both spending 98% of their appropriation budgets. Of the importance in terms of the economic classification personnel cost account for 55% of the total spending. Most departments spent between 91 and 97%, while slow spending was recorded under the provincial legislature and the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, which performed 89% and 88% individually. Of the adjusted infrastructure budget of 11.1 billion, expenditure of 10.8 billion or 97% was realized at the end of the fourth quarter. Most departments performed above 90%, apart from the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation, which reported expenditure of 88% and 63% correspondingly. Regarding the conditional grants, the overall performance for most departments at the end of the fourth quarter was equal and greater than 95%. Apart from the Department of Roads and Transport, GDAT and GDAT, the GPG spent 22 billion, which is 95% of the adjusted budget of 23.1 billion on conditional grants, whilst Departments of Roads and Transport and Agriculture and Rural Development reported a total expenditure of 87% and 82% respectively. Despite the general improvement on the overall expenditure of the GPG departments, attention needs to be paid to the departments which are still lagging with their expenditure in relation to the provincial projections. Chair of Chairs, on the cost management, the Portfolio Committee welcomed the differentiation between accruals and payable not recognized. Of importance, it was noted that accruals are liabilities to pay for goods and services that have been supplied, but not paid for, and have not been invoiced or formally agreed with the supplier or recipient. The portfolio committee noted with the appreciation that total accruals and commitments amount to 4.373 billion at the end of the quarter. This marked the reduction compared to 6.7 billion in the 2018-19 financial year. The portfolio committee commends the GPG's department for the improvement in the reduction of accruals. However, cautioned that departments to enhance their effort in ensuring the elimination of accruals, as there is no logical explanation that service providers choose not to claim payment for the service rendered. The portfolio committee noted that payables not recognized above 30 days stood at staggering 3.4 billion, and the GPD undertook to work closely with the affected departments to resolve the same. On the revenue collections, Chair of Chairs, the portfolio committee welcomed the surpassing of revenue collection by 8.2% and encourages the GPG departments to continue enhancing enhancing revenue collection. On the overall expenditure of the GPG, Chair of Chairs, the portfolio committee noted that according to the Treasury straight line budgeting benchmarks, at the end of the fourth quarter, departments must have spent 100% of their appropriation funds. However, the standard deviation of 5% is acceptable. To this end, Department of Social Development, Office of the Premier, GPL, COCTA, Roads and Transport, SHREC, and GPT underspending their budget. The portfolio committee noted with appreciation the overall expenditure of 55% on compensation of employees was significantly below the 60% threshold. Chair of Chairs, on the vote 12, on vote 12, Chair of Chairs, the portfolio committee noted that lack of the supply chain management staff had a ripple effect on implementation of the programs and projects. The portfolio committee further noted a long outstanding completion of monuments and community libraries and decided to undertake a joint oversight visit with the portfolio committee of sport, recreation, arts and culture to understand the challenges faced by the department. The portfolio committee further noted the importance of ensuring that government buildings are compliant with the occupational health and safety regime to circumvent the recurrence of the disaster of the Bank of Lisbon. On the concerns, Chair, on the committee's concerns, Chair, we want to take one recommendation that the revenue under collection for COCTA, DID, Office of the Premier, and SHREC ranges from 65% and 85%. On COCTA, Chair, we're saying that the delay, the implementation of the Mfuleni Municipality Disaster Management Project regarding storage spillage in the Vaal River have an impact on the economy and the river ecosystem in that area. The recommendations, Chair, the portfolio committee recommends one, COCTA, DID, Office of the Premier, and SHREC should develop and submit a strategic and strategies regarding how they will improve on revenue by the 31st of July 2020. On COCTA, Chair of Chairs, that COCTA should provide a detailed report indicating why the implementation of Mfuleni Municipality Disaster Management Project were delayed and how are they going to prevent the recurrence of the same in the future. And lastly, that GDAT should submit a strategy detailing how they were going to mitigate against the internal inefficiencies and the constant changes in the procurement plans impacting on the spending of its grant. On acknowledgement, the portfolio committee extends gratitude to Honorable Amy Sinko Morali Hoko, the head of department, Ms. N. Chabalala, and officials of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. On the appreciation, diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during the deliberation of the fourth quarter, the financial performance report process goes to all members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, Honorable Malema, Honorable Dikhamela, Honorable Macheke, Honorable Moriarty, Honorable Randall, Honorable Badenost. The committee's gratitude is extended to all the support staff in the portfolio committee. On adoption, Chair of Chairs, after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the fourth quarter financial performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Government for 2019-20 financial year in terms of Rule 117, subsection C, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164. The Finance Portfolio Committee present to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the fourth quarter financial performance report with Gauteng Provincial Government for 2019-20 financial year. He can sustain Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can I then check any seconder for the report?
Malema moves Chair, I second the report. Malema Chair, second.
Oh, thank you very much, Member Malema. Can I then ask the question? All those who say yes, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those who don't agree, please say no. The yes have it. Secretary, can you please, the report is adopted. Can I then request the Secretary to read the next report?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The fourth order of the day is Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Economic Development for 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretary, can I then call the acting chairperson, Member Singh, who will read the report on behalf of the chairperson, Yacindo. I hope I'm done with Member Mpisi. Chairperson, am I through with you? Okay, thank you. Member Hassan, please read the report.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I'm only going to be covering the executive summary, concerns and recommendations, and we'll take the rest of the report as being read. I, Honorable Pisi Hassan, Acting Chairperson, on behalf of Chairperson Lasindwa, tables the Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarter for the 1920 financial year of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities as follows. The Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee exercises oversight and scrutiny over the Gauteng Department of Economic Development and its entities. In the 1920 financial year, the department was allocated a budget of 1.638 billion rand, and in the quarter under review, 308 million was budgeted. And an amount of 311.5 million was spent, constituting 101.12%. The department therefore overspent by 1.12%, which amounted to 3.4 million. The committee noted that the department attained 14 out of the 19 planned APP targets. The targets under the department remain minimal as agencies of the department continue to report independently. And there are several targets removed from the APP which are regarded as demand-driven. Targets related to the entities which were attained were 49 out of the planned 75. The committee raised concerns over the inability of agencies to attain set targets. And furthermore, it is in this light that the committee requires that the department to review the mandate of the agency oversight sub-program, as it should ensure that all agencies attain all targets going forward. The committee also noted that the poorest performing entity in the quarter under review was JEP, as it did not attain all of its planned targets. The committee could only conclude that the targets were not achieved by JEP, possibly because of a management vacuum within the entity. The committee was impressed that all departmental service providers were paid within 30 days, as prescribed, And in addition to that, the department, including its entities, intend to shorten the payment period to 10 days in some instances. The committee impresses upon the department to ensure that these vacancies are filled as per the commitment made by the department. Furthermore, the committee raised concerns with the department's inability to adhere to resolutions adopted by the House for implementation. Some of the projects of the department have been shifting goalposts, in particular the appointment of suitable candidates. In terms of concerns, number one, the department's inability to fill vacancies in line with the commitments made by the committee, as well as adhering to recommendations made by the committee on filling vacant positions within the department and its agencies. Number two, the role of the agency oversight sub-program in ensuring entities attain all targets. In terms of recommendations, all recommendations should be responded to by 30 September 2020 unless otherwise stated. Under administration, number one, adhere to the committee's recommendations to appoint suitable candidates within vacant positions by the end of the second quarter of the 2021 financial year. This should include the appointment of a CEO and a COO of JEF. Number two, the agency oversight and governance sub-program should play a critical role in implementing stringent measures to ensure that entities achieve all their targets in the reporting quarters. The department should provide the committee with a turnaround strategy and plan to improve the performance of this agency oversight and governance sub-program and foreseeing that agency targets are met in every reporting quarter of the financial year. In terms of acknowledgements, appreciation is expressed to all members of the committee for their commitment in the oversight process, as well as MSc Morakan and Mosupe and the officials from the department. I commend them for their diligence and commitment shown during the deliberations of the fourth quarter performance report for the 1920 financial year of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. Gratitude also goes to Honorable Chairperson Lasindwa, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Ngube, Honorable Ghana, Honorable Silius, Honorable Chitangano, Honorable Hoffman, and Honorable Adams. Further appreciation goes to alternative members of our committee, Honorable Engelbrecht and Honorable Tong. It's an honor to lead such a hardworking team. Appreciation and gratitude also goes to the following persons: Group Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Skosana, researchers, Mr. A. Malapane, Ms. M. Makubela, and Mr. B. Mabuza. Senior Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Skosana, and Committee Coordinator, Ms. L. Mampe. Committee Administrators, Ms. V. Mukbetsi and Ms. N. Mgadi. Hansard Recorder, Mr. S. Paloi. Public Participation Officer, Mr. B. Lomo. Service Officers, Ms. B. Nklapo. Communications Officer, Mr. T. Ndo, and Information Officer, Ms. A. Nechivuyu, for their devoted assistance. After due consideration, the Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Fourth Quarterly Performance Report for the 1920 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Fourth Quarter Performance Report for the 1920 financial year. Thank you.
Member Hassan?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, Speaker, can you hear me?
Hassan?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. Are you through? Are you finished?
Yes, on this report I am.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Hassan. Is there any seconder for the report?
Member Adams, rise to second. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Member Adams. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Thank you very much. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Secretary, can you please read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The fifth order of the day is Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call the acting chairperson, Honorable Hassan, will read the report on behalf of the chairperson, Lasindwa. Member Hassan, please kindly present your committee report.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I will only cover the executive summary, committee concerns and recommendations, and take the rest of the report as read. I, Honourable Fisia Hassan, on behalf of Chairperson Lasindwa, tables the committee oversight report on the performance of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environmental Affairs for the 1920 financial year. The department spent 96%, which equates to 956.55 million rand, of the total budget of 992.67 million rand as at the end of March 2020. The administration program has spent 258.2 million, that is equivalent to 103% of its allocated adjusted budget. The Agriculture and Rural Development Program has spent 369.4 million, which is equivalent to 84% of its allocated adjusted budget. And the Environmental Affairs Program has spent 328.9 million, equivalent to 109% of its allocated adjusted budget. The department underspent for the Agriculture and Rural Development Program, which is one of two programs at the forefront of service delivery. The overall financial performance of the department during the quarter under review is satisfactory, but the agriculture program fell short of satisfactory achievement levels, largely as a result of battling with satisfying project initiation report processes. It is important that the department addresses these shortcomings related to procurement to ensure that it adequately meets its service delivery mandate in the new financial year. The strategies that the department has employed over at least the last 4 financial years in relation to interacting with people with disabilities has consistently yielded poor results and deprives this group of a meaningful participation in the economy of the province. The committee further noted that the department is still not able to utilize its conditional grants budget in full, despite having established the Infrastructure Development Unit, which was meant to ensure the utilization of the infrastructure component of the grant. The department continues to settle invoices for service providers within 30 days and achieved a 99% payment rate within the stipulated time in the 4th quarter, and further achieved its planned 40% target of spending in townships. The department was further able to direct procurement towards businesses owned by women and youth to the extent that 39% against a target of 30% for women and 24% against a target of 20% for youth was achieved. The department continued to maintain existing agri-parks in Aikenhope, Sebokeng Zone 10, Rooiwal, Soshanguve, Tarleton, and Wadville. However, the Merafong agri-park continues to remain inactive due to a cable that was stolen and has still not been replaced. This has been the case since the 1st quarter. The department is commended for managing to support 25 school food gardens and 30 new community food gardens with production inputs, training, extension, and advisory services to establish their food gardens. In terms of concerns, number 1, poor planning, which contributed to reoccurring underspending on the allocated budget. Number 2, underspending due to slow expenditure in goods and services that relate to tender processes, tenders being unresponsive, as well as delays in the appointment of probity auditors. 3, the department not aligning its budget with its planned targets, as overspending of the budget was observed, but targets were not achieved in the Environmental Affairs Program. Number 4, lack of reporting on issues related to environmental affairs in the province. 5, lack of agricultural support to subsistence, smallholder, women and youth farmers in order for them to function optimally. In terms of recommendations, the report should be submitted to the committee by the 30th of September 2020. Number 1, provide the committee with detailed reports, or detailed plans rather, that will ensure that the reoccurring of underspending is prevented. 2, provide the committee with a detailed report on how supply chain systems will ensure that tender processes are completed timelessly, probity auditors are also appointed timelessly, and outstanding projects are implemented. 3, provide the committee with a quarterly report on how the non-achieved targets for the Environmental Affairs Unit will be achieved and how the finances will be aligned to the budget. 4, the department should form a strong collaborative relationship with municipalities that are affected and further ensure that waste management and greening efforts are maintained and adhered to by communities. Provide the committee with a detailed plan on how they will assist and support affected municipalities to ensure that there's environmental compliance in their areas. Provide the committee with a detailed plan on enhancing functionality of subsistence, smallholder, women and youth farmers. The plan must include how the department plans to provide smallholder farmers with sufficient marketing infrastructure. General recommendations, number 1, provide the committee with a detailed plan on support that will be provided to farmers during the COVID-19 pandemic over and above the existing measures set out before the outbreak.
2, provide the committee with a detailed report on the measures in place to pursue a more targeted and deliberate approach towards supporting businesses owned by people with disabilities. Provide a detailed report on the budget allocation on school food gardens and support thereof. And number 4, provide the committee with a report on the final figures that will be reflected on the annual reports and financial statements relating to the under expenditure of 38 million rand that emanates from the spending of the budget by all 3 programs, excluding funds to be rolled over. Acknowledgements. The Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development wishes to thank the MEC for Economic Development and Agriculture and Rural Development, Ms. M. Mosupe, the head of the department, Ms. M. Gasela, and her team of officials. As the acting chairperson, I further wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude to the honorable members of this portfolio committee, including Honorable Chairperson Lasindwa and the following honorable members: Al Makubela, F. Hassan, Ngube, M. Ghana, A. Silius, Honorable Chitangano, J. Hoffman, D. Adams. Further appreciation goes to the alternative members of the committee, namely J. Engelbrecht and Kate Tong. It's an honor to lead such a hardworking team. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee would like to express its appreciation for the contribution from the following staff members: Group Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Bodibe, Committee Researchers, Bima Buzai, M. Makubele, and A. Malapane, Senior Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Skosana, Committee Coordinator, Ms. L. Mampe, Administrative Assistants, Ms. N. Ngadi and V. Mokubetsi, Hansard Recorder, Mr. S. Paloye, Senior Information Officer, Ms. A. Nechibuyo, Communications Officer, T. Indo, Service Officer, B. Nhlabo, and Public Participation Officer, B. Dlamo, for their dedication and commitment. After due consideration, the Economic Development, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee adopted the Oversight Report on the 4th Quarter Performance Report of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 1920 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Economic Development, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee presents the Oversight Report on the 4th Quarter Performance Report of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 1920 financial year, and therefore recommends its adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Hassan. Is there any corner?
Madam Chair, Chairs are asked. Madam Chair, Chairs are asked to second.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I now put a question to all those in favor. Say yes.
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 All those not in favor, please. All those not in favor, please say no. The yes have it, and the report is adopted. Secretary, will the secretary please read the next, the 6th order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The 6th order of the day is Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the 4th Quarterly Performance Report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. May I then call upon Member Modise to kindly present your committee report. Honorable Modise. Modise.
Yes, Chair.
Honorable Modise.
Chair of Chairs, can you hear me? I'm here.
Yes, I can hear you now. You can present your report, sir.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. I'm only going to deal with executive summary, committee concerns and recommendation, acknowledgement and adoption, and I request all parts that will not be read to be considered read. This committee oversight reports provides an overview of the performance of the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management in the 4th quarter of the 2019-2020 financial year. The committee noted that the department had a budget allocation of 784,994,000 for the quarter under review, and that almost 1.1 billion of the budget was spent. The committee noted with concern the continuation of misalignment between the inputs and the outputs, since there were only 20 of the 37 targets that were achieved, and yet the budget was overspent by 29%. The committee is of the view that the department does not apply proper financial management principles. The overall budget spent for the current financial year is 3.3 billion, which represents 98% of the total budget allocation of 3.4 billion. The committee noted with concern that the administration program overspent its budget allocation by 48%, and the department reported that the over expenditure was due to settlements of court orders and to address underfunding in compensation of employees. It was concerning to the committee to note that the public works program budget was overspent, and yet 14 of the 24 targets were achieved. Although the department reported that it had to settle invoices to avoid accruals, the committee was still concerned over the recurring over expenditure in this program, and was also of the view that the department does not apply proper financial principles. With regards to the expanded public works program in the quarter under review, the committee noted that the department expended 87% of its budget. Concerning to the committee was that not all participants were trained, and yet the department reported that it had budgetary constraints, when on the other hand, it underspent its budget allocated for this program. The committee concerns the following were committee concerns. The committee noted with great concern that one, there was still misalignment between the input and the output, since there were only 20 of 37 targets that were achieved, and yet the budget was overspent by 29%. That program one target were not achieved. In all 4 quarters of the current financial year, targets related to the military veterans were not achieved. Targets of budget for procurement of goods and services towards Black-owned companies, people with disability, and towards youth-owned companies were not achieved. STARS targets were overachieved, and yet no budgetary implications were reported to the committee. Public works programs targets were not achieved. Some infrastructure delivery targets were not achieved due to poor performance by contractors, changes in the scope, late payment of the contractors, and disruption by community members. COPTA, Human Settlement Office of the Premier and E-Government, did not submit the AOMP to DID, that the department took a decision not to continue training of EPWP participants, and the contract of the beneficiaries came to an end, and yet some of the participants did not receive training. That 9 STARS targets were not achieved due to land invasions. Committee recommendation: after assessing the 4th quarterly performance report of the department, the portfolio committee recommend the following for the department to respond by Friday, September 4, 2020. 1, that the department should provide the committee with a consolidated report on interventions to ensure that there is an alignment between the input and the output, ensuring that programs 1 targets are achieved, measures to ensure that MV's targets are achieved, ensuring that targets of budget for procurement of goods and services towards Black-owned companies, people living with disabilities, and towards youth-owned companies are achieved, budgetary implication on STARS project targets that were overachieved, ensuring that public works program targets are achieved, ensuring that poor performing contractors are not obtained, and curbing disruption of projects by communities. Progress on the intervention in place to ensure that user departments submit their UAMP on stipulated timeframes, ensuring that all changes experienced by previous under the PWP are kept, such as late payment of stipends, training of participants, procurement of tools of trades for people and PPEs, ensuring that land invasion on project is minimized. Acknowledgement: the chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management would like to thank MEC Mutara, acting head of department, and the entire department executive for their efforts in consideration of this report. The chairperson further appreciates the diligent deliberation of Honorable Magagula Matsena Diale, Fuchs, Chirota, Dos Santos, Chitangano, Mufama, and Amanda Dilange. The committee chairperson also like to thank Tibuti M. Shabalala, Kem Dlalose, A. Madlala, T. Kumalo, T. Maluba, and Bonani, Kem Pirim El Ngube for dedication and assistance. In accordance with Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management presents before the House the Oversight Report on the Department of Infrastructure Development 4th Quarter Report for the 2019-2020 financial year for consideration and adoption. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Modise. Any seconder to the report?
Member Fuchs.
Member Diale, second. Thank you very much, Member Fuchs and Member Diale. Can I then check that if people do agree to the report, all those who say yes, please say yes.
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 Thank you very much. All those who don't agree with the report say no. The yes have it. Can I then request that the secretary read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The seventh order of the day is Road and Transport Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Roads and Transport, including entities for 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
I'll therefore call upon Chairperson Takile to please present the report of the committee.
Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, Chair and the members. We'll present the fourth quarterly report. We'll give you the executive summary, the concerns and the recommendation, and we request that all the other parts that have not been read be considered as read. In the quarter under review, the committee noted that the department was able to spend only 26%, thereby marking an underspending of 8% of its allocated budget at the end of the current financial year. The reason for underspending related to delays in the filling of funded vacant posts across all programs, due to the moratorium on filling of posts, non-operational bus contracts, and delays within the department procurement and project planning processes. The committee also noted that the GMA was able to spend 27.35%, while the fleet spent an allocation of exactly 25% of its budget. In relation to the implementation of infrastructure projects, the committee noted that most of the planned targets of projects within the infrastructure planning, construction, and maintenance were not achieved as planned. Taking into consideration the lockdown restriction, the committee noted that there seem to be various serious challenges with regard to delays in the procurement and project planning processes, which has affected various projects, namely provincial road networks, visual assessment, roads construction and maintenance, as well as the DLTCs. While the committee acknowledged the reports by the department on the decentralization of the appointment of probity auditors from the provincial treasury, the committee insists that the department should put measures in place to ensure that already constrained procurement and project planning process do not negatively affect the work of the department. On transport operations, the department had planned to advertise 11 new subsidized bus contracts to open tender by 27th of March 2020, and the target was not achieved. According to the department, this was due to longer than anticipated engagement with municipalities on the signing of intergovernmental authorization agreement. However, the draft model tender contracting document utilized for the new subsidized contract has been submitted to the Minister of Transport for approval. While the committee acknowledged the reasons stated, it is deeply concerned about the emotional and economic difficulties exerted to commuters on a continuous basis. In relation to the entities, the Gauteng Management Agency was able to achieve most of its set performance targets for the quarter, except the average number of quarterly rail passengers as well as average number of quarterly buses passengers due to lower travel trends in March 2020, thereby giving rise to the patronage guarantee cost as in the previous quarter. With regard to G-Fleet management, the committee noted the entity was able to achieve most of its planned targets and improve on the spending patterns. The committee noted the entity efforts in the collection of outstanding revenue are yielding positive results, owing clients adhering to enforceable payments plans. In conclusion, the committee is concerned over the performance of the department in the quarter under review across all programs. Taking into consideration the above, the committee is of the view that the process of reviewing, approval, and implementation of the new organizational structure remains crucial and critical. Therefore, the following are concerns that the committee has noted. The low level of attainment of planned service delivery targets by department across all programs, the delay in the implementation of the QMS and the negative impact it has on some of the equipment purchased for the system end up being stolen at these centers. The decentralization of the appointment of probate auditor to the department will add to the heavily constrained procurement and project planning process due to the current moratorium on filling of funded vacant posts. The continued delay in the bus contracts as commuters have been emotional and economical disadvantage under the current contracts. Therefore, on those basis, the committee makes the following recommendation, of which the committee expects the report to be provided to it by the department by the end of August 2020 on the following areas. On measures in place to ensure the service delivery plan targets affected by COVID-19 pandemic are implemented post-lockdown in the next financial year. On the theft of the equipment and measures in place to curb further incidents in the provincial centers. On measures in place to ensure that the decentralization of the appointment of probate auditor to the department will be managed through heavily constrained procurement and project planning capacity due to the current moratorium on filling of vacant posts. On the progress of the approval of the concurrence by the Minister of Transport on the subsidized bus contract. We want to appreciate Chair of Chairs, all members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as the MEC and the acting HOD and officials from the department on their cooperation during the quarterly report processes. We want also to give our gratitude to the honorable members, Member Kekana, Member Lidwaba, Member Mabunda, Member Nel, Member Engelberg, Member Lidwaba, and Member Albert for their commitment to the oversight processes. On behalf of the committee, we want to appreciate our gratitude to the following members of the committee for staff, Mr. Tibudipe, a researcher, Mr. Taba, committee coordinator, Mr. Mtiane, committee administrator, Ms. Mchizana, our hand center recorder, Ms. Zondo, information officer, Mr. Ngobe, and our media officer, Tizuke, the public participation, Mr. Bindlomo, and the service officer, Mrs. Tole, for their devoted acceptance. After due consideration, the Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, Gauteng Management Agency, and the G-Fleet Management fourth quarterly performance report for the year 2019 and 2020. In terms of Rule 117.2.c, read together with Rule 164, the committee present to this House and recommend the adoption of the committee oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, Gauteng Management Agency, and the G-Fleet fourth quarterly performance report for the year 2019 and 2020. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Tagile. Is there any seconder to the report?
Member Nel seconds.
Honorable Mabunda, second.
Thank you very much, Member Nel and Member Mabunda. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
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 All those not in favor, please say no. The yes have it. The report is now adopted. May I then request that the Secretary read the 8th order? Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The 8th order of the day is consideration of Finance Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of E-Government Budget Vote 13 of Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Can I then call Member Mpisi to please present the report of the committee?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Chair of Chairs, I'll read the executive summary, the consent, and the recommendations. I take areas that are not read will be taken as read. I, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, present the oversight report on the detail of the Gauteng Department of E-Government Vote 13 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 2020 as follows, Chair. The budget is a reflection of the commitment to put plans in place to improve the lives of the people. The budget is presented under the unfavorable economic conditions. The persistent slow economic growth continues to have a direct impact on socio-economic challenges such as unemployment and poverty. It is important to highlight the fact that economic factors and developments around the globe continue to have a bearing on the provincial fiscal position. The Gauteng Department of E-Government, herein referred to as a department, is charged with the responsibility of bridging the digital divide in the province, as well as to provide government service through ICT, including broadband initiatives. ICT is essential in modernizing and maximizing the delivery of the public service and has been identified as one of the key pillars of the National Development Plan 2030, as well as the Gauteng Vision 2055. It is seen as the catalyst to transform the economy by creating more jobs and bridging the digital divide. The department is allocated an amount of 1.4 billion for the attainment of its objectives, which will be achieved through the rollout of the ICT services and the promotion of the usage of the e-government services by citizens, business, and government entities. The provision of the ICT initiative is meant to simplify access to government services and to transform the human resource management environment. ICT is no longer ancillary to government work. It's essential in accelerating service delivery and maintaining the public trust and confidence in government. This is evident in the allocation funds for Program 2, which is the core of the department services. The departments aligned its strategic objectives to the provincial program of transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization. To realize the objective of the program and to align its mandate to national and provincial pronouncements, the department renders services in line with the modernization pillar, with particular focus to modernize the public service. The department's vision and strategic objectives relate to the improvement of efficiencies to save money through a rollout of a high-speed broadband network, automation of business processes, coordination and promotion of human resource regulation and standards. This financial year, the department has set out to achieve key projects, which includes championing the modernization of government in the Gauteng province through continued rollout of the expansion of the GPN through WAN connectivity, providing various provincial government sites with voice over internet protocol to maximize the usage of e-services by the department and the entities, providing connectivity to FMDC services, ensure that transversal services are available without connectivity cuts, review and approval of ICT standards, as well as the policies and the standardized the provision of the ICT services in the province. Implementation of the cybersecurity policy to minimize cyber attacks and to safeguard state information, as well as to implement advocacy initiative to promote a usage of e-services in the province. The portfolio committee, through the implementation of SOM, will monitor the financial and non-financial performance of the departments during the 2020-21 financial year, with the aim to hold the MEC accountable in the management of and the usage of the public resources and to assist the department to meet the set target. Chair of Chairs, want to come to the summary receipt of this report. The portfolio committee welcomes the allocation as it confirms the mandate and focus of the department and urges the department to utilize the funds efficiently to improve internal efficiency. Further, the portfolio committee is cognizant that the allocation will be downgraded as the province has heeded the call to revise annual performance plans due to COVID-19 pandemic. Chair of Chairs, the Portfolio Committee notes with concern the compensation of employees, the second largest component, has been increasing from 2017-18 financial year reportedly to fund the filling of a vacant critical post for the provision of salary adjustment and the performance bonuses. During in-year monitoring performance for 2019-20 financial year, the Portfolio Committee noticed the fluctuation in the vacancy rate to which the department ascribed to resignation and staff retirement. The Portfolio Committee urges the department to conclude the recruitment process as vacant funded posts have a negative effect on the department's external expenditure. Chair of Chairs, on Program 1, the committee commends this commitment to capacitate the staff and ensuring availability and of requisite skills within the department. On Program 2, the Portfolio Committee will monitor performance accordingly through an oversight mechanism to ensure the attainment of the set targets. On Program 3, Chair, the Portfolio Committee urges the department to strive to meet its objective, providing transversal human resource services. The committee's concerns, Chair, the Portfolio Committee does not have a significant concern regarding the budget allocation and the APPs of the department for 2020-21 financial year. On the recommendation, the Portfolio Committee urges the department to practice prudence and utilize the funds efficiently to improve internal efficiency of the various departments and entities. On the Portfolio Committee, Chair of Chairs, the Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honorable MEC Nkomo Ralihoko, the Acting HOD, Mr. Sidat, and the officials of the Gauteng Department of E-Government for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. On appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberations on the detail of vote of the Gauteng Appropriation Bill G001-2020 goes to all members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, Mr. Honorable Malema, Honorable Dr. Paladidi Hamela, Honorable Moriarty, Honorable Macheke, and Honorable Randall. The committee's gratitude is extended to all the support staff in the Portfolio Committee. On the adoption, Chair of Chairs, after due deliberation, the Portfolio Committee adopted the report on the detail of the Gauteng Appropriation Bill G001-2020, Budget Vote 13 of the Gauteng Department of E-Government. In accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the report of the Finance Portfolio Committee on the detail of the Gauteng Appropriation Bill G001-2020, Budget Vote 13, the Gauteng Department of E-Government, is presented to the House for consideration and the adoption. Rodebu Angamanda, Mzula Shiduro.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Is there a seconder to the report?
Honorable Chair of Chairs, let me rise to second the report. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Now I'll put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those in favor say no. Thank you very much. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Secretary, please read the 12th item and of course read the 9th order. Will the secretary please read the 9th order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The 9th order of the day is debate on the detail of the Department of E-Government Budget Vote 13 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you you very much. We are now call upon the Honorable MEC, Honorable Rally Hoko, to present a budget speech. Honorable Rally Hoko.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs, Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, Premier Makura, fellow members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, members of the Provincial Legislature, MMCs of Finance and councillors, representatives from the Auditor General's Office, senior officials of government and municipalities, representatives of business, organized labor and faith-based organizations, distinguished guests, comrades and friends. Madam Speaker, it is few days after the commemoration of the June 16, which is Soweto Uprising, which was a turning point in our political history. History has proven that young people have been instrumental in waging numerous struggles against diverse forms of injustice perpetrated by the apartheid system, which subjected the majority of South Africans to abject poverty. This budget is presented at a time when poverty and inequality are playing havoc with our people who are impacted by the unprecedented negative disruptions of COVID-19. During the latter part of 2019-20, the country faced the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, which gripped the global village. In March this year, President Ramaphosa enforced a nationwide lockdown. At the time, only essential services and designated personnel were exempted from the lockdown. This decision was taken as part of our efforts to curb the rapid spread of the coronavirus in the country. It is true that the COVID-19 pandemic brought about uncertainty and impacted the economy negatively. However, it also transformed business operations overnight. With the lockdown, most business organizations mandated working at home policies for the majority of their office workers. The fourth industrial revolution is here, and it is impacting the global village. It is characterized by a range of new technologies that are fusing the physical, digital, and biological worlds, impacting all disciplines, economies, and industries, and even challenging ideas about what it means to be human. The South African government is part of the global village and is currently facing the same challenges that are relating to rapid development in respect of information, technology, and communication. Modern society explores diverse options to solve current problems using ICT to improve efficiency in service delivery. It is in this context that modern government find themselves under tremendous pressure to provide quick and appropriate solutions to cope with the ever-increasing demands for the efficient and effective delivery of socio-economic services, whilst at the same time keeping pace with technological developments. In the face of COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the challenges posed by the onset of the fourth IR, the Department of eGov has remained on course to modernize the provincial government by implementing the mandate of the sixth administration, which requires the department to unlock the advances made information, communication, and technology, and that will enable government to deliver services faster and more efficiently. In fact, the Department of eGov excelled in this challenging environment. Madam Chair of Chairs, I'm sorry, few were prepared for such a massive change. The initial shock of mandatory remote working is over. In most cases, employees and managers have now reached working arrangements that allow the continued service delivery of services. For others, remote work problems still persist. These problems include inadequate equipment and infrastructure, inaccessible applications and information, ineffective working practices, and home circumstances where the mixture of children, space, health, and financial concerns make working at home difficult. And it is against this backdrop that the early courage and vision of the ANC-led government is to embrace innovation and digital transformation and has stood the province in good stead. The department recognizes the challenges imposed by COVID-19 pandemic and budgetary constraints implemented over the MTF. Through the Department of eGov, The province have provided connectivity infrastructure to ensure business continuity in the event of a disaster, and the pandemic propelled the uptake of our current ICT infrastructure and e-services through social media platforms. We have seen visual press conferences, meetings taking place. All management, political structures, and executive structures in the province are functional as we connect with each other through Microsoft Teams and Skype. While we may be in lockdown, government remains accessible and continues to deliver on each Monday. Hence, today you see ourselves in the city. The department has achieved a number of successes propelling forward modernization agenda of the province. This has been particularly notable during the COVID-19 pandemic, where the department has come to the fore in providing ICT services to provincial departments, particularly to the departments of health, education, social development, and the office of the premier. The department stepped in again and kept the Gauteng provincial government functional and government services on accessible citizens anytime, anywhere. And the department has developed a pre-screening application to ensure that employees and clients are screened when they access our buildings, enabling monitoring easier and contact tracing. We have provided systems that enable the Department of Education to provide home learning content and school material for all grades, as well as big data analytics systems on grade and school performance. The department provided an updated recruitment platform that ensured that at least 7,000 youth brigades are deployed to assist in providing the necessary administrative support to government to enforce health and safety protocols in schools. The department activated 21,698 Microsoft Teams user licenses, and we are leading, Madam Chair, in the country to enable off-site working of government employees. We have succeeded in ensuring that the data and information technology of the province remains secured, robust, reliable, available, and trusted during this period. These initiatives are important in paving a new path towards digitization of government services in the province. In supporting the sixth administration, which is growing Gauteng Together 2030 strategic priorities, the department has developed a 5-pillar strategy to achieve the digital ecosystem for the GCR. Madam Chair of Committees, the World Economic Forum, in an article of how digital infrastructure can help us through the COVID-19 crisis, have identified 3 major concurrencies across the globe. The first one is wider acceptance online services. The second one is homogeneous requirement for internet services and conventional industries. The third one is boosted connectivity among diverse types of industries. In the light of this, ICT infrastructure is the core of our existence, and thus our primary focus is to ensure that ICT infrastructure and network required for a connected Gauteng city region, which is built, maintained, available through the Gauteng broadband network. In line with the industry standards, the department has established a hybrid cloud solution where data from all departments is securely stored. This lays the foundation for all future ICT innovation in the province. To date, Madam Chair, we have upgraded 2 of the 8 GBN network nodes to ensure faster connectivity speeds for government services to citizens. We've ensured that government sites have facilitated connection of local area networks and enable voice capability, drastically reducing our telephone costs and redirecting these resources to much needed services, especially during this time when resources are scarce. These sites include clinics, schools, and government departments. Madam Speaker, in contributing to the call made by our President for development of district service delivery model, the department has, during the lockdown period, provided systems for collaboration between GPG and municipalities in leadership in the battle against this pandemic. The department will continue again to maintain the existing Gauteng broadband network, as well as provide voice over internet protocol and local area network. In addition, the department will upgrade the core network nodes to ensure that the necessary infrastructural foundations are in place for the modernization of the province. With regard to the cybersecurity, the department will implement again the provincial cybersecurity strategy and manage the Gauteng Security Operations Center on behalf of the province. The development of e-services that resides on the Gauteng digital platform have paved the way to realize that digitization of government services is important. There are currently 70 e-services on the platform that have been accessed by approximately 102,263 users to date. The department acknowledges that 4th IR requires inclusive approach to stimulate innovation and allow citizens to develop applications. The department has therefore published 4 open datasets on digital platform. The following datasets published were GCRO, GIS, GCRO Quality of Life View, GCRO Ward Profile Viewer, and Freight Data Bank. These datasets allow citizens to interact and analyze data in order to improve decision making. Data is regarded as the new currency in the 4th IR world, and the department will publish 8 new datasets. This will make data readily available for analysis and speedy policy decisions. The advent of the COVID-19 pandemic has confirmed the need for broader advocacy of the available e-services to the citizenry. We have to ensure that citizens are aware and of increase of the uptake of the government services at their disposable through the Gauteng digital platform. Going forward, the ICT solutions advocacy, facilitation, and communication initiatives will enjoy greater prevalence, with a particular focus of ensuring that citizens are made available are made aware and of the available e-services for optimal utilization. Similarly, we'll conduct digital surveys to ensure feedback on the current services and to ensure that e-services provided cater for the real needs of the clients and citizens. Digitalization of government services remains ingrained as a vital aspect of the future, and this department and a very crucial in this department, and this is a very crucial pillar towards universal access of government services, and department which aims to extend the provincial digital platform to include all identified GPG services. In responding to the 4th IR challenges, the Gauteng City region should be digitized to drive sustainable economic growth and prosperity for Gauteng citizens, business and government. And Madam Chairperson, previously I made a commitment that we would review and consider the necessary institutional arrangements for Gauteng in respect of producing our blueprint on 4th IR. And I'm pleased to report that in partnership with HHE, which is the department, is at an advanced stage of developing the provincial 4th IR strategy. The department has facilitated the establishment of the provincial 4th IR panel for the province. The purpose of the panel is to direct the modernization agenda of the province. The nominations for the 4th IR panel have been concluded, and formal appointments will be concluded soon. In building up to the already developed several ICT frameworks, norms and standards of the 2 ICT life cycle roadmaps have been concluded, and Microsoft GPT Roadmap 2020 and Enterprise Resource Planning Roadmap 2020 to 2023. The successful development and facilitation of GPG digital ecosystem requires a high standard of governance and management. Therefore, development and review of policies and services level agreements, development of standards and strategies, as well as implementation of existing policies will increase a standardization of ICT sector and regulated ICT sector within GPG. The department has established the necessary ICT governance structures that drives and enables ICT infrastructure and e-services, ICT industry simulation, skills development. And Madam Chair, in my previous speech, again, I demonstrated through research from reputable institutions how the critical importance of skilling and reskilling the people of this province in order to gain maximum benefit from the introduction of 4th IR. In the World Economic Forum, again, they clearly articulate that countries that benefited from the advances in technology were those that took everyone on path of digital skilling transformation. As Gauteng, we are not lagging behind in this area. We aim to transform our curriculum, provide advice to youth about future careers and world of work, and reskill the current GPG workforce. In accelerating digital transformation, the development of an effective and inclusive government digital ecosystem, The department held information sessions on 4th IR with females and youth leaders in the province. We placed the youth in ICT-related opportunities for experiential learning purposes and supported township-based entrepreneurs with training and mentoring programs as part of Township Economic Revitalization Program. We continue to contribute and upscale our contribution to the ICT Action Lab as the entry point to contributing to TEPO 1 million training programs through our ICT partner programs. Madam Chair, this is as a result of the engagement we had with the various stakeholders to put it into shape, focus the issue of youth unemployment, collaborate and partner with companies such as Altron and Microsoft that have already contributed to youth and SME development programs. Madam Chair, we need to ensure that Gauteng again is a hub of the 4th IR skills. The shortage of skills and capacity needed to drive the sustainable digital transformation, modernization, and effective use of GPT ICT resources require an adoption to new technologies and the ability to embrace new learning models. The department will, in partnership with the industry, provide various online skills development platforms and will ensure that Gauteng builds digital and information literacy of employees, citizens, businesses that are required for a confident and competent use of available technology. The training of youth and GPT staff on digital skills, as well as supporting of township entrepreneurs, will be increased to contribute to the required ICT skills that are needed for the economy and government. The department has planned to train GPT employees to keep them relevant, ready for future jobs, and unleash their talents and creativity. Madam Chair, Growing Gauteng Together 2020 Road Plan recognizes that for the state to fulfill its responsibility, it should not only have the requisite capacity, it must be popular, it must be accountable, it must be ethical, efficient, transparent, and it must be active and people-driven. To this end, over 2020 medium-term expenditure framework, we will be spending resources to achieve this the desired capable state, which will harness advances in technology to enable more efficient delivery of services. The maintenance of high-speed broadband, fund the operations of the fully managed data center and Gauteng Security Operations Center to manage and secure the government resources relating to information technology, digitizing government services to provide transversal electronic systems that are used for financial and personal management communication services and other government services in the province. To this end, honorable members and honorable chair, the Gauteng Department of eGov has been allocated again an amount of 1.4 billion for 2020-2021 financial year towards realizing its mandate. I want to conclude, Madam Chair, this budget appropriation by wishing all the young people in this province a fruitful and empowering youth month. Further encourage everyone to support all the initiatives by our youth directed at socio-economic development of the province. Madam Chair, I would like, therefore, to invite this House to adopt the budget as presented to you. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. It is now time. I will give an opportunity to members to ask a question or make a remark in terms of Rule 77, subsection 5. Any member who wants to speak, please indicate your name. I will note you, and thereafter come back and request you to speak. Anyone want to speak or ask a question in terms of 77, subsection 5? Thank you very much, honorable members. MEC, do you want to make a comment? No? MEC? There's no member want to ask a question. Are you okay, MEC?
I'm fine, Madam Chair of Committees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. I will then move to the next item, which is the 15th item, and of course the 12th order. Can I then ask the secretary to please read?
Chair of Chairs, on a point of order. I think we're supposed to be debating it's MPC. We're supposed to be debating the. No, we're supposed to be debating, Chair. This particular
Speaker,
part.
I don't have the list.
Yeah, it's Randall next.
We're supposed to be. Yes, Chair. I'm saying that we are supposed to be debating now and allow members who are on the list of the debaters to debate. Thank you.
Okay, fine. I'm sorry about that. I don't have the list in front of me of people who are supposed to debate. I've got the procedural list here with me. So let me just quickly get the list of names of people who are supposed to speak. And thank you very much for correcting me, Chair. Let me quickly get a.
The next person is Member Randall. The next person is Member Randall, Chair. Why are you still checking it?
Okay, fine. Let me then recognize Member Randall to actually present a debate speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One can ask what more could
Unmute your mic, Member Randall. Unmute your mic.
Thank you, Chairperson. Personally, Madam Speaker, I think this department is biting off more than it can chew, and the DI cannot support the budget vote for the 2021 financial year. The GSOC Security Services was axed by the department over 100 million rand irregular expenditure claims, and within 24 hours, a 30 million rand contract to Into IT was concluded under the cover of the COVID-19 coronavirus. Premier Makura wasted no time and appointed the SIU to investigate irregular and unlawful conduct by officials of the department. On the 8th of April, a secondment agreement was signed between the Office of the Premier's Director General, the SIU, and various secondees. The agreement entered into force on the 7th of April 2020 with a provisional termination date of the 7th of May this year. According to Andy Motibi of the SIU, they completed the investigation into the 30 million security tender on the 16th of May. So whilst we commend the Premier for his swift action, we still await the outcomes of the investigation. Madam Chair, the relationship with CETA must be properly investigated, and the department must find a solution to the current dilemma that this relationship has put them in. In December 2019, the department CFO and DDG were suspended as they disregarded due diligence process that needed to be followed when approving the trip to Germany for artificial intelligence interns. Artificial intelligence, as we all know by now, is used specifically as a valuable tool to fight against crime. Young, vibrant students' hopes were dashed when they came back to find that there would not be any appointments coming their way. I personally had interviews with some of them, and their stories broke my heart. In the department's APPs for Program 2, that is ICT Shared Services, which received 70% of the department's allocation over the MTEF, to facilitate provincial ICT skills development, the number of youth placed for experimental training was set at 100 per financial year. This will ensure that those who are unemployed, particularly the youth, are equipped with digital innovation skills, as we note that there's a serious ICT skills deficiency in the province. Please try and get this right this year. The Seed Mologong project is a potential job creator, but we can ask, what has the impact of innovation been on changing the lives of South Africans? Young people need to become our change agents on the ground, and we must create the opportunities for them to be just that. We have world-class innovations, Madam Chair. The DAF Centre can also make a valuable contribution, but we had to note that targeted e-services were not tested by the centre as a result of a shortage of human resources. Can you think of the possibility if all of us had a digital identity to engage with government through a one-stop shop, to pay our bills, to apply for ID cards with Home Affairs, register your child to go to school, register a property at the deeds office, or apply for a visa. The coronavirus exposed this lack of progress, as we have witnessed many South Africans struggling to do business with government whilst regulations continue to slow down the rate at which innovations get to the market. The number of people benefiting from ICT bursaries has gone up to 80 for the current financial year. Yet, in the 2019-20 financial year, the department failed to have 20 people benefiting from ICT bursaries due to budget constraints. The department regressed from a clean audit achieved consecutively for the past 4 years to an unqualified opinion with emphasis of matters and restatement of corresponding figures. Madam Chair, our economy is in dire straits, and the fourth industrial revolution is almost something of the past. Broadband networks should be top of mind when growth in the economy, job creation and upliftment of the poor is discussed, and not playing the blame-shifting game and leaving poor performance to dominate the standard of service delivery to our people. The delay in the establishment of this 4IR panel has had a negative impact on our SMMEs, which are dependent on new technology for their businesses to flourish. This panel will play an important role in ensuring how best the Gauteng provincial government can take advantage of the opportunities offered by digital industrial revolution in order for the economy to grow. We note that incidences of most fraud types decline in South Africa, while cybercrime is continuously increasing and finds itself on 31% in 2020. This is according to the Global Economic Crime and Fraud Survey 7th edition. Cybercrime is also one of the top 4 most disruptive economic crimes likely to be experienced over the next 24 months. This is why it is imperative to find a solution to the troubled relationship with CETA and ensure 100% secure systems in our government. I must commend the acting HOD Rashid Sidat for his efforts to try and turn this department's performance around. Earlier this month, he told the Portfolio Committee that the department's supply chain management and finance section is broken and urgent intervention is needed. The Portfolio Committee noted a mismatch of reported financial performance and had to request improved reports. A copy and paste of reported performance figures were done by junior staff with no supervision or leadership to guide them. The acting HOD also shared the department's long-term view earlier this month, which holds a lot of promise. The vacant acting positions also needed to be addressed as a matter of urgency. It is still very clear that different government departments and levels of governments pursue individual strategies, which results in the incompatibility of systems on a national scale, potentially limiting growth in the future at a time when convergence and alignment is crucial for success. The biggest challenges that remain is interoperability, technical issues, privacy, security, and multimodal interaction. In closing, Madam Chair, I wish to mention a country where the IT sector continues to be the fastest growing sector of the economy and where the government continues to invest in digital transformation of the economy. Serbia took a deliberate decision to transform its public administration from being in position of power to being in the services of citizens. Madam Chair, let's strive for similar achievements and change from being in a position of power to being in the services of our citizens. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I then call upon Member Mukwebo to present this debate. Member Mukwebo from EFF.
Thanks, Chair of Chairs. The EFF will stay opposed to the Gauteng government having e-government as the department on its own. We shall remain opposed to the Department of E-Government until it gets absorbed by the Department of Communication, Telecommunication and Postal Services. The budget allocated to this department, it could assist the people of Imfuleni and Health Department, which is collapsing in Gauteng province. It can assist with construction of road infrastructure in Everton. It can assist to ensure the government buildings are health safety compliant. The Gauteng provincial government, through the Department of Infrastructure Development, is renting buildings for government departments. Gauteng provincial government continues to outsource functions that are supposed to be performed by the government, and infrastructure around the province is collapsing. The budget allocated to e-government could be better utilized to buy and renovate buildings, build internal capacity, and stop using consultant and private companies for the services that the government can provide. As the EFF, we are not against the use of science and technology because the fourth industrial revolution is upon us and can never be avoided. We shall, however, support any form of technology that shall be as inclusive as possible and that will be used towards developing the industrial economy of the entire province and the country in general. So the National Department of Communication must take over this initiative. The EFF believes that unless the state takes greater control in the industrialization of Gauteng and allows state government department to perform their own functions, state resources will continue to being looted the same way it is currently happening with the so-called e-government. Emerging scale businesses will remain disempowered because the money that was supposed to have at least channeled to support them is allocated to e-government. Budget allocated to this department, it's utilized where it's supposed to be utilized for this province. As the EFF was saying, and we even asked the MEC the question on this program, which I will speak about, which was taking the students to Germany to study ICT-related courses. The MEC on this question was found wanting when asked about this program. We are still waiting for the forensic investigation report, which is included. It has been called by the Premier on this program. A case has been opened with the Hawks and all those implicated in this money laundering and fraud, and the senior officials must be charged on this matter. As the EFF will reject this budget vote 30. Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. May I then request Date Malema to present his report, debate. Hello.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Committees. Madam Chair of Committees, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, the beloved people of Gauteng Province, our invited guests. Notably, you may all be aware that e-government is entrusted with the role and responsibility of modernizing government services and also to promote the implementation of a people-centered innovation ecosystem that stimulates sustainable economic growth through realization of transformative fourth industrial revolution technologies. What we mean by this, Madam Chair of Chairs, we simply mean that the department is expected to provide universal access to broadband network for community members, businesses, and government through building network infrastructure and high-level ICT connectivity. This will include boosting economic productivity through ICT infrastructure development to lower the cost of doing business and expand connectivity for companies, especially SMEs in the province, building capability and improving quality of service and client experience by elevating efficiency through automation of transactional services. The National Development Plan rightfully proposes that we must build a seamless information infrastructure with the sole aim of underpinning a vibrant and interconnected information society and a knowledge economy that is inclusive and equitable. Madam Chair of Chairs, we live in a world highly overwhelmed with rapid technological evolution that affects the way we conduct the day-to-day business. We are observing this hasty technological evolution in every industry and how big private and micro corporate and public institutions are increasingly conforming themselves to its inevitability as a future paradigm or a new normal. This will affect transformation of entire cycle of production, planning, management of services, and their comprehensive response. Therefore, this revolution is upon us, Madam Chair of Chair, and it is important that the Department of government assumed a center stage instantly to unravel the array of enormous prospects presented by this revolution. It is also an open secret that fourth industrial revolution is upon us, and it is here to impose itself from traditional technology in an unprecedented manner. Though it is not vehemently clear how the 4IR will unfold in its entirety, however, we have an obligation to examine it and develop various ways to exploit it to our advantage, particularly on supply chain for benefication of black small enterprise and provision of technical skills for young people to curb rising unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Madam Chair of Chairs, noting the above imperatives, let me take this opportunity to highlight the work of the department, which is currently preoccupied with in this financial year as a reference point that the department is hard at work. The department continues with the sterling work of implementing the provincial cybersecurity strategy and manage the Gauteng Security Operations Center on behalf of the provincial government. The Security Operations Center that centrally deals with ICT security issues, including cybersecurity detection and prevention, is imperative to safeguarding cyber crime. The department has lost huge amount of money previously due to cyber crime. This is one area the department must never neglect because it entails enormous financial ramifications and has a potential of bankrupting the entire Gauteng provincial government. The department is also involved in digitizing of e-services. This is one of the critical mandates of the department. We have seen new e-services being developed and new enterprise resource planning innovations implemented as well. And these innovations and significant value to efficiency. The open data sets were published on the digital platform for public access and use, and this assists to improve department services. We must also commend and applaud the department for conducting the advocacy awareness campaign on various e-services. This campaign assists to support the strategic objective of promoting use of government e-services by community members, businesses, and government agencies. For members of community to actively participate in effective usage of provincial government services, campaigns are critical to conscientize society regarding better and digitalized ways to access quality services. Madam Chair of Chairs, and lastly, the department has been contributing to increasing the skills of government employees and the youth using online platforms. 14 ICT concepts from township entrepreneurs were supported during the period under review. The incubation program the department embarked upon covered a range of aspects, including business coaching, technical coaching, and formal classroom-based training, amongst others. The department has also included 50 GPG staff that was registered for online ICT training programs, and 50 young people were placed for experiential learning. Madam Chair of Chairs, noting the above stated, it is evidently clear that the department is currently engrossed in advanced work to process services. Let me further highlight key areas of priority and related budget that the department has declared in the coming financial year 2020-2021. Firstly is the budget priority regarding improving infrastructure. The department has earmarked Gauteng broadband network, local area network, and voice infrastructure. With this program, the department is looking to roll out GBN and has already completed phase 1 of the project. In partnership with CITA, the department will roll out phase 2 and also addressing local area network connectivity to remaining provincial sites. The department has made an undertaking that it will continue to implement voice over data as a service on the broadband network. This involves the rollout of web to 32 sites to enable telephony on GPN, as the quality of telephony is dependent on the quality and standard of the local area network. Coupled with this is the will. Coupled with this, Madam Chair of Chairs, is the will upgrading of the network operations center and 6 core network nodes to ensure continued availability of GBN during the MTEF. Another priority is with regard to the applications and e-services. The department has indicated that it will plan, design, and implement GPG transversal applications and e-services required and used by GPG departments. These include publishing required application and e-services on the GPG common platform and facilitating the integration of applications and e-services where necessary. To further improve this service, the department will develop standards and architectures to guide client departments identities on how to implement applications, assist the client departments and entities in assessing their service delivery requirements, and provide advice that ensures that the client departments and entities receive appropriate services from the department. Similarly, Madam Chair of Chairs, we know that the department has also identified centralized support, management, and monitoring. To achieve this, the department is working with GPG departments to develop a system and process for effective collaboration and consultation on implementation and maintenance of ICT infrastructure, applications, and e-services. This includes developing a stratified and tiered approach through which transversal GPG procurement projects will be centralized and implemented by the department. Another area worth highlighting is the ICT function monitoring and reporting, noting that there is a lack of sufficient available information at provincial level regarding the holistic ICT environment in respect of expenditure resources, technology platforms, as well as vendor and suppliers contracts, amongst others. To address this shortfall, the department outlined that it will develop and implement a continuous ICT monitoring, measurement, and reporting system across GPG department to identify and react to issues that affect the overall cost efficiency of ICT usage across GPG. And the last priority to highlight is in relation to computing infrastructure. The department, to this end, as the overseer of centralized computing infrastructure, has migrated departmental applications, e-services, and data into a cloud-based, fully managed data center, and will ensure that it's fully managed. This is done in light of the fact that it is very essential that GPG's computing infrastructure can adjust quickly and cost-effectively to accommodate the ever-changing demand. The department will further facilitate the exploration of alternative solutions, including a hybrid cloud model. Madam Chair of Chair, governance is generally identified by international development corporates and agencies as a crucial policy priority and imperative component of good governance. Various cooperative research studies indicate that private sector is in well-developed countries specify that ICT investment leads to economic growth through increased productivity gains. What we must fully comprehend is that physical economy and the digital economy are not mutually exclusive. The two have intertwined into one and the same as technologies distort the lines between the physical and digital spheres. The immense and growing projection of the fourth industrial revolution is yet to be fully grasped. The ICT sector, industry, and government have a responsibility to unlock its potential for citizen service delivery, customer experience, and innovative solutions for a better life for all as we continue to grow Gauteng together, Madam Chair of Chairs. Furthermore, we must be mindful that digital skills enable services growth as we become more driven by services and less dependent on commodities. Our government must foster relevant digital skills as part of transitioning its population from low skills and low paying jobs to high skill and high paying jobs. Society needs to be fully educated and equipped with contemporary skills such that they are not displaced by digital transformation, Madam Chair of Chairs. We need to view this as an opportunity where there is universal and modernized public service enabling citizens to easily interact and receive government services. This can result in government services becoming more affordable to access and deliver, particularly for the poor and downtrodden people. Therefore, Gauteng economy must take a turn and shift to this new digital revolution in order to expand economic growth trial characterized by innovation, growth, and inclusivity, highly dependence on the accessibility, connectivity, interaction, through leveraging strategic infrastructure investment, Madam Chair of Chairs. However, we must be cautious not to venture in this new paradigm and leave society behind, thinking that by virtue of taking advantage and enhancing this digital economy, therefore society will automatically follow. As a developmental stage, we are time and again called upon to strategically intervene in the daily lives of our previously disenfranchised people, to make conditions conducive for them to meaningfully partake in any type of economic revolution for the betterment of their lives. Madam Chair of Chairs, having said all of this, what comes out here is that the Department of E-Government is on course to champion the interest of our poor and marginalized. It has managed to align its budget priority with the overall objective entailed in the digital economy and ultimately the fourth industrial revolution. We need to support the department, Madam Chair of Chairs, in its endeavor and conduct monitoring and evaluation oversight responsibility with the aim of constructively highlighting where the department is faltering, but equally congratulating where impactful change experience and positive work have happened such that we grow Gauteng together. Madam Chair of Chairs, I want myself and Africa's oldest liberation movement, that being the ANC, we therefore move for the adoption of the report as presented by the department. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Malema. Can I then request the MEC to please respond to the debate?
Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs. Madam Chair of Chairs, how I wish Honorable Malema can share his notes with Honorable Member Mukwebo, because clearly Member Mukwebo doesn't understand what he's talking about. Anyway, I'm not surprised because he's not a member of this committee. He had just decided to debate. And I'm very angry at Mandisa because she left without inducting Mukwebo. Because she has inducted Mukwebo, Mukwebo won't speak the way that he's speaking about the fourth IR. The fourth IR is here to live. And in this province, we are leading. We're the only province that is having e-gov. Other provinces are learning from us. We're working very closely with the ICT, which is the communications that is led by Member Mestela. So, Member Mukwebo, we are not going to delegate our powers to the nation, nor give to other departments. Other departments that you are talking about in this province are connected, and the connectivity that is being done, it's done by this department, which is eGov. I'm sure you have seen the latest developments now, even on the buildings that we are having, that are more relying and compliant ICT. So things are changing and are changing for ICT. So ICT is here and you are the one that is the beneficiary as I speak. You are sitting in the comfort of your home, but you are running parliament, something that has never happened. It's because of the connectivity. And I think we must all learn, all of us who were born before technology. Let's adapt to this system. And let's make sure that we use our fingers, because now we have to be like all the generations of the thumbs, using our thumbs to do everything. So my brother, I feel pity for you. I know you like eGov, but unfortunately, you have never been part of us. Come and join this committee so that when you come, we're open in this committee, because when you are criticizing me or criticizing any issue that we are doing as a department, we don't take it light. We take it serious because we know that you are building us, because this is a new thing, which is ICT. Nobody knows about it. It's something that all of us will open our eyes and our ears and make sure that we implement what you are talking about. Hence, I was even saying in my speech, we are leading in the country in terms of Microsoft Teams. Besides your Skype and other things that we are doing, but on Microsoft Teams, every province, including the national, have learned from the officials that we are having from eGov in terms of connectivity. So besides that, we have some problems, including the shortage of human personnel and resources that Member Randall was talking about, which I fully agree with her. Everyone now, we must make sure that we channel our resources to ICT. There is no other way. We are industrializing everything, but that must be technology that is leading in this province. Hence, we are moving for commercialization in the province, which we are going to do soon. Already, we're in the process of that draft document, which I've promised you that I will. In the annual report, we'll be talking something different from that one. And I agree, Member Randall, with you. Indeed, many South Africans are struggling. I think COVID have exposed us that we must focus in communities. We must roll out the broadband to communities. Let's make sure that all the Tusong centers, we only have now 21 Tusong centers that are connected. Let's not have 21 Tusong centers that are connected. Each and every ward, there must be some connectivity in those wards. And Gauteng provincial government must lead in that, working with private sector, because we don't have money alone as GPT, but once we work with private sector, we will be able to be assisted by those who have resources. Hence, we are going for the commercialization, because once we take that route, it will be easier for us to assist even some of the South Africans who are struggling with ICT, those children who can't do their homeworks because they don't have connectivity at home. They will be able to do connectivity at home once we do that. And then the area of bursaries, it's not enough. I know the number of bursaries is very few. That we have now, we're at 40 external bursaries, but we've been focusing internally. And I think I told the committee members that our mistake was that we were focusing internally first because we wanted to start it inside. But now we're going to extend it to be externally. Hence, we have Azure training that we are doing. We started with 20, now we're at 40 in terms of the numbers. But again, we've delayed it because of COVID, hence the delay in that area. But again, on the cybersecurity, the issue is in the SIU. All of us, we know that, but that issue is subsidy care. When the report is there, because it's in the hands of the Premier, Premier will definitely talk to the South Africans and to the Gautengers and brief them about the report. But on our side, we are strengthening cybersecurity. We are working with the with CSIR and SAA in terms of conducting our cybersecurity assessment in the department and in the province, because remember, we're connecting the whole province on cybersecurity. And we did brief the committee 3 weeks ago about that, because they wanted to know how far are we now in that area? Are we safe enough? And we told them that we're still safe enough. We have not been disturbed by anything. And again, on the issue of those training, we have the interns that we have done, about 20, 30, the number is around 30 now, that have completed and have certificates, and we have allocated them jobs, they are working. Another thing that we have agreed as a department that we are going to do, we don't want to train people and then those people don't get jobs, they sit at home. Anyone that has received any training from us, we allocate those people so that they're able to work. And I agree with you, Member Randall, again, in the area, we need to do an assessment. We have a draft agreement, but we want to roll it out even to other areas. And again, it was because of you and the committee members, all of you, that insisted that it can't be Tzimulokong alone. Let's spread it to the province. Now we have a draft agreement with UJ. We're working with TVET colleges again, because we want to roll it out even to other TVET colleges and universities, this innovation. And at UJ, good thing is that already Professor Mawara agreed that he wants to make sure that all the first years at some stage do artificial intelligence. So it's not a choice, it's everyone will be doing it. There is a program that Member Mukwebo spoke about. It's about German story. It was a program on artificial intelligence, Member Mukwebo. There were people that went there. There was forensic report about that, about the things that happened. We briefed the legislature, we briefed the committee. There were questions that we answered even to the legislature. There were questions for oral reply, and for written reply, you can go to the legislature document and get that. You can get that information. But that program, we had recommendations that we had to implement as the department. And those recommendations were implemented, because I remember there's some action that we have taken to some of the officers that were involved in that program. Hence, Member Mukwebo, other members are not talking about it. It's because any issue that is related to us acting, or a concern or a recommendation, we do them. You can ask your colleagues all the things that they want us to do. We always deal with them, because we always preach about clean governance in this office, and we are for clean governance. We're not hiding that one. We're not scared, and we're not afraid of it. And again, on CETA, we have a relationship indeed with CETA, but we're working out our relationship with CETA. I want to tell colleagues, all of you, we've mended our relationship with SETA. All the things that we have been fighting for, SETA is working on those things, correcting them, because we wanted them to correct some of the things that they were not doing right with us. We can't have eGov being run by SETA. SETA is an agency of government that deals with ICT, but we are a department that is responsible for ICT in the department. So there is no way that SETA must take our responsibility. Whoever was taking some of the programs that this department is doing to SETA, we have to stop that so that we're able to perform. Because we have people that are employed in the department that are responsible for the work that they are supposed to do. But again, it's in the law that any issue that is being done that is related to ICT, SETA must be aware, they must be involved. So we have a clean, clear agreement with them. They know where the buck stops on their side, and I know even on my side. Hence, the committee in some of the specific areas where SETA was unable to account, they had to be called to come and account to us. And I came with them, to the committee members, to account on some of the wrongs that SETA was doing, including the delays in some of the programs, by the way, that we've been doing with them. We had to come and account to the committee members about those delays because members picked up the wrongs that SETA was doing. And I agree, members, with yourselves about the personnel in the department. We're working on that. Come next year, we'll definitely give you a different report when it comes to issues of personnel in the department. You were complaining about us, about having vacant posts. We're employing now in those posts. There are some irregularities that some of our officials are doing. We dealt with those things. Everyone is able to account for his or her work. And we want to thank you. I want to commend me to acting HOD, because he has done tremendous work since he has been in the department. His arrival made me to move faster in some of the things that I was unable to perform them as the MEC. So we're working very well in correcting those things. I think, Madam Chair, I have tried to answer some of the issues that colleagues have raised, but I've noted everything, Chair, including the recommendations and the concerns that you have indicated to us. We will come and present to yourselves issues that needs clarity on our side. But Mkwebo, please read ICT documents, read the reports. Don't come and criticize us on things that you know that you don't understand what you're talking about. And I'm Kabana now, you know that very well. Was Kabana once you have report to him, but you come and criticize me. I don't want a person who talks to me, Mina. Then I will apologize if I've done wrong. But don't come and fight me for things that you know that as Njalong. I thank you, Madam.
Alibongwe.
Thank you very much for the debate. Can we then move to the next item? And I will then hand over to Presiding Officer, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Ntatem Papa, to take over. And Ntatem Papa, can you then run the sitting? Honorable Papa. Honorable Papa, okay. Secretary, can you read the next order? The next
Thank you.
item and the 10th order. Please read the next order, Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The 10th order of the day is consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Budget Vote 14 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Mpisi, kindly present your committee report, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Much appreciated, and thanks to the colleagues who have debated so well and the MEC, and we appreciate that. Chair, the purpose of the Finance Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury on a detail of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 2020-2021 financial year is to examine the implication of the projected expenditure for the current financial year with particular emphasis on allocative efficiencies. 2021 financial year marks the second mile for the sixth political administration, which assumed office in 2019. The Gauteng province has been operating in a tight fiscal space. At the same time, there's been an increased demand on the provincial fiscals to alleviate poverty, unemployment, and to promote economic growth. To this effect, Chair of Chairs, the GPT performed a reprioritization to identify savings that will be used to fund the spending plan over the medium-term expenditure framework, which is the MTEF. There was a budget pressure in the administration program compensation of employees due to the insourcing of cleaning services to this end. The department has reallocated 12 million from the compensation of employees in sustainable fiscal resource management, 500,000 from supply chain management, and 11.6 million from the Gauteng audit services towards the insourcing of the cleaning service. I think we should applaud them for that. Furthermore, the department reprioritized the baseline of the sustainable fiscal resource management to fund the transfer of the employees from GPT to Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency, which is GIFA. The department undertook to continue implementing most cost-effective ways to render administrative services. While it is clear what the budget allocation of 807.7 million is intended for the current financial year, which increased to 920.3 million in the outer year of the AMTF, the GPT needs to continue to provide quality support to the Gauteng provincial government, departments and entities on continuous basis to ensure capacity building is conducted. The budget is allocated to the following programs: 164.9 million for administration, 168.4 for SFRM, 174.2 for financial governance, 124.2 million for provincial supply chain management, 72.3 for municipal fiscal governance, and GAS received 130.5 for the current financial year. With regards to economic classification, Madam Chair, the budget for compensation of employees grows in 2020 MTEF period from 647.2 million in 2020-21 financial year to 761 million to 2022 financial year. The rationale behind the increase is for the implementation of the new organizational structure when the Department of Public Service and Administration approves it. Moreover, the increase is to cater for notch progression, annual performance bonuses, and improvement into the conditions of service adjustment. The goods and services budget reflects decrease from 91 million in the current financial year to 83 million in the outer financial year. Provision is made for key projects such as probity audit service required for the open tender process, media services for the province budget tabling day events, and the implementation of the infrastructure delivery management service. Chair of Chairs, the transfer to Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency, which is GIFA, increases from 66.8 million in 2021 financial year to 73.1 million in 2022-23 financial year. Transfer to household provides for injury on duty, leave gratuity payments, and bursaries. It receives 1.1 million in 2020-2021 financial year, increased to 1.2 in the outer year, whilst capital asset funding tools of trade range from 1.6 million to 2.1 million in the MTEF. The Portfolio Committee, Madam Chair, the Portfolio Committee will play an important role in conducting oversight over GPT and its government component. in order to ensure that plans outlined by GPT in the current financial year are achieved. Focus on the portfolio committee during the in-year monitoring process will be on service delivery imperatives associated with, amongst others, infrastructure rollout, capacity building, strengthening corporate governance at municipalities and provincial departments through tailored support, and modernization of financial business systems in the province. To go on the programs, Chair, what the programs entail, we'll just take just a few. The summary, Chair, first of the own revenue. The portfolio committee noted that the interest revenue budget is set conservatively given the increased spending in the province will reduce the cash balance and result to lower revenue end. On the allocations, Chair, of Program 1, is as follows, Chair. The portfolio committee noted the program needed to increase its capacity to support growth in the number of officials and function. The portfolio committee noted that the main cost driver in terms of economic classification is the compensation of employees and goods and services for 2020-21 financial year. On the program 2, Chair of Chairs, the portfolio committee noted the centrality of the infrastructure management unit if GPT is to align to the new generic structure of treasuries. The portfolio committee is concerned about the reduction of the IDMS budget in the light of the GPG department struggling with the implementation of the IDMS. On program 3, Chair, the portfolio committee welcomes the allocation which will cater for various systems development and enhancement project in line with the commitment to modernize the public service for effective service. The portfolio committee noted with appreciation that the aforesaid efforts are in line with the promotion of accountability through the substantive reflection of financial activities and compliance with financial norms and standards, which are affected by budget cuts. Considering the past allocation trends for goods and services, the portfolio committee is concerned about the program's ability to deliver on its mandate in view of the allocation of the revised downwards. On program 4, which is the supply chain management, Chair, the portfolio committee noted that the rationale for the increase in allocation is to provide for increasing the capacity in various sub-units within the program. The supplier development to support the township economic revitalization strategy and for further rollout of the open tender system in the province. The portfolio committee further noted, Chair, that training targets are managed through operational plan and construction, tourism, hospitality, and ICT specific training workshops have been projected for township suppliers in 2021 and 21-22 financial year. Chair of Chairs, on the portfolio committee is concerned about the support to delegate municipalities with the implementation of the Municipal Financial Management Act as this program's goods and services is affected by the budget cuts. The portfolio committee noted that projects such as Municipal Standard Charter of Accounts, hands-on support and training of AFS, GREP, and Institute of Internal Auditors will be supported under this particular program. Under program 6, Chair of Chairs, of importance to note, these programs aim to support all the departments and entities and municipalities to achieve clean audit in the coming financial year. The portfolio committee noted that the program's expenditure is driven by compensation of employees as most of the audit work is personal driven. The portfolio committee further noted that the increase in the personnel budget is due to inflation and cost of living adjustment, and the other personnel-related spending like performance bonuses. The Portfolio Committee is concerned whether the Gauteng Audit Services Program will be able to conduct the audit assignment in view of the reduction in the budget for goods and services. On the committee's concern, Chair of Chairs, the Portfolio Committee is concerned that the reduction of the IDMS budget in light with the GPG department struggling with the implementation of the IDMS to the financial governance program's ability to deliver on its mandate in view of the goods and services allocation revised downwards. 3, the support to delegate municipality with the implementation of Municipal Financial Management Act as this program's goods and services is affected by budget cuts. And lastly, whether the Gauteng Audit Service Program will be able to conduct the audit assignment in view of the reduction in the budget for goods and services. On the recommendations, Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee recommends the following and requests their response by the 31st of July 2020, that the GPT should provide a detailed explanation of how it will support the GPG department struggling with the implementation of the IDMS in view of the budget reduction. 2, that GPT should provide a report highlighting how the financial governance program will deliver on its mandate in view of the goods and services allocation being revised downwards. 3, that the GPT should submit the strategy to mitigate against possible non-compliance of delegated municipalities with the implementation of the Municipal Financial Management Act because of the budget reduction under goods and services. And 4, that the GPT should submit a report indicating whether the objective to enhance transparency, good governance, clean government will not be impacted by the reduced budget for goods and services. On acknowledgements, Chair of Chairs, the cooperation of the MEC for Finance, MEC Nkomora Lehoko, Head of Department Ms. N. Chabalala, as well as the senior officials from the GPT is highly appreciated. Appreciation for diligence, dedication, commitments shown during the processing of the schedule of the Gauteng Provincial Appreciation Bill G001-2020 goes to all members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Malema, Honorable Dr. Dikhamela, Honorable Macheke, Honorable Moriarty, Honorable Randall, Honorable Badenhorst. The committee's gratitude is extended to all the support staff in the Portfolio Committee for the job well done. On the adoption for the report, after extensive deliberation, the Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the report on the detail of the budget vote 14, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2020 in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164. The Finance Portfolio Committee presented to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee as oversight report on the detail of the budget vote 14, Gauteng Provincial Treasury of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2020. Madam Speaker, and all the best for the debaters. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpisi. Any comment to the report?
Madam Speaker, my name is Mapiti Matsena. I'm seconding.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matsena. I will then ask a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. is adopted. Secretary, please call the next order. I'm still checking if member Deputy Chair of Chairs is still not available.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The 11th order of the day is debate on the detail of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Budget Vote 14 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Yeah. Chairperson, please present your report.
No, Chair, I've concluded the reports. These are the reports that I have on the program.
Okay.
I think it's the MEC that is the MEC that must now present the discussion for debate.
Okay, that MEC Rally Hokone?
Yes.
Okay. MEC Rally Hokone, please present your debate speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, colleagues in the executive, honorable members of the House, HOD of Treasury, CEO of Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, comrades and friends, citizens of Gauteng who listened to us, and those that are watching on various social media platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Madam Chair, an organization that is deeply rooted in history of struggle, pioneering solutions to fundamental challenges in society, and triumph over adversity. The course of history tends to grant it, from time to time, a rare opportunity to revisit as well as retrace its steps, to refresh memory of all its own cadres about the objectives of struggle and its outcomes. Today, as the people of the world and as South Africans and the people of Gauteng in particular, we're looking in the eyes of COVID-19 has stressed the health infrastructure and health services.
Honorable Please unmute, please make sure that you mute your mic. You are disturbing the speaker. My apologies, Honorable MEC, please continue.
And health services all around to be able to save lives during this pandemic. And at the same time, it has started to imagine an inclusive economy and in which all can share in its growth, which must set up as a which seeks to define an economic future that will be instructed and that will be instructed in the course of the 65 years ago. Such to put in place a
Madam Chair, we can't really hear properly. Madam Chair, we can't really hear properly.
Okay, Honorable MEC, we can't hear you. Can I then request that you move a bit from where you are and try and be, try and be in place?
I'm trying to shift which I said as a new part, which seeks to define an economic future that we have started in the Congress.
MEC, yes, we cannot, honestly speaking, we can't hear you, ma. Then I would move a little bit and get another position.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Honorable MEC, can you speak?
MEC, can you hear me?
Chair, we can't hear a thing.
I know. I know. Can I request IT for assistance, please? And the MEC, if she can be assisted. Can you please assist the MEC for her to be able to connect?
We can't hear you properly, MEC. I think the position you were at earlier was better.
Okay. What else does it like?
Chair of Chairs, it might help because the MEC was on the platform and it was well. Perhaps maybe to log off and log on again and we can come back to her.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear
you.
Okay. Can I answer? Hello?
I think Bokwebe is sabotaging the MEC. Yeah, Bokwebe, don't sabotage the MEC.
So I'm saying it's on your side.
Switch off your mic.
On MEC, maybe those who are around you to switch off their devices. They might be causing a network interference.
And Member Msimanga must also switch off his mic.
Okay, Kiboni, I'll switch off.
Yeah, Hello?
We still can't hear you, MEC. We still can't hear you.
Can I suggest something, Chair of Chairs? That you can allocate the MEC more time when she comes back in closing the debate. Because we can't hear anything now. If we can try to perhaps move to the next person.
Okay, I'm no longer chairing. The deputy speaker is now chairing. Can you ask the deputy speaker to run the meeting, please?
That's the suggestion, Deputy Speaker.
Suggestion accepted. Afternoon, colleagues and honorable members. Honorable Randall.
Afternoon, and thank you so much. During this COVID pandemic, the question one needs to ask is the writing on the wall or not? The department's vision to be a pioneer in fiscal prudence and good governance will be challenged now more than ever. With an appropriation of 807.7 million, now is the time for fiscal sustainability to be prioritized. You owe it to the many residents in Gauteng who barely make ends meet nowadays. To give Gauteng a fighting chance, responsible reprioritization of resources will be crucial and unavoidable, as we all know by now that there is no new money coming our way soon. Premier Makura, during his SOPA in July 2019, unveiled the plan of action better known as Growing Gauteng Together 2030 that will serve as a guide towards the Gauteng of our dreams. So today I must ask the MEC, does your budget inspire hope or not? The current and perceived danger is that your vision will remain a pipe dream because as long as municipalities fail to perform and an MEC refuses to interfere, as long as corruption and maladministration are not dealt with decisively, as long as there are delays in the completion of tender processes attributed mostly to departments taking too long in drafting their specifications, also followed by bid committees that do not prioritize having regular sittings, as long as departments lack critical skills, as long as budgets are reduced, for example, the reduction of the IDMS budget in the light of the GBG department struggling with the implementation, and as long as weak project planning remains one of the biggest constraints to municipal infrastructure investment, fiscal prudence will not be achieved and many hopes will be dashed. Minister Mboweni last week said, we are staring a major sovereign debt crisis right in the eye. And if we don't change the projection, we will be unable to fund our budgets come 2024. With the country's economic growth not exceeding 2% over the medium term, there will be insufficient resources to sustain public finances. The further concern of reductions in baselines is that it might lead to underfunding of the key national priorities within provincial budgets and ultimately the underservicing of municipalities. The departments will have to submit clear performance indicators outlining how the objective to enhance transparency, good governance and clean government will not be impacted by reduced budgets, for example, goods and services. The ANC's Honourable Dodovu last week in the NCOP session during the debate on the appropriation bill commented on the challenges and impact of political infighting, interference on local government level, as well as the Auditor General's battle to do its job in municipalities. He stressed that we had to move together and alleviate all existing problems. Madam Speaker, it was also the AG's Kimi Makwetu who called on government leaders to take urgent action to halt the trend of disappointing audit results, restore accountability, and prevent the mismanagement of funds. Our Gauteng Provincial Treasury is therefore central to all these challenges, and it needs to take the lead in turning this tide. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Mazwi. Honorable Mazwi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, the primary task of the provincial treasury is to protect the taxpayer money and to ensure the efficient and effective expenditure of these funds on government programs designed to alleviate the poverty, but state capacity and deliver quality services to the people of the province. The provincial treasury has been allocated a budget of 807.7 million for the financial year compared to 7 million in the previous financial year. Every year, Madam Speaker. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
We're listening.
Every year, the ANC administration admits to the fact that the economic growth is less and skewed to favor a particular race in this country, while significantly devastating black people. The department's 10-pillar program set to run over the next 5 years.
This is a sign of not attending
media. Hello? Chairperson?
Yes.
Honorable Member, we hear you. Continue.
Yes, we can hear you. Continue.
And about the radical economic and social transformation, reindustrialization. What stands out about the ANC-led administration is to obsess with aligning to the neoliberation standard of the building, the developmental standard that plays a so-called developmental and transformative role. This approach to radical economic transformation is what has kept the black people of this country in the content state of the undevelopment for the past 26 years, while claiming to be improving their conditions. The increase in the current budget allocation for the provincial treasury shows that the Gauteng province does not have a necessary financial capacity to improve the lives of people through creation of quality jobs, providing sustainable business funding for the SMMEs owned by the youth, women and people with disability. The corruption in the public procurement process is clear indicate of the absence of the prioritizing the marginalized and the poverty people of this province, and to further of the much needed resources to improve their lives. The illegal awarding of tender to IN2IT by e-government in contravention of the procurement procedures in a case in a point. The open tender system that the department is claiming to be implementing as a measure of promoting a clean governance and transparency across all provinces department is very unclear about how its process will operate and the guiding the principles of how it will be different from the tender processes that existing in the past. The very same MEC, who is the custodian of the finance of the province, was the center of IN2IT corruption, and the Premier has failed to deal with her decisively. The current budget does not speak to how the current administration plans to reduce its expenditure on tender and building state capacity to create a decent job to the youth. We remain unshaken and unapologetic against the tendering system. The system has long been polarized because it is designed to award a partnership over a capability and capacity. That is why we are seeing so much undevelopment in our province, because the ANC-inspired tender system does not commit to ending the exploitation of black people, particularly through the labor broking system. The entire ANC comfortable enough to walk away with millions while black workers are rewarded with a wage of 3,500. The provincial government will continue to provide infrastructure development on the roads and schools. It will also need security guards, cleaners for its daily upkeep. With COVID-19 reaching in the province, our hospitality healthcare facility will always need linen and others. We are expecting the department to play an oversight role on how the resources of the province are utilized and ensuring that the provincial government makes a better life for all citizens. But a proposed budget is designed to do the opposite. All provincial departments are failing to achieve planned targets, and there is a wastage of resources caused by the poor financial management and lack of the leadership. The Treasury has failed dismally to protect a taxpayer money by playing an oversight role. Municipalities are in serious financial distress, and the department has failed to ensure that allocated resources.
Honorable member, your time is up.
Are used. Okay, the EFF reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to confess that overall I enjoy the meetings of our Finance Portfolio Committee. I find the performance of our chairperson, Honourable Mpisi, to be respectful and fair, and generally we find overwhelming agreements on all issues among members from all parties. Most of all, we are well served by highly competent researchers and support staff. Of a truth, there is no greater evidence of this in our common opinion on the Gauteng Infrastructure Funding Agency, otherwise known as GIFA. We have criticized GIFA in the past, and nothing has changed to alter our standpoint that as an agency, it is expensive and provides no meaningful value add when compared to, say, going to the DPSA and getting a loan. In the last quarterly report, the agency gloated about achieving its targets, but in fact it achieved targets that had been missed in the quarter before. The report of the Portfolio Committee says, and I quote, "Since 2017-18 financial year, GIFA planned to release 2 projects to the market. On the contrary, no project has ever been released to the market to date." What are they doing? In that same period, we paid this agency about 200 million rand. In the same report, the committee said it was concerned about the lengthy process for GIFA projects to reach the implementation stage and wondered if GIFA's feasibility studies were credible, which is probably why they do not elicit interest from investors. Again, I quote, "The Portfolio Committee further noted with concern that despite funding of projects through alternative funding being one of GIFA's mandates, such funding has not been forthcoming." Madam MEC and Mr. Premier, in your absence, I would point out that your provincial government has paid out over 600 million rand to this agency since its original inception. In that time, how much was the value of the infrastructure projects financed through the efforts of the agency? Billion rand? 2 billion rand? When you measure the cost of this agency's work relative to the financing of the projects, it really shouldn't be any greater than 0.5%. But what has been the cost of this agency? 10%? It's probably more than 30% of the cost of any particular project. Madam MEC, this agency costs too much. The committee says shut it down. Yet we are budgeting another 73 million rand for its existence. Madam Deputy Speaker, I could go on and talk about accruals and the responsibility of the Treasury and the lack of consequence management from the Premier and his Executive Council regarding failure to do simple paperwork to get companies paid, especially by the Department of Health. Maybe I can do this at another time. But it's safe to say that the cost of government in Gauteng is bloated beyond what it could be and should be. GIFA and accruals are evidence of this. The residents of Gauteng are paying for the costs of this bloated government. Hence, we cannot support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Moriarty. Honorable Mateke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Executive Council, presiding officers, chairpersons of portfolio and standing committees, members of the provincial legislature, the people of Gauteng, Dumelang. Deputy Speaker, it gives me a great pleasure to participate in the debate of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Budget Vote 14 of the PAB for 2020-2021 financial year. Deputy Speaker, allow me before I proceed to quote Amilcar Cabral when he said, and I quote, "Hide nothing from the masses of our people, tell no lies, expose lies whenever they are told, mask no difficulties, mistakes, failures, claim no easy victories," close quote. Deputy Speaker, I deliberately quoted Amilcar Cabral because what I'm about to debate here today is nothing but the truth. The truth as told by ANC-led provincial government, the ANC-led provincial government that hides nothing from the masses of Gauteng, the ANC-led provincial government that tells no lies, the ANC-led government that exposes lies whenever they are told by those that masquerade as the voice of the voiceless, whereas they know that theirs is about presenting the resolutions of the ANC Youth League 2011 National Congress on Economic Freedom as theirs. Lies when they project as if the insourcing of personnel within government was their policy position. The ANC-led provincial government that does not mask difficulties, mistakes, or failures, and the ANC-led government that never claims easy victories, even though its work and achievements for the past 26 years can never be matched by most countries globally, unlike our counterparts in blue, whose primary objective is to oppose everything that is meant for the masses of our people in Gauteng and claim unnecessary victims. Deputy Speaker, therefore allow me to substantiate some of the issues we have raised above as the ANC. The mandate of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury is to encourage good positive governance by providing supervision on all financial matters in the province and to ensure that provincial budgets and budgetary processes promote transparency, accountability, and the effective financial management of resources. The sixth administration of GPG is premised around growing Gauteng Together 2030 vision. This is the provincial blueprint that serves as a crucial fundamental basic point for identification of priorities and service delivery with emphasis on visible impact and outcomes. This ANC-led provincial plan is derived from previous ANC administration emphasis to TMR program, therefore becoming a continuation of an already existing strategic policy perspective. Similarly, the National Development Plan envisions a South Africa where everyone feels free yet bounded to others, where everyone embraces their full potential, a country where opportunity is determined not by birth, but by ability, education, and hard work. The realization of such a society will require overall transformation of the economy and focused efforts to build the country's capabilities. Noting the above, Deputy Speaker, the Provincial Department of Treasury has taken and undertaken to prioritize medium and long-term objectives and pledge to deliver the following over the 5-year period. Maintaining sound finances in the province by ensuring credible, funded, and sustainable budgets aligned to provincial plan and priorities at the provincial and local government. Implementing revenue enhancement strategy to optimize own revenue collection, consolidating efforts aimed at clean governance across the Gauteng City region, intensifying oversight and building capacity to strengthen financial management practices to improve proactiveness in supporting municipalities, strengthening internal controls province-wide and provide assurance, improving government spend directed towards Gauteng township-based suppliers and empower them to ensure broad participation in the government tendering process. Continue to implement the open tender process. Deputy Speaker, in light of this commitment, let me take this opportunity to highlight the previous financial year to relate key programs and projects the department has undertaken. The first priority was in relation to creating an enabling environment for township-based SMMEs to do business with GPG. We have to note that the key focus area of township economy revitalization strategy is the revitalizing and mainstreaming of the township economy and the development of SMMEs and cooperatives. In line with this, the department has continued to increase the number of suppliers on their supplier database through initiations during Interisano and other departmental activities. To ensure that there is an inclusion and sustainability of emerging enterprises, to accelerate economic transformation, the department have established supplier development initiatives and programs through partnership with the private sector to ensure that township suppliers are ready to participate in the radical economic transformation. Another priority to note is that the department has intensified the monitoring of compliance with the adopted preferential procurement regulations of 2017 that ensures compliance to subcontracting of 30% of all government tenders that are above 30 million to SMMEs. Furthermore, Deputy Speaker, is the priority around payment of invoices for services rendered. This is an important element in ensuring sustainability of SMMEs and cooperatives. The department has put in place measures and processes to ensure payment of invoices within 15 to 30 days of the receipt of final and correct invoices, and paid 100% invoices received within the prescribed 15 to 30 days in the previous financial year. Another milestone to highlight is the department support to all GPG departments, entities, and municipalities to achieve unqualified audit opinions. The department has prioritized and continues to support GPG departments, municipalities, and entities to manage their finances in accordance with applicable laws and regulations. The department tracked audit findings and implementation of audit recommendations in GPG departments, municipalities, and trading entities. To this date, 43 of the 88 annual financial statement related recommendations in municipalities have been addressed, while 895 from a total of 1,348 internal audit recommendations have been implemented by departments and entities, and this constitutes 66%. In relation to reducing fraud and corruption and promoting clean governance across the province, the department has committed to uphold ethical leadership and integrity by intensifying the fight against corruption, collusion, and maladministration. The department conducted fraud detection reviews, and the results of the detection reviews assisted in identifying risk areas and developing control measures to tighten processes and systems to minimize fraud and corruption. And the last priority to point out is the full implementation of the open tender system. This system is assisting in restoring public confidence in government procurement systems. The open tender system has been implemented in all 14 departments, and the introduction of legislation on the open tender system is imperative to institutionalizing open tender processes in the procurement of goods and services in the province. Deputy Speaker, the highlighted achievements are a true reflection of the commitment to the people of Gauteng by an ANC-led department that hides nothing from the masses of our people and that does tell no lies. Deputy Speaker, there is also one fundamental and monumental achievement by GPT of insourcing cleaning services, which has always been a policy position of ANC-led government on gradually insourcing such services. This is proof enough that the ANC-led government does not claim easy victories, but prioritize the people of Gauteng. Deputy Speaker, having outlined impactful work of the department correctly embarking upon, let me then outlook budgetary priorities of the 2021 financial year, notwithstanding the fact that the budget will be impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and pending adjustment. The department has identified and prioritized sound finances in the province. The objective of this is focused on three main elements. Firstly, to improve fiscal management and increase compliance that promotes clean governance and accountability. And secondly is to integrate and synergize budget and planning processes. The purpose of these key focus areas is to ensure effective and efficient administration of provincial and fiscal resources by departments, entities, and municipalities. The department has indicated that it will continue to implement cost-cutting practices on cost containment items. This will be conducted during both budget formulation and operations. Thirdly, the department has prioritized improving revenue collection, noting that optimization and diversification of own revenue collection is critical in augmenting the equitable shares and conditional grant funding allocations that the province receives. The department indicated that the revenue enhancement strategy will be implemented to enhance, diversify, and expand provincial revenue. This will assist Gauteng provincial government to alleviate some of its financial constraints and direct resources where they are desperately needed. Deputy Speaker, the last priority to highlight is in relation to alternative sources of funding. Through the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, the department will identify and develop strategic sustainable infrastructure projects and explore alternative and innovative funding and financing mechanisms to enhance and improve service delivery and economic development in the province. Sourcing of alternative funds alleviates pressure on already strained provincial fiscal resources for delivery of strategic infrastructure projects. The department has indicated that GIFA will pursue collaborative partnerships with the private sector, forge and establish strategic partnerships with relevant stakeholders to support the agency's projects, augment project development capacity and co-funding, and explore project development funding and capacity support through partnerships with grant funding institutions. Deputy Speaker, noting that the high rate of unemployment remains a challenge for the province, it has adverse impact on poverty and inequality on the demand of services and resources, and the COVID-19 pandemic will most definitely increase the high rate of unemployment. Coupled with this, the fact that the Gauteng has the highest population growth in the country, with approximately 15.2 million people constituting 25.8% of the national population living in this province. The high population is mostly accounted for by the high rate of in-migration into the province, which is estimated at 1.6 million migrants by 2021. The in-migration is mostly from other provinces and foreign immigrants, as Gauteng is considered as the economic hub of the country, therefore offering better economic opportunities, jobs, and the promise of a better life and a better future. This phenomenon eventually puts a strain on the limited resources allocated to Gauteng, ranging with direct implications on infrastructure, healthcare, education services, amongst others. I'm highlighting this, Deputy Speaker, because our ANC-led provincial government is doing remarkable work to provide services for our needy provincial citizens. However, some of these programs and projects are hindered by the challenges highlighted above. Deputy Speaker, this is a reflection that the ANC-led provincial government must know difficulties. Nonetheless, Deputy Speaker, the department priority and budget remain paramount and responsive to the needs of our people, and therefore the ANC supports the budget vote. Deputy Speaker, I'm done.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Let's allow Honorable MEC to continue while the Deputy Speaker is being traced.
Thank
MEC.
you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, and on the 23rd of, I will continue, Madam Speaker, where I've left off, and what I will do, I will answer some of the questions that members needed to be clarified on some of the issues that they were raising during the debate. On the 23rd of June 1955, the executives of the African National Congress, the South African Indian Congress, the South African Congress of Trade Unions, the Colored People's Congress, and the South African Congress of Democrats met in Tongat. This group, who later became known as Congress Alliance, met to consolidate and develop a draft Congress document for the expected delegates in 2 days' time, and at the largest non-racial mass gathering at the time held on the 25th and 26th of June 1955. Madam Speaker, the current crisis we're confronted with from the fallout arising from COVID-19 requires the same unity of our people to be able to mitigate the impact of the current and post-COVID-19 socio-economic future, which has always been envisaged in the Freedom Charter, albeit with a very constrained budget. Madam Speaker, in March this year, I tabled the main provincial budget and outlined how we will work within the constrained fiscal environment to fund the Growing Gauteng Together plan, which is an ambitious yet realistic plan, and to put province at a new trajectory. The success towards the implementation of the GGT 2030, which depends squarely on the ability of the provincial treasury, is to mobilize and avail resources in a form of solid, sound, and disciplined funding regulatory framework. Our priorities, Madam Speaker, are clear, they are concise, they are sound, and elaborated in the GGT 20 plan. And we know the first one is economy, jobs and infrastructure. Second one is education, skills and healthcare. Third one is sustainable human settlement, new cities and land release. The fourth one is safety, social cohesion and food security. Fifth one is sustainable future for all. Sixth one is building a capable, ethical and developmental state. The seventh one, which is the last one, it's building a better Africa and a better world. But as you all know, honorable members, our economic situation and indeed that of the entire world has worsened since then. Today, all countries in the world are facing a global health and economic emergency resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the World Bank June 2020 Global Economic Prospects, the world's economy is experiencing the deepest contraction since World War II. In fact, even some of the richest countries are grappling with the biggest economic declines in per capita output since the year 1870. South Africa is part of the globalized world. As such, our economy has been plugged into a recession and is estimated to contract by 6% this year. Millions of our people have lost their livelihoods, while millions more have been pushed into extreme poverty. Equality in our society has also worsened, and I'm sure all of us, you can see where we come from and where we reside. As Premier David Makhura said when delivering his budget vote speech last week, I'll quote him, he said, the GGT 2030 will need to be reimagined, rebooted, because structural programs it sought to address have worsened in scale and depth due to the COVID-19 pandemic, close quote. I will discuss these matters in more detail when I present, Madam Speaker, the provincial adjustment budget to this House next month. This budget would outline how we are funding our response to the prevailing health emergency. It will also allocate resources to key interventions that are aligned to reimagine DGT 2030, so that we can over time address the social challenges that are facing, transform and stimulate the provincial economy beyond this COVID-19 pandemic. As part of this process, departments will be expected again to reprioritize their budgets to ensure that we fund our current demands. However, because these are extraordinary times, provincial treasury has, since the outbreak of COVID-19, worked to support frontline departments and ensure that public funds are used in line with rules and regulations. As honorable members will recall, as of the 15th of March 2020, COVID-19 has been classified as a disaster in terms of Section 23 of Disaster Management Act, which is 2002 Act number 57 of 2002. And the new regulations under the DMA were introduced to slow the speed of COVID-19 transmission. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, Provincial Treasury issued a number of circulars with the aim to assist departments and entities on the following issues. The first one is the guidelines on circulars to inform all departments, including public entities and the provincial parliament, where applicable, of financial measures to be put in place to respond to the pandemic. The second one is the Provincial Treasury that has provided an advice to inform departments and provincial entities of the arrangements related to cash donations, budgeting, accounting, and reporting in response to the pandemic. The third one is that Provincial Treasury is facilitating a one payment run per week for the duration of the crisis period to ensure that departments are able to efficiently procure and pay services to service providers on time. The fourth one is several supply chain management instruction notes and circulars to guide emergency procurement, deviations and expansion of contracts. These and other measures related to COVID-19 have been mainstreamed into all our programs to fully support departments, municipalities and public entities, and to provide oversight to ensure compliance with the rules and regulations when public funds are being spent. Honorable members, let me now turn to the budget vote of the Provincial Treasury. Madam Speaker, the department has been allocated a budget of 807,778 for the 2020-2021 financial year, while we use these resources to ensure that working within this challenging environment, we fund provincial priorities, support departments indeed, and municipalities to effectively, efficiently manage their finances and promote good governance that enhances the delivery of quality of public service to our people. And one of the members have highlighted that, and they said they are not sure what we are doing. We do promote good governance, colleagues, and we have people that are out there working with the departments, assisting municipalities in particular to ensure that they comply to the regulations. We need to realize these objectives, Madam Speaker, and when we're realizing them, we focus on achieving the following key outcomes. The first one is enhanced sound finances in the province. We make sure that our books are in order, and I think we've been doing that with distinctions in the whole province and the country. We've increased compliance, which is legislated prescribed. There is no funds that we take out in the department without any circular that we should be followed by the departments. And we make follow-ups on that, and we've deployed several officials to all government departments to ensure that they monitor the use of the funds by every department so that there is accountability and not wait for departments to account themselves. But we do have our own that are working with them to beef up even the capacity from government departments. I'll cite an example of health department, and I want the member that was talking about accruals on the Department of Health to say to that member, please come to us, I'll show you the books. The accruals in the health department were at 9 billion when I was talking to you in the last financial year. But as we speak now, we're at 3 billion in the accruals because we've taken them down, and we will still continue doing that, including other departments that have accruals. We've taken a stand that we want to clean all those accruals in this term. And again, we're making sure that we have sustainable local government finances, alternative sources of funding, and we are going to make sure that now GIFA's role is clear when it comes to finances, because again, GIFA is supposed to assist department on the alternative source of funding, work very closely with the departments. Now we have a turnaround strategy at GIFA, Madam Speaker, that is going to specifically focus in those areas. Honorable members, we remain committed to support departments in spending allocated resources in a manner that promotes good governance and enhance service delivery. That is why we welcome the fact that in the past financial year, departments spent a total of 128.3 billion or 97% of the budget to provide to public service to citizens of the province, including on education, social services, and health care, because those were the budgets that were bigger than all other departments. In addition, the province increased spending on conditional grants from 21.552 billion or 93% of the budget in the previous financial year to 22 billion or 95% of the total budget. Expenditure on infrastructure amounted to 10.8 billion, which is 97% of the total budget. Our own revenue is extremely important for the province. We all know that indeed, and it assists us to maintain spending on key priorities, even at the time when the equitable share from the national treasury is decreasing due to the country's economic challenges. I am pleased to report to you that 2019-20 financial year, we've managed to collect a total of 7.2 billion. And this means that we surpassed our adjusted annual target, which was 6.7 billion by 8.2%. In line with our objective, we've managed to contain the wage bill not more than 60% of the total budget. And I want again to congratulate all the unions in the province, the way that we've been working together in ensuring that any disagreement that we have, we go to the table, we discuss those issues, and then we sort them out. We want to continue with those negotiations and those agreements that we've been doing with the unions because they are paying good results to us as the organization. In this financial year, colleagues, we will continue again to work very closely with the departments to ensure that they comply with the relevant legislation when they spend their budgets. We will also we are also planning to start implementing a new revenue enhancement strategy. We believe that optimization and diversification of our own revenue collection is critical in augmenting the equitable shares and on conditional grant funding. This will assist the province in alleviating some of its financial constraints and provide resources where they are needed. The Sustainable Fiscal Resource Management Business Unit is allocated a total amount of 171 million to achieve these and objectives in the 2020-2021 financial year. Honorable members, as a custodian of provincial resources, we promote integrity, we promote good governance, we promote ethical conduct in the management and financial matters in the province. And we have implemented targeted interventions to assist departments, municipalities, and public entities to comply with these regulations and rules. We have therefore allocated 131 million to financial governance business unit to support departments to comply with financial norms and standards and achieve unqualified audit outcomes, which is another area that we're emphasizing, and we're working very closely with the AG and the department and the SCOPA and the legislature to ensure that there is more accountability by our own departments. We know that in the previous financial year, we were not up to the level that is expected, but we want to move now with those partnerships that we have done with the key stakeholders that we're working with them. These include ensuring that annual financial statements are submitted by all departments and entities. Consolidated annual financial statements are tabled within prescribed timelines, implement approved audit plans, and issue reports to strengthen internal controls in departments and entities. Increase the number of suppliers who submit invoices electronically, because now we're moving from manual to electronic invoice system so that we can be all the suppliers are able to be paid within 15 days to 30 days payment. And we're moving now to ensure that every department that is having a problem, all of them, they do things electronically. And again, there is an open tender system that has been implemented in all the 14 provincial departments and 6 provincial entities. And I want to talk to Honorable Masri, Madam Speaker, and try to clarify, Honorable Masri, at some stage, go to the chairperson of Finance and myself so that we can clarify you what type of tender was used by the Department of eGov, because I think you don't understand that part. We will clarify you and make sure that you understand there are different types of tenders that are being used. There is an open tender and there is a closed tender. There is an emergency tender processes. So there are those categories that will clarify you so that in future you know what was the category of that tender. But because now it's still subject to care, we will not talk to you for now, but immediately after that, we'll clarify you and educate you, including other colleagues who doesn't understand some of the differences in terms of these financial jargons. Me too, I was like you one time. I was not aware of that. So I don't blame you. Provincial Treasury has issued correspondence to relevant departments outlining its intent to decentralize the property audit function in a phased approach, and it's based on the readiness of individual departments. Already, we have already started big departments. They are doing their own, but even other departments are going to follow, because we have agreed that when we do when we delegate the responsibility, cannot do the follow-ups, because it's still our responsibility to monitor government departments to ensure that they follow the open tender system. Then the decentralization will allow accounting officers from all the relevant departments to take full responsibility for the complete value chain of the procurement function, and it's in line with Section 38 of the Public Financial Management Act. To further strengthen our internal controls and regulatory environment, we are providing assurance through implementation of internal audits. We've allocated 129 million to Gauteng Audit Service, which we call it Gas Business Unit, for this financial year. The provision of independent objective assurance and consulting service by Gas continues to add value to the operations of the provincial government and strengthen the culture of governance. Good thing about Gas, again, when they are there, they do audit risk immediately when there's anything and pick up if there are early warning signs in terms of not doing good work that we are doing as a department. Honorable members, this provincial government remains fully committed to the use of procurement spend to accelerate economic transformation and inclusion of particular township enterprises. To ensure sustainability, as GPG initiatives, we're leading this process, working together with the Department of Economic Development. And we want to ensure that we include capacity building as well as access to finance and markets in the mainstream of economy. And that's another area, honorable members, which even myself, I always say to my colleagues, this is the weakness of this area. We're far weak. Anyone that says, I'm weak in this area, I will submit. And I want you to assist us, and I've pleaded with Chair and the committee to assist us to make sure that we improve in this area of access to finance and markets by small businesses in particular. In this financial year, we've allocated 128 million to the Provincial Supply Chain Management Business Unit. Amongst other things, we want them to work with departments to improve spending on township enterprises and to meet the provincial target of 30% of the procurement to budget. We are moving in that area. We're not 100% because we're not targeting in the corridors. That's the weakness that we've picked up with the HOD, and we've reported to the team that now when we do procurement, we must deal with corridors. We have 5 corridors. They must get equal work, equal share, whether they are small or big, so that even those that are small, they are able to pick up and be like those bigger corridors in the province. So that's another area that we have a plan on that. The department is busy coming up with a plan on how are we going to ensure that we assist them. Starting now in this COVID-19 period, because we said, let's not wait. This is an opportunity for us again to ensure that the regions are able to benefit those who are small businesses during this process. In addition, this business unit, Madam Chair, will continue to register township suppliers on central database, and I'm sure you have seen our trucks in the regions. Every week they go out. We have stopped in March because of COVID-19, but we have a task of going out and capacitate and make sure that we include suppliers to central database. We teach them how to submit bids for tenders, and we teach them on how to access government opportunities, grow business, and create jobs. So we have road shows, Madam Speaker, that we are doing. Immediately after the COVID-19, we will continue again with those road shows. Whilst inside the department again, every week we have sessions that we do in the auditorium at 75 Fox Street. Anyone that wants to be in the central database, they are open to come. Honorable members, most of our municipalities in the province are facing a severe financial constraint. The situation has been made worse by ongoing health and economic emergency resulting from COVID-19, which has negative on the revenue collection. Cumulatively, by an amount of 5 billion as of end of May, they were unable to collect it. It has also been negatively impacted on the progress that we've been trying to make in supporting municipalities to table funded budgets for 2020-2021 financial year. However, we will continue to work with municipalities in strengthening, in developing of credible turnaround strategy that will support their budgets, which I have been doing, Madam Speaker. There is a member that has raised the issue of our support to municipalities. We are supporting municipalities, we are strengthening them, we have sessions with them in terms of capacity. All of them in this financial year, they were able to get their tranche. Now is the second term, they are getting their tranches from the National Treasury because they are able to account now for all the finances that they are having. So we are training them even on how to do budget. All financial management in the municipalities is being done and helped by us, working with COGTA, by the way. So it has also been negatively impacted on the progress this area, because we've been trying to support them to table those funded budgets for 2020-2021 financial year. However, we'll continue to work with municipalities in strengthening and developing this credible turnaround strategy that will support their budgets, because we want them to continue getting their funds from the National Treasury. Honorable members, municipalities were supported during the lockdown period through reprioritization on the USDG grant, UIDG grant, MIG grants, totaling to 1.2 billion. Those funds were used on COVID-19 related measures as afforded by and we transferred them to various departments. So that money is already with them, and we are monitoring them with the team that has been deployed by the provincial treasury to monitor them on their work. We continue to engage with departments to ensure that undisputed debt owed to municipalities for rates and taxes is paid. We've also assisted municipalities to resolve queries that they have with the department so that the outstanding government debt can be paid. As the MEC for Finance, I remain resolute in making sure that we pay municipalities what is due in terms of municipal services that are provided. And I can confirm to this House that provincial departments have paid municipalities an amount of 2 billion for the financial year 2019-20. And at present, we owe municipalities less than 1% of the total outstanding debt that is due to them, and we are going to pay that amount too. I also want to make an appeal to my colleagues in the Provincial Executive Committee that although we're making good progress, colleagues, we indeed can do more, and that we must make sure that our departments settle their accounts and they become that is due to municipalities. Although our debt is very small in comparison to other categories of debtors like household and business debtors that I've seen in the municipalities, it will go a long way, even this one, in improving the liquidity of our municipalities. As Provincial Treasury, we're working very closely, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to mitigate the challenges faced by municipalities, including dealing with the debt owed to ESCOM and Rand Water. We have been having sessions with that, and we're negotiating where we're supposed to negotiate so that municipalities are not distressed alone. That problem is our problem too. We will continue to assist municipalities to strengthen financial management practices through, amongst other things, an oversight and support role on the implementation of municipal budgets, in-year reporting and financial performance, building capacity and capability to strengthen financial management practices in supporting delegated municipalities, improved MFMA compliance by Gauteng delegated municipalities across accountable cycle. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, our intergovernmental deliberations are now taking place through online platforms where important legislative updates, deliberations, and budgets and financial management are discussed. I've done the same with the deliberations with the MMCs for finance. The Municipal Financial Governance Business Unit is allocated an amount of 76 million to support municipalities for 2020-2021 financial year. I always want to clarify this 76 million. It's not the money that we give it to them, but it's the capacity and the support that we do centrally that is in the office of the MEC party. There are those people that have been deployed to work with them in assisting them. However, honorable members, our government component, the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, continues to implement the important task of sourcing alternative funding to enhance infrastructure service delivery in this province. And I know all the committee members, not only Honorable Moriarty, had a concern about this. We have to come and account to them. What is the role of GIFA? How are we going to turn around GIFA? Because we have, GIFA is having a project pipeline that consists of 32 projects that we must do in the province. And the value of those projects is more than 40 billion. But we will continue to develop these projects to be able to make sure that they are bankable at a stage to attract private sector funding over the medium-term expenditure. So we do have that turnaround strategy that we have promised them 2 weeks back. We're with them again because almost every week the committee has been concerned, calling us, raising sharp issues, advising us where we should pick up some of our socks, and we're doing that exactly what they've done. We've agreed with the committee that they are going to give us a timeline that immediately, if we can't move up to this far, we must come back to them and indicate how far can we move. So we have those agreements. In fact, we call it a delivery agreement, specifically on GIFA that we're going to do with them. And I think they will be happy because we want to follow their advice now, not do what we think will help us to move with GIFA. Part of the issue updates on GIFA's key project is a significant milestone on Tshwane Innovation Hub project that has been achieved. The South African National Space Object that has committed to 10-year lease agreement as the anchor tenant within the Innovation Hub. The agreement is awaiting approval now by the National Treasury, and we're making follow-ups with that because, again, the concern of the committee is exactly what Member Moriat was raising, that there are these things that are starting the pipeline. We're not making follow-ups. We've deployed some personnel now and improved capacity from the Treasury that will work directly with GIFA to unlock some of the things that we believe are held by us as politicians. Kopanong Prison Project will be delivered as a PPP to ensure that delivery is well maintained, government buildings are done in a cost-effective manner whereby risk is transferred to a private party. This will ensure a safe and conducive working environment for GPG employees. A request for proposal has been issued already. Market for the refurbishment and development of Kopanong Prison into clusters. Bids are expected to be done on the 1st of July 2020. Already the work is in progress. It has been stalled by the National Treasury for years, colleagues, if I can tell you. But now there is an improvement, but it's late indeed. We can't justify that. We have completed again feasibility studies for agro-processing hubs in West Rand and in Citibank, and AIDC, which is assisting us, Tshwane Freight Rail Terminal and the Liseti Transit Hub. These are projects that are on our plan again of growing Gauteng Together roadmap for 2030, and will be funded through leveraging private sector funding. And these projects will be released to the market during this financial year of 2020-2021 period. We're working, Madam Speaker, very closely with the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Council to obtain the generation license for the rooftop solar PVs project at the 16 health facilities that have been divided into 4 clusters, and this will enable government to conclude a contractual agreement with a private party to finance, build and operate the rollout of rooftop solar panels on these facilities. This project is in the support of the provincial strategy of utilizing clean renewable energy that will be sustainable and mitigate the impact of climate change. We've acknowledged, Madam Speaker, the delays on the delivery of the project, and we've apologized to the colleagues about this repetition of the work that we are unable to achieve as GFAM. And we've made sure that now all the alternative funding are in the pipeline, and the main causes of these are protracted decision-making processes by the owners and confirmation of budgets, particularly by private partnership projects. GFA, Provincial Treasury, and myself will engage again with the relevant departments to resolve any challenges that are impending. Already we have meetings in the progress on these projects. Later in the year, we'll engage project owners at the local government with the same intentions to do the same work. GFA has been allocated 66 million for this financial year to fund its operations. Madam Speaker, I will submit the Provincial Treasurer's budget for 2020-2021 financial year, and I think I've tried to answer some of the issues, colleagues, that they were raising in relation to the issues that delayed us, including the commercialization of GFA, GFA playing. We agreed that GFA must play a role on the commercialization of eGov, because that's part of the infrastructure project, and we agreed on that. In the broadband, it will help us. So we will make sure that we strengthen our oversight in all the government departments, and we'll make sure that we report to the House when the need comes arise. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. I thought the Deputy Speaker was coming in. Can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The 12th order of the day is consideration of the Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Economic Development Budget Vote 3 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hassan.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to take the report as read and just cover the executive summary, concerns and recommendations. As the acting chairperson of the Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee, I, Honorable Tasia Hassan, present the report on the detail of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, Vote 3 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill 2020 as follows. The 2021 financial year budget report is tabled in the second calendar year of the 6th administration on the budget allocated for the Department of Economic Development. In the current financial year, we have 1.8.4 billion rand for the 2020 financial year, and this allocation composes of mainly the equitable share and the conditional grant. In the current year, the committee noted that the allocation has increased by an amount of 260.4 million, which amounts to a 16.47% increase. This is a significant increase from the previous financial year, wherein the allocation was 1.58 billion. This budget is aimed at supporting the goals set in the National Development Plan, wherein job creation is deemed as a key achievement for this term of government. The committee noted that in the current financial year, additional funding of 222 million has been granted to the department for transfers to the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, GGDA, and the Gauteng Tourism Agency. The breakdown of the transfers are as follows. 200 million is transferred to GGDA for the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, and an amount of 20 million rand is allocated to GTA and scheduled to cater for the tourism infrastructure and destination promotion. Furthermore, economic growth, skills development, job creation, and investment promotion in Gauteng are amongst key initiatives that the department should attain in addressing the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. The department will only be able to attain this through the alignment of its plans to the radical transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization program, which aims to contribute to the township economy revitalization. As such, SMMEs and cooperatives should be at the forefront of creating decent employment for the youth, women, and people living with disabilities within the province. The finalization of the reconfiguration process of JEP should be expedited to allow for the entity to support emerging entrepreneurs, youth, and the marginalized in the province, both financially and non-financially. The committee has noted that similar to the previous financial years, the Gauteng Development Agency is allocated the largest share of transfers with an amount of 791 million rand, followed by the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller JEP with an amount of 231.3 million. The GTA is allocated an amount of 138 million, and the Gambling Board received the lowest allocation of transfers with an amount of 26.4 million. These agencies are tasked with and should play their role in creating employment opportunities through supporting SMMEs, soliciting investment, and tourist attractions. In so doing, the committee has noted that the largest share of the budget allocation for this vote is in fact allocated to its agencies. Committee concerns under Program 1. The fact that the department has continuously been unable to conclude the proposed departmental structures and fill vacant positions. This is further exacerbated by the increase in the allocation for the compensation of the employees over the MTF. Under Program 2, the lack of a detailed plan on the finalization on the reconfiguration process of JEP in the current financial year, and more concerning is the non-appointment of a CEO and COO for this entity. The lack of a working relationship with the National Department of Small Business Development and in assisting SMMEs and cooperatives to receive and gain access to the COVID-19 relief fund. The lack of information provided by the department on the implementation plan to refurbish 10 industrial parks as previously committed in the 1920 financial year. Under Program 3, the lack of a budget allocated under the Trade and Investment sub-program, noting that soliciting investments is key for this program. Under Program 4, the lack of information and rationale related to the withdrawal of the merger between GLB and GGB the impact of the sale of liquor during the lockdown, which may have had a negative effect on the healthcare system, especially given the rising number of COVID-19 infections. In terms of recommendations, general recommendations, the department and entities must submit their revised annual performance plans, including budget allocations, noting the reprioritization of funds that were channeled towards COVID-19 efforts. These APPs should be submitted by the 31st of August 2020. Under Program 1 in particular, the department should conclude the implementation of the proposed organizational structure, and all consultation should be made on the proposed structure. The structure should also be presented to the senior management team and the executive management team for endorsement virtually, as that has been the order of doing business during the lockdown. The COVID-19 pandemic should not be used as an excuse for not implementing long-standing recommendations of the committee. A report on the implementation of the organizational structure must be submitted by the 30th of September. Under Program 2, the department should provide the committee with a 3-year plan of the reconfiguration process that JEP has and will undertake. Furthermore, the report provided to the committee should give reasons as to why the department shifted goals or targets in terms of the reconfiguration process. The report should also outline specific details, such as indicating those who will be spearheading this process and the accountability measures in place to ensure its conclusion within the 3 years. In every reporting quarter, the department should submit progress reports as part of oversight and scrutiny. The appointment of the CEO and COO for JEP should be concluded by the end of September 2020. All these reports should be submitted by 30 September 2020 unless stated otherwise. JEP should ensure that it strengthens its working relationship with the National Department of Small Business Development and finalize work currently underway aimed at ensuring that SMMEs and cooperatives receive and gain access to the COVID-19 Relief Fund. A report on this should be submitted on the 30th of September. The report should also detail adequately the number of businesses that were assisted through the relief program guided by JEP's interventions during this lockdown period. The department should also provide the committee with a detailed implementation plan for the 10 industrial parks in the current financial year that will be refurbished. If somebody could mute. That will be refurbished, including the individual budget allocation, project management plans, and socioeconomic benefits. This is because the department made a commitment stemming from the previous financial year that 10 industrial parks will be refurbished in the 2021 financial year. This detailed plan should also incorporate all issues related to the implementation of the Alexandra Industrial Hub. Also submitted this report by the 30th of September. Under Program 3, the GGDA should prepare a plan focusing on soliciting investment and creating jobs post-COVID-19. And this is noting that the greater share of the allocation is budgeted for entities. It was transferred to this agency in particular in the year under review. The GIC should also be at the forefront of soliciting these investments, and a report also to be provided by the 30th of September. Program 4, the department should share the outcomes of EXCO on the process of reviewing the mandates and functionality of both GLB and GGB. The report should include the circumstances regarding the withdrawal of the merger. The report should be submitted by the 30th of September. The GLB should ensure that all awareness programs on the consumption of liquor during the lockdown period are drastically strengthened, visible, clear, and geared towards ensuring that the health and safety of the people of our province is paramount during the COVID-19 pandemic. The program should also aim to curb the COVID-19 infections, and a report on the role played by GLB in this regard should be submitted to the committee by 30 September 2020. Appreciation is expressed to all members of the committee for their commitment in the oversight process, as well as MEC Masupe and the officials of her department. I commend them for their diligence and commitment shown during the deliberation of Budget Vote 3. Gratitude also goes to Honorable Chairperson Lindy Lasindwa, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Ngube, Honorable Ghana, Honorable Silius, Honorable Chititangano, Honorable Hoffman, Honorable Adams, and further appreciation goes to alternative members of this committee. It's an honor to lead such a hardworking team. Due to time constraints, I'll mention the support team in the next budget vote. After due consideration, the Economic Development Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Budget Vote 3 report for the 2021 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Budget Vote 3 for the 2021 financial year. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Fasiha. Do we have a seconder? For the adoption of the report, is there a seconder?
Honorable Machenke, I second.
Thank you, Honorable All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yes. Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Those not in favor.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Secretary, next order, please. Please read it out.
But if you look at 3,
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The 13th order of the day is debate on the detail of the Department of Economic Development Budget Vote 3 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mosoke.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, the Acting Honorable Premier, Honorable Members, Chairpersons of the DED boards, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. The COVID-19 outbreak has had a massive effect on our economy with a dual impact on the demand and supply side of the economy. A severe contraction of the economy, massive job losses, and a lot of small businesses under risk of permanently closing. Madam Speaker, while the national lockdown has been effective in curbing the spread of the virus, allowing the government to get its ducks in a row in preparation for the anticipated spikes in infections, the economy has taken the biggest knock, and it will require a new social compact between government, the private sector, and other economic stakeholders in order to re-energize and kickstart the South African economy. Government will have a critical role to play in terms of stimulating the economy with a shift in focus to domestic markets and deliberate, focused, targeted investment in the manufacturing capacity of the country, being one of the critical interventions needed to build a more self-sufficient economy. Government has a crucial role to play in boosting aggregate demand with an infrastructure-driven program that can help take the economy out of the rut that it has been in, even before COVID-19. Our economy has been growing at levels that are our economy has not been growing at levels that are desirable for tackling the socio-economic challenges of high unemployment, poverty, and inequality, as COVID-19 has brutally highlighted to all of us. In line with the 7 priorities set out by the Premier, the Gauteng Department of Economic Development has identified specific focus areas to grow the economy during the
Speaker, I think we might have lost the MEC.
Yeah, I suspect so.
Yeah, she disappeared.
Okay, maybe let's move on. She'll come back. We'll give a little bit of extra time when she comes back the second time around. Honorable ABC, are you there now? Okay.
I think your suggestion is correct, Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Let's move on to Honorable Kana. Is he available? Honorable Kana, not available as well.
The MEC can
Thank
just
you, Deputy
unmute.
Speaker.
Okay, just hang on, Honorable Kana. MEC, are you able to? Okay, we'll write a message on the side. Honorable Kana, please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me now, Deputy Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, thanks very much, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, fellow residents of Gauteng. The world, as we know it, is fast changing before our very eyes. Life as we know it is changing. It is business as usual. COVID-19 has altered how we live, how we do business, and how business itself operates. As a generation, we are called upon to rescue and rebuild our country. It is Charles Darwin who said, and I quote, "It is not the strongest of species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is the most adaptable to change." Our survival as a people, as a province, and as a nation depend on how we adapt to this change. It is common cause that this budget that we are debating today was drafted for a province that no longer exists. The world has changed, and our lives have changed. It was thought to be resilient, but COVID-19 has shown that it was not agile enough to respond to the needs of informal traders, small business owners, spaza shop, and the hospitality industry. The most urgent task facing us is the need to save jobs and save enterprises. That should be our main immediate focus. There's a need to make the entire economic development department more agile and responsive to the needs of businesses and enterprises that are in distress and are facing closure. To this effect, honorable members, I want to propose that we work around the existing budget to convert all housing enterprise propeller offices into one-stop shops, wherein all businesses which need to apply for COVID-19 business relief are able to do so. This one-stop shop must be able to bring under one roof municipalities, the South African Revenue Services, CIPC, and lending institutions. We need to extend the payment holiday to small businesses which owe money to the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller until the end of the year. We need to extend the rent payment holiday of businesses operating in industrial hubs of Gauteng till next year. The department should assist small businesses and informal traders with a business safety kit that will include sanitizer, reusable cloth masks, information pamphlets to enable the businesses to operate safely as we approach the peak of COVID-19 in Gauteng. The Department of Economic Development should ask municipalities to stop confiscating the goods of informal traders who are trying to make a living. It is our mothers, our sisters, uncles, and brothers who are bracing the cold Gauteng winter to try make a living and provide for their families. As I said, our most urgent task is to save jobs and to save enterprises. We have to make it easy for small businesses and informal traders to comply with government regulations. In the medium term, we must roll out broadband network to communities. The lockdown has brought to the fore the need for reliable and affordable internet access. Access to the internet has become a necessity if we are to survive in this changed world. And we must reconfigure the EPWP program towards a proper skills development program that responds to the needs of the economy of today and tomorrow. I conclude by borrowing the words of Frantz Fanon, and I quote, he said that each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. I define our mission as saving jobs and enterprises and building an inclusive economy that will improve the lives of our people, the people of Gauteng. As a generation of leaders, we dare not betray this mission. We must leave behind a better South Africa, a better Gauteng than we found. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. Honorable Chitangano.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Department of Economic Development is amongst the departments that receives enough in terms of budget allocation to develop programs and projects that will ensure decent employment based on an inclusive economic growth and revitalization of the township economy. However, with its neoliberal policies based on the NDP Vision 2030, this department has and will never be able to create that skilled and capable workforce to support a developmental state. This department can only be assessed in terms of its capability to create sustainable jobs and protection of industrial development by investing in emerging entrepreneurs and markets, especially for Black African majority. We reject budget vote 3 on the basis that there is no intent to radically transform Gauteng economy basing strategy on procuring services from SMEs and township businesses. The department is continuously failing to perform oversight on its agencies, including the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, which had material losses worth millions in the previous financial years. There was no consequence management from the Premier or the MEC of the department. GAP is riddled with corruption and fraud, and evidence to this already exists in a forensic report. The report is being held hostage in the office of the MEC and has been available since 2017. It details massive corruption and downright theft. The report implicates some high-ranking officials and has implications for a partial TEPO 1 million program. There are no key industrial programs to produce jobs and sustainable employment opportunities for young Black people. This department has thrown its weight behind toxic industries for revenue such as liquor and gambling. It lacks innovative energy to solve the economic crisis looming in Gauteng. It has offered citizens nothing by way of stimulating obvious sectors such as agricultural sector, the steel sector, transport, ICT, and manufacturing of consumer goods. The ECAC Labs concept is dead and in water with no prospect of revival. The economic freedom fighters have over the years maintained that it cannot support vote 3, whose basis has always been the promotion of a neoliberal national development plan Vision 2030. Its purpose is solely to protect and promote white monopoly capital at the expense of poor majority of our people. It is not different from its predecessors, GEA and the New Growth Path. EFF believes that state-led industrial policy should be championed by protecting these industries with a view to creating millions of sustainable jobs. There can never be meaningful economic development when the infant industries like SMNC are not being supported and exposed to unfair competitive advantage by big corporations. The department's decision to support fewer number of the so-called high-impact projects is a marginalization of small and emerging African entrepreneurs and should be rejected outright. While encouraging private investment in the province, the state should not abandon its responsibility of leading industrialization by ensuring that it builds internal capacity with the assistance of established corporations to create skills needed to expand in areas of manufacturing. We as the EFF will not support a budget vote that is not proper and which is formed on the basis of neoliberal NDP. This budget allocation of 1.8 billion will not be used for industrial development and to create millions of sustainable jobs, but to push the capitalist agenda. We therefore reject budget for vote 3 as EFF. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chitangando. Honorable Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker, economic development for Gauteng is a rather integrated matter, which means that South Africa, and specifically Gauteng, relies on investments from other countries, whom in many cases has white management and or ownership. With this said, the department are radically advancing its national democratic revolution. Will the department now also ask the Americans, Germans, and British government and business owners to take their business elsewhere because of the mere fact that they are white? If these businesses should disinvest in Gauteng, you will be held accountable by your voters for the hunger that you brought upon them. Be careful what you wish for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks to you, Honorable Hoffman. Honorable Bishop.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon, honorable members. I rise today as a member of the Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture, and Rural Development Committee. They say a nation that forgets its past has no future. Being a member, we as a committee unanimously adopted this report. So it would be disingenuous for me today in this august house to punch holes into it in a debate when I agreed to adopt this report in our committee. However, let me focus my attention as I debate today to an historical moment that took place many years ago on the 25th and 26th of June 1955, exactly 65 years ago, almost to the day. Incidentally, Deputy Speaker, I don't believe that it is a mere coincidence that this House sitting is taking place on this day, 23rd June, just 3 days before the anniversary of the formulating of the Freedom Charter on 26 June 1955. The purpose of my debate, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is for all of us, especially the ruling party, the ANC, to reflect on what the Freedom Charter that was crafted then intended or wanted to achieve for all the people of South Africa. In this document, the people were actively involved in formulating their own vision of an alternative society. History teaches me, to my colleagues in the ANC, that Professor Z.K. Matthews formally suggested convening a Congress of the people to draw up the Freedom Charter. The idea was adopted by the allies of the ANC, the South African Indian Congress, the South African Colored People's Organization, and the South African Congress of Democrats. It was said that the COP was not a single event, but a series of campaigns and rallies, huge and small, held in houses, flats, factories, kraals, on farms, hostels, etc. So, honorable members and the people of Gauteng, let me remind you all today what the Freedom Charter proclaims. It proclaims that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, and that all shall be equal before the law. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honestly speaking, if I look at the state of our people, notwithstanding the pandemic of COVID-19, what we see is no way reflecting or mirroring the hopes and aspirations of our people according to the Freedom Charter. Let me now confine myself in closing to the current debate. One of the clauses in the Freedom Charter says, the people shall share in the country's wealth. It means the national wealth of our country, the heritage of all South Africans, shall be restored to the people. The mineral wealth beneath the soil, the banks and the monopoly industry shall be transferred to the people as a whole. All, and I mean all, other industry and trade shall be controlled to assist the well-being of the people. All people shall have equal rights to trade where they choose to manufacture and to enter all trades, crafts, and profession. Lastly, Honorable Deputy Speaker and members and people of Gauteng, I don't believe that enough is being done with the massive budgets given to this department to change the living and material conditions of all our people. Let all who love their people and their country now say, these freedoms we will fight side by side throughout our lives until we have won our liberty. I want to call upon the department, the MEC, this provincial government, let us do everything in our power to remember, as the Freedom Charter is being celebrated now this week, let us go back to where we came from, where all the people of South Africa crafted the Freedom Charter to have a better life for all. A luta continua. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bishop. Honorable Silias.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The primary goal of any form of government is to advance and protect the economic and personal freedoms of the individuals in a society. So important aspects of such a governance model includes at least a capable administration, with strong, efficient and impartial public institutions, accountability and learnability on the part of all stakeholders, the supremacy of the rule of law, fairness and impartiality in the allocation of public resources, public participation, trust and support, and the progressive realization of opportunities for individuals to advance their hopes and dreams. For the DED to achieve this, we must capitalize on the changes that the COVID-19 pandemic imposed on us. Over and above the suggestions from other members of my committee, I would also like to add that the province needs to become 5G ready. DED must develop additional work streams to assist Gauteng citizens to develop STEM skills for the workforce of the future. A dedicated team should be working full-time on the positioning of our province in terms of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. GGDA should deploy a blockchain toolkit to allow investors to capitalize on the inevitable disruption of the banking sector, and also institute a red tape reduction unit. MEC, implement the merge between the Gambling Board and the Liquor Board. You will realize many savings this way. MEC, we also need to know the status of the State Bank project and the Township Stock Exchange, where money was already spent on preliminary work. It is reasonable that not all projects are feasible enough to launch, but we would like some feedback on where those projects are. We'd also like to know why you want to focus on domestic markets and manufacturing when the world is moving in tech innovation and streamlined globalization. MEC and Madam Speaker, we will not support this budget, but look forward to the adjustment budget and hope to see an inspired response to the post-COVID world. I thank you.
Honorable Silias, thank you. Honorable Makubela.
Thank you very much, Madam. Oh, my background. There's a problem there. What the background? Let me change it. Change background effect.
You are funny. You are funny. You are funny.
It's Youth Month. It's Youth Month, Bishop. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Provincial Legislature, the people of Gauteng who are streaming the sitting on our YouTube channel, and those who are following our feed on our Facebook page. We are interacting at a time when our country and the entire global village are hard at work, pushing back the frontiers of the invisible enemy, which has turned us into prisoners in our own homes, forced nations to close their borders, threatened and destroyed livelihoods, and brought the global economy on its knees, just in a matter of weeks. It is befitting to bow our heads in paying our deepest respects to all those who have succumbed to the virus. The sterling work that is being done by our frontline troopers, the healthcare workers led by MEC Bandile Masuku and his team in the fight against the spread of the virus. Their work must motivate all of us. Hello? Okay. Their work must motivate all of us to soldier on. Their work has given us their work has given testimony that the spirit of Cecilia Makiwan and that of Florence Nightingale still lives among the hearts of our healthcare workers. We must, in the same vein, bow our heads in gratitude to the policemen and women who are at the cold face of the battle and are on the ground being led by the ever hardworking MEC of Community Safety, Comrade Faith Mazibuko, and the Gauteng Provincial Commissioner, to ensure that our people and businesses adhere to regulations. In the same backdrop, on this heroic month of the youth, as a country, we once again find ourselves engulfed by a resurgence or a spike of gender-based violence and femicide incidents, which threaten the gains that the country has made in achieving a non-sexist South Africa that our forebearers like Peter Mokaba so valiantly and gallantly fought and sacrificed their youth for. Women and children, particularly in this province, have become moving targets and endangered species. Women and children in our province, like the people in Rwanda following the 1994 genocide, are every day crying out in unison, asking a heart-wrenching question: have the angels left us? Our province is drenched with the innocent blood of women and children killed helplessly by beastly men. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a duty to no longer pay lip service to these gruesome crimes. We ought to do more than respond through media statements and women empowerment seminars. We have to act decisively. Honorable MEC Mme Musupye, re re ho wena nko ya kgomo mohala tshwara ka thata e se re he utlwa sebodi wa kgaoga. Madam Speaker, let us also thank the Premier of Gauteng, Comrade David Makhura, who has led us extremely well in navigating the challenges brought by the invisible enemy. We are reminded by the poem written many years ago by the poet Robert Frost entitled The Road Not Taken, which reads, and I quote, "Two roads diverged in a wood, and sorry I could not travel both, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference," close quote. We recite this poem written over a century ago to thank you, Honorable Premier and the team, that when you were faced with saving the economy and saving lives, you chose the latter. You chose to save the lives of our people over profit. The blood of those who perish every day in the Western Cape recklessly is stained on the hands of the entire DA leadership, who have put our people on the chopping board because the DA is a mouthpiece of capital and represents white privilege. Madam Deputy Speaker, we applaud the decision by the full bench of the High Court in Tshwane, led by Judge President Dustin Mlambo, who on Friday ruled against the DA and sent them packing with their tail between their racist legs. It is Madam Deputy Speaker, it is inconceivable that the DA will approach our democratic courts in a bid for the Minister of Small Business Development to stop using BBBE status, race, gender, age, or disability when considering who gets COVID-19 business aid. The people of Gauteng must be told that the DA nicodemously asked the court to declare it impermissible and unlawful for government to use broad-based Black economic empowerment status, race, gender, age, or disability as a criteria for determining who will receive aid from government during the pandemic. The DA and those they represent must never be allowed to put their racist needs on the necks of African people through the use of our democratic courts. Former President Thabo Mbeki in June 2008 said, and I quote, the immediate reality is that all of us know that the poor are knocking at the gate. And if this gate does not open, because we who have the key are otherwise involved, the masses will break the gate down, close quote. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Vision GGT 2030 is key to open the gates to allow our people, in particularly the previously disadvantaged people in our province, into the mainstream economy. GGT 2030 vision is our provincial blueprint which depicts vividly the outlook of our provincial economy in contrast with the rest of the country and that of our African continent. It indicates that Gauteng is the economic hub of South Africa. The province is the 7th largest economy in Africa, the 26th largest urban region in the world, and the 6th largest urban agglomeration on the continent. And that is, it is both the financial and the technological nerve center of Africa. The GGT 2030 plan outlines a shared vision of a seamlessly assimilated, socially cohesive, sustainable and economically inclusive Gauteng city region in a decade's time and beyond. It does so in a manner that highlights fundamental priority areas and actions to be undertaken and ultimate measures of success. Am I still on? Okay.
Yes.
The plan provides a necessary thrust to propel our provincial government apparatus to build a resilient economy supported by a growing prospect of smart, innovation-driven, and sustainable industries, coupled with accountable, receptive, and clean government with active citizenry. Madam Deputy Speaker Umhlologa James, today we have a DA member who quoted Frantz Fanon. Umhlologa James. Major areas have been achieved through this pragmatic plan built on the backdrop of the fifth administration's modernization, transformation, and the reindustrialization plan. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me take this opportunity to give the overview of the department's areas of success in the current financial year 2019-2020, such that we fully understand where we are and what informs our future. On investment facilitation, the department managed to increase the levels of economic activity in the province. It has facilitated over 1.4 billion worth of investments, both domestic and foreign direct investments. In line with this, the department's Gauteng Industrial Development Zone has managed to successfully secure investments to the value of 140 million. On enterprise development, the department has done sterling work on establishing the Roslyn and Silverton incubation centers with the aim of changing ownership patterns and assist the historically disenfranchised to partake in the mainstream economy and create black industrialists. To date, a significant number of BEE SMMEs are incubated at the two centers. This includes assisting 50 companies to commercialize, and other companies were incubated across the 10 ECASI lab sites. The department's initiative speaks directly to the Department of Trade and Industry's Black Industrialist Program. It seeks to promote the participation of black industrialists as manufacturers in key sectors of the economy as identified in the Industrial Policy Action Plan. The Black Industrialist Program is a key strategic intervention designed to expedite the country's economic revolution in favor of the historically marginalized section of our society. The same reason why the DA rushed to the courts to stop this. This program will actively facilitate the introduction of more young black entrepreneurs in manufacturing, as companies will need to source and train innovative young people as they expand their operations and grow their businesses. Therefore, this will simultaneously address technical skill shortages and maximize the desperately needed job opportunity to address unemployment among young people that is extremely high. On Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, JEP, the agency is engaged in a lot of productive work. This includes piloting a Gauteng entrepreneurship model to review a sector-specific support to ensure growth and sustainability of supported entrepreneurs. A number of informal businesses benefited from the interventions rolled out across regions pertaining to training and capacity building workshops. On my last point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is on export facilitation, noting that the department has set a target of 1 billion value of trade to be facilitated by the end of the reporting period. By the end of the reporting period, 236 million was successfully facilitated by the department. Till this point, 4 infrastructure opportunities on the continent were identified for Gauteng-based firms' expansion. Investment in export facilitation is important in order to expand GDP base and avoid negative trade balance, particularly as developing countries. All the programs and projects mentioned above are indicative of a department hard at work to revitalize and mainstream our economic, particularly township economy, and supporting the development of township enterprises cooperatives, and SMMEs in general. Therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me zoom in into department's program priorities and budgetary commitment for the coming financial year 2020. Firstly, let me welcome the department's decision to prioritize economic planning initiative. This program will ensure that the economic modeling and forecasting unit continue with its contemporary innovative work on Gauteng microeconomic modeling to support and guide implementation of the Gauteng City region. This program will further enable the unit to forge ahead with supporting the development of cooperatives across the sectoral value chain as a result of emergence of industrial cooperatives. This work will include assisting public institutions in the province to improve their BBBE compliance certificate and to empower the previously disadvantaged enterprises. The department also prioritized sector and industry development. It highlighted key programs. Madam Deputy Speaker?
Yes.
The ANC supports this budget, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you too. Honorable MEC Musupe.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am going to proceed with my speech because I was cut off. But before I go there, I just want to sensitize the members or who were asking questions to listen carefully, because the speech will be in addition to what Honorable Makubela gave them in terms of what the department is doing. And thank you very much, Honorable Makubela. And le se aniseo sa ha o pile khomole naga tlenaki or ke ngwanaki, but o pile le khomole naga o boletse nnete e tletseng e tlalang seatla. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was on industrialization and establishment of SEZs. As a critical part of reindustrialization drive, we have introduced these SEZs, as members would know, in order to transform Gauteng into a single multi-tier integrated special economic zone, in line with our city region approach. The SEZ approach will help us to crystallize and concentrate manufacturing, grow exports into strategic markets as BRICS, Southeast Asia, Western Europe, and drive into the Africa trade. I hope Member Celias is listening. Most importantly, it will help create much needed jobs, Member Celias. Madam Deputy Speaker, the SEZ must also help us to advance economic transformation and dismantle the monopolistic high concentration levels across the various sectors of our economy by unlocking
Hello? Oh, so it's not me. What do we do, colleagues? Honorable, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's proceed to Honorable Fazia.
Yes, Speaker, I was going to suggest I could read the next budget report until MEC comes back, but it's up to you.
Please do.
Okay. Should I wait for the order to be read out, or can I just start?
By the way, I'm so sorry about that. Secretary, please.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can you hear me?
Okay.
I clicked on something else. The network here is.
MEC, continue.
Yeah, thank you, Madam.
Step back a bit. Okay.
Yeah, I was on the importance of the automotive SEZs and their contribution to job creation. A pertinent example of what I just mentioned is the Tshwane Automotive SEZ and the opportunity it has created for us to promote local SMME development, as Honorable Makuelo spoke to earlier on, and localization of components manufacturing, creating jobs within the local context and drive industrial growth, not just for Tshwane, but the entire province. Madam Member Adams, I think what I'm going to say now will in part respond to what you are saying. We are also looking towards building mining and mineral beneficiation capacity in the Western Corridor, as well as agro-processing in the Southern Corridor and the Western Corridor. We will be looking to create innovative incentive packages and corridor-specific value propositions to drive investment promotion and industrial growth in all of the 5 development corridors in the province. The ORT International SEZ in the Eastern Corridor is another initiative that is helping us drive industrial growth in Gauteng, with a focus on diamond and platinum group mineral beneficiation. And it will continue to contribute to our goals of securing domestic and foreign investment for manufacturing activities. On building a formidable township economy, Member Chitangano, please listen very carefully. The TER has, as yet, and we are honest about this, not yielded tangible transformation on the socio-economic landscape of our township, despite the great work and massive advancements that we have made in terms of transferring procurement spend towards township-based enterprises. And in order to refine attendance shortfalls in the TR interventions, we need to expand our capacity as the state to resource and support SMMEs, so it is within our plans. We will be intensifying our public procurement from township enterprises and through continuing to rejuvenate and invest in industrial parks, agri-hubs, and local produce markets. We will be providing catalytic economic infrastructure that will help us to take TER to the next level, where township businesses are thriving, producing productive township manufactured goods, and accessing mainstream economy sector value chains. We are in the process of repositioning and repurposing JEB to provide funding and business development support for the growth and sustainability of SMMEs and cooperatives, like Member Makubela said earlier on. The reconfiguration of this entity will assist in ensuring that it is fit for purpose to deliver on the mandate of the department and by extension in reaching the targets set in the MTSF. Madam Speaker, the 2020-2021 financial year, we will focus on the enactment of the Township Economy Bill. This bill will ensure that small businesses are formalized, regulated, and meet compliance requirements. The bill will make it easier, more affordable, and quicker to register, to open, and to operate a business in the township. On trade and investment, Member Silias, listen again carefully, Madam Speaker. In order to increase the global trade footprint of Gauteng enterprises, 2 billion rands worth of trade deals will be facilitated by the GGDA in the 2020-21 financial year. 400 Gauteng firms will be assisted with sector-specific training on export readiness, and 2 billion rands worth of infrastructure opportunities for local firms will be explored. Over and above our ambitions of driving intra-Africa trade, one of our strategic objectives going forward is to increase trade with our BRICS countries with a target of 500 million for the financial year. But the potential is much more than that and needs to be vigorously explored, and we intend to do that. Honorable members, we aim to facilitate a minimum of 13.5 billion rands in foreign direct investment and 3 billion in domestic direct investment. We want to secure investment for further development in the ORT International SEZ, as well as the Innovation Hub in Tshwane, which we want to transform into Africa's Silicon Valley. Member Silias, you spoke about this earlier on. And it will also develop a digital hub for ICT innovation and e-business development critical within the new normal of the post-COVID-19 economy. Through GGDA, we are working at developing a framework for accounting for all investment in Gauteng, so that we can track, monitor, and account for investment in the province much more accurately. On economy and tourism infrastructure interventions, this is in addition to the detail given by Honorable Makubela again. The following key economic infrastructure projects will be implemented in the financial year: the Visitor Center at the Constitutional Hill, the Biopark Phase 3 at the Innovation Hub, the Jewelry Manufacturing Precinct, the Super Block at the IDC Otia, the IDC Otia, that's the SEZ in the east. Other infrastructure projects which will be initiated are the IDZ Otia Phase 3, the Auto SEZ construction, and the Bronkhorstspruit SEZ construction. I think I need to add here that all of these activities, or at least a better percentage of them, will be digitized. Whoa, so cool. The Biopark Phase 3 and JPM Superblock and the Visitor Center will be completed in the 2020-21 financial year in the High-Tech Advanced Manufacturing Hub Special Economic Zone. Program studies will be commissioned during this financial year. To realize our goal of improved automotive production competitiveness, the AIDC will contract 30 companies to the Efficiency Improvement Program in the 2020-2021 financial year, and ensure that there's 20% production improvement in these companies in the medium term. On business regulation and governance, which is also a very important component of our responsibilities, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are committed to improving compliance by businesses in Gauteng through government regulation. Our regulation bodies in Gauteng, the Gauteng Gambling Board, the Gauteng Liquor Board, and the Consumer Affairs have continuously been inundated with complaints about tobacco manufacturing, counterfeit textiles, prohibited business conduct, illegal gambling, and liquor abuse. The regulatory bodies will continue to intervene in favor of workers and the most vulnerable in our society, even as we promote the sustainable, responsible growth and transformation of the liquor and gambling industries. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, we believe the outlined plans and programs, if implemented diligently and meticulously, have the potential for great impact and could help us make significant inroads in reconstructing the Gauteng economy, considering COVID-level realities of the so-called new normal that we have to contend with. The opportunity beckons to build a new, transformed, more inclusive economy post-COVID-19. Madam Deputy Speaker, the 2020-2021 allocation for the department and its agencies is just over 1.8 billion, and the department will transfer just over 1.3 billion to its agencies and subsidiaries to ensure the successful implementation of its mandate as the custodian of inclusive and sustainable economic growth and development in Gauteng City region. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the Premier of the province for his leadership and stewardship during these very trying times. We want to also thank fellow members of the Executive Council for teamwork and support, as well as the chairperson of the portfolio committees and the acting chairperson of the portfolio committee, along with the entire portfolio committee members. Finally, we wish to thank the executive management team of the department, including that of the agencies and the board of the agencies, for their commitment towards growing and transforming the Gauteng economy. In closing, let us remind ourselves, honorable members, of the noble words uttered by former President Thabo Mbeki, whose birthday was celebrated last week, when he said, "Gloom and despondency have never defeated adversity. Trying times need courage and resilience. Our strength as a people is not tested during the best of times." Open, close quote. As we battle COVID-19, as we seek to reconstruct our economy in the post-COVID-19 environment, may these words perennially remind us that our task may be hard, but it is not impossible. that there is opportunity behind every obstacle that confronts us, and that our greatest strength as a people has always been our resilience, our fortitude, and our courage amidst the most trying circumstances. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I have managed to respond to most of the things that were raised by the members. Just to add to one of the questions that Member Ghana spoke to on payment of holidays, Member Ghana is a member of this committee, and he knows that I reported in the committee that is a payment holiday of a minimum of 6 months to SMMEs, qualifying SMMEs that are registered. By the way, we can't work outside the ambit of the law, and he knows that. And that there's an allocation of about 50 million plus geared at cushioning this SMMEs during this period. In relation to the rollout of broadband, I think I'm not going to waste the House time on this, because MEC Finance, or rather MEC eGov, spoke to this in her speech. And I'm sure members know that there are dependencies between the different departments, and this is one of those. Member Hoffman spoke of people being threatened to disinvest in South Africa. I fail to understand what he was referring to. I think what is pitiful about his statement is that they for some reason, he and his members have this habit of wanting to racialize issues that do not have to be racialized. So I'm not going to waste time speaking to that, Honorable Deputy Speaker. He did send questions for written reply, and I have replied to those. So I'm just going to refer you to those responses, Honorable Hoffman. And I hope you won't repeat the same question in the House, because there's great detail in there. Hopefully you will learn from it. Once again, I want to thank Honorable Makubela for his what I would call a speech. I think it was a speech, a good speech for that matter. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thanks to you too, Honorable MEC. Let's move on to the next order, Secretary, please. The next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The next order is order number 14, which is consideration of the Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development Budget Vote 11 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fasia.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, or Deputy Speaker rather. I'm going to take the report as read and only cover the summary, concerns and recommendations. As Acting Chairperson of Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and the Rural Development Portfolio Committee, I, Honorable Hassan, present the report on the detail of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, Vote 11 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill as follows. The department's total allocation for the 2021 financial year revenue is set at 1.02 billion, which marks a 2.9% increment from the previous financial year's adjusted budget, which was 992 million. The budget continues to support the priorities laid by the Fifth Administration that sought to transform, modernize, and reindustrialize the economy of this province. The budget comes at a time when the world is faced with the COVID-19 pandemic, and economic activity as a result has been severely compromised. Over and above the economic stimuli provided by national government, it is prudent for the department to reprioritize the budget and annual performance plan to channel funding towards projects that will aid in socioeconomic relief. It will be required of the department to roll out incentives to keep the sector active and ensure utilization of resources to address food insecurity, as well as reprioritize the budget and annual performance plan so that it addresses the challenges posed by the pandemic. The committee noted that the funding meant to mainstream climate change activities has increased to 32 million rand over the MTEF. The department will continue supporting the economic drivers from an agricultural perspective, which includes the continued revamping of the Vereniging fresh produce market, ecological management of the province's nature reserves so that they can attract tourists and be income generating, as well as the continued maintenance of the existing hydroponics project in various agri-parks. The department continues to prioritize the creation of agro-processing hubs and the township processing facilities. Moreover, there is a commitment to commercialize 68 smallholder farmers and improve market access, as well as establish the West Rand fresh produce market. The committee continues, however, to be concerned with the lack of reporting on issues relating to environmental affairs in the province. The challenge of air pollution and waste management remains at the forefront of environmental issues that need to be addressed through a comprehensive compliance and enforcement strategy, which seeks to protect the environment from negative impacts. The committee acknowledges that the department plans to provide support through the mechanization program to ensure that farmers have access to machinery to enable increased productivity and production. The department also commits to provide both accredited and non-accredited training through insourcing of accredited service providers and through study groups which are conducted by agricultural advisors and specialists. The committee acknowledges the budget allocation for the 2021 financial year and will continue to monitor the performance of the department on a quarterly basis and over the MTEP period on funded programs. The committee is concerned by, number one, the inability to complete capital funded projects on time, such as the Northern Water Line at the Sacred Rand Nature Reserve. Number two, the inability to eradicate the backlog faced with the establishment of infrastructure projects brought about by the IDMS policy. Number three, inadequate support given to smallholder farmers and agricultural cooperatives. A lack of reporting on issues related to environmental affairs in the province. Underspending due to tender processes being unresponsive, as well as delays in the appointment of probity auditors. In terms of recommendations, the report should be submitted to the committee by the 30th of September 2020. Number one, provide the committee with a detailed report on improvements made on all capital funded projects in the province. Furthermore, the department should appear before the committee together with the Department of Infrastructure to present a detailed plan with timelines regarding the outstanding maintenance issues at the Sacred Rand Nature Reserve, given that these issues have been long-standing. Number two, provide the committee with a detailed report and remedial plan in terms of how the various infrastructure projects will be supported in the current financial year through the IDMS policy. Number three, provide the committee with a detailed plan on enhancing functionality of subsistence, smallholder, women and youth farmers. The plan must include how the department plans to provide smallholder farmers with sufficient support to enhance the marketing of their produce. The department should form a strong collaborative relationship with municipalities that are affected and further ensure that waste management and greening efforts are maintained and adhered to by communities. Provide communities with a detailed plan on how they will assist and support the affected municipalities to ensure that there is environmental compliance in these areas. Provide the committee with a quarterly report on supply chain systems to ensure that tender processes are completed timeously. Probity auditors are appointed timeously as well, and the outstanding projects are implemented. A general recommendation, provide the committee with a detailed plan on the support that will be provided to farmers during the COVID-19 pandemic over and above the existing measures set out before the outbreak. In terms of acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development wishes to thank MEC Musupe, the head of the department, Ms. M. Gasela, and her team of officials. As the chairperson, I further wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude to the honourable members of this Portfolio Committee, including and in particular Honourable Chairperson Lasindwa, Honourable Makubela, Honourable Ngube, Honourable Ghana, Honourable Silius, Honourable Chitangano, Honourable Hoffman, Honourable Adams, and further appreciation goes to the alternative members. It's an honour to lead such a hardworking team. Furthermore, I would like to acknowledge and express appreciation from our following support staff: Group Committee Coordinator Mr. T. Bodibe, Committee Researchers B. Mabuza, M. Makubele, A. Malapane, Senior Committee Coordinator T. Skosana, Committee Coordinator L. Mampe, Administrative Assistants N. Mgadi and V. Mokubetsi, Hansard Recorder Mr. S. Baloi, Senior Information Officer A. Nechibuyu, Communications Officer T. Ndo, Service Officer B. Nhlapo, and Public Participation Officer B. Lomo for their dedication and commitment. After due consideration, the Economic Development Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development Budget Vote 11 report for the 2021 financial year. In terms of Rules 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development Budget Vote 11. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Hassan. Do we have a seconder?
Member Celia, I second.
Thank you, Member Celia. Now I put the question. Those who agree with the report, please say aye.
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 Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you. Those who do not agree with the report or reject the report, please say no. Thank you. We got that. Thank you. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Secretary, next order, please. Honorable Mpapa, please come in.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The next order is order number 15, which is debate on the detail of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development Budget Vote 11 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me now call the MEC, Musupi, to present the budget speech.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpapa. Ntetla ke dumedise Speaker, ke dumedise Deputy Speaker, ke dumedise the Acting Premier, ke dumedise members tsa committee, ke dumedise ba lekgotla bo botlhe, ke dumedise le setjhaba sa Gauteng se sotlhe. Ke tlo boela go sejatlhaping. Like other sectors of the economy, the agricultural sector finds itself in dire straits as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This sector has backwards and forward linkages with other economic sectors, meaning that it is one of the hardest hit sectors in the economy despite beliefs by other people. What happens in other sectors of the economy has a direct bearing on what happens to the agricultural sector. The lockdown has created bottlenecks throughout the agricultural value chain, with restaurants, schools with their feeding schemes, programs, and farmers markets, amongst other critical stakeholders, having been closed since the lockdown commenced. Until recently, the demand for fresh produce and perishables had dropped drastically, with the declining demand negatively affecting farmers and suppliers, with smallholder farmers being the worst hit. Under this prevailing climate, we need to increase our support for local, previously disadvantaged farmers and agribusinesses. We must create inclusive food value chains and deconcentrated markets, as well as focus on household foods. On household food security and upskilling of farmers and workers. COVID-19 also demands that we develop reduced contact or contactless distribution channels and trade facilitation for goods produced by the sector. Amid the disruption caused by the pandemic to establish markets and supply chains, there's an opportunity to develop digital strategies and online distribution channels as part of the new normal. There's a need for us to focus more on investing in research, technology, and infrastructure in order to develop the resilience and competitiveness of our agricultural sector within this new paradigm. Our focus as a department is on harnessing and maximizing on economic potential of the province's agricultural sector and ensuring food security for everyone in the province. Honorable members, in line with the Growing Gauteng Together plan, we plan to create agro-processing hubs and township processing facilities, initially focusing on the southern and western development corridors of the province. We are committed to making decisive interventions so that we can commercialize smallholder farmers in the southern and western corridors. We want to improve market access by establishing the West Rand Fresh Produce Market. These interventions will go a long way in enhancing the level of competitiveness and market access for our entrepreneurs and farmers. We are continuing our collaboration with the West Rand Development Agency as well as the Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency in terms of the planning for the West Rand Agro-Processing Hub, which will include the West Rand Fresh Produce Market Depot. The market depot is expected to be completed in the 2022-23 financial year. The department's preliminary projection is that 150 million rands may be required to complete the establishment of the market depot. This will be confirmed once final studies are concluded. Madam Speaker, Member Honorable Papa, our agro processing program is focused on developing mega agriculture hubs, agri-parks, township agro processing hubs, capacity building, enhancing agro logistics, and fostering market access. We are in the planning phase of rolling out township agro processing hubs, which will provide food safe manufacturing infrastructure on identified sites. The process of engaging municipalities and sourcing relevant approval for sites identified in the Westland municipality is still underway, and it is expected to be completed in the current financial year. We plan to develop 5 township agro-processing hubs for agro-processing startups, as well as food service entrepreneurs during this term. In the 2020-2021 financial year, we will capacitate 40 agro-processing SMMEs, including smallholder farmers who are undertaking on-farm agro-processing through training and awareness of food safety. The department has furthermore received approval to enter into an agreement with the Plant Products Export Control Board for the South African Good Agriculture Practice certification. 60 smallholder farmers will be taken through a training, pre-audit and audit process for this certification. Honorable members, the Gauteng City Region Agri-Food Transformation and Development Strategy identifies 6 pillars and interventions with a particular focus on research, innovation and technological advancement. We will be focusing on facilitation of research on productivity and secondary agriculture, and looking to capitalize on improvements in competitiveness as well as the logistic edge of the agricultural sector in Gauteng, looking at urban and peri-urban agriculture in particular. As outlined in the Gauteng City Region Agri-Food Transformation and Development Strategy, there are numerous knowledge resources located in the province in the form of universities, research institutions, industry organizations, and large commercial agro-processing companies. These establishments hold a wealth of information, of skills and knowledge, and technologies that can be shared with emerging enterprises to support their growth and development in the agri-food value chain. We have established information sharing platforms and channels to accomplish our mandate of transferring technology to agri-food sector stakeholders, particularly your smallholder farmers. This is important in the creation of an environment for identification and selection of appropriate technologies for smallholder farmers and the agri-food sector to create jobs and increase agriculture contribution to the GDP. We are also directing our efforts towards the collection, presentation, dissemination and transfer of technology to agri-food stakeholders and smallholder farmers through easily accessible platforms and channels such as agricultural expos, the Agri-Food Festival, research symposium, and technology seminars. We plan to establish a mechanization center as part of a comprehensive mechanization program that can serve subsistence and smallholder farmers more effectively. We aim to strengthen our capacity for knowledge generation and evidence-based policy making through greater investment in the collection and analysis of data across the entire food value chain in order to design better and well-targeted interventions. The availability of accurate and reliable data is indispensable for good policy making and application of much needed resources, current focus being on targeting of government's COVID-19 stimulus package for the agricultural sector. Our agricultural commercialization program aims to increase the number of farmers operating at large commercial scale by improving their performance within selected value chains through productive partnerships and through increased access to production infrastructure, inputs, finance, markets, training, and strengthened business development support to farmers and agro-entrepreneurs. Madam Speaker, the commercialization program entails supporting farmers with infrastructure, production inputs, market access, and associated logistics. The intention is to ensure the migration of smallholder farmers to semi, medium, large, and mega scale. We plan to commercialize farmers in the following commodities: grain, horticulture, poultry, piggery, and livestock. And by livestock, we are referring to cattle and sheep only. The commercialization program aims to support selected Black smallholder farmers to become large-scale players in the mainstream of the agricultural economy in the province. In our endeavor to commercialize Black smallholder farmers, we have prioritized women, children, young people, and people with disability. To this effect, 30% of departmental condition grants funds is earmarked to support women, 10% to provide support to young people, and 2% for people with disability. 60% of the total allocation of conditional grants, both comprehensive agricultural support program and Ilima or Oletsema, had been set aside for commercialization of smallholder farmers. On veterinary services, honorable members, delayed promulgation of the meat safety regulation for game, crocodile, and rabbits continue to pose a challenge for ensuring safety of the meat of the stated species to consumers and makes it difficult to enforce compliance with the Meat Safety Act. I will, however, continue to engage the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on the urgent need for the National Department to speed up finalization of these regulations. Independent meat inspections continue to be rolled out in abattoirs across the province. The department will take delivery of 10 mobile abattoirs. 2 will be for red meat and 8 for poultry. This have been procured at the cost of 46 million rands in the previous financial year. These mobile abattoirs will assist farmers to slaughter their chickens and livestock in a hygienic condition, ensuring food safety in line with market requirements. On climate change and biodiversity, Madam Speaker, we are mainstreaming climate change into the Gauteng City Region Development Agenda by strengthening the Gauteng Climate Change Forum, ensuring effective participation of all relevant provincial departments, development agencies, and municipalities in the province. Furthermore, the department incorporated local government, the private sector, and state agencies' inputs into the Gauteng City Region Climate Change Overarching Response Strategy and Action Plan from bilateral discussions that took place since 2018 rather. We will continue to engage various sectors to ensure effective implementation of this strategy. The strategy is aligned with the national commitment for greenhouse gas emission peaks, plateau, and decline, and has prioritized interventions that build and sustain Gauteng social, economic, and environmental resilience and emergency response capacity. The strategy is also in line with the Gauteng Green Strategic Program and will contribute to a green economy growth trajectory for Gauteng, resulting in low carbon resource efficiency and climate resilient economy. Madam Speaker, as the department, we actively participate in process aimed at upscaling the biodiversity economy and facilitating its greater contribution to the economy in our city region. We commissioned research activities on terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems and the species contained therein to enhance decision-making tools such as the provincial conservation plan and municipal bioregional plans that support and guide appropriate sustainable development in the province. The department is conducting a feasibility study in viable biodiversity economic initiatives that can be developed on a scale that makes business sense. Madam Speaker, the Gauteng bioeconomy strategy has been reviewed and updated with biotechnical SMMEs currently being supported with startup capital at the Innovation Hub and Vaal University of Technology Sciences Park on an annual basis. We are also supporting students with biotechnology bursaries and an internship program on an annual basis. On environmental quality and protection, honorable members, the challenge of air pollution and waste management remains at the fore of environmental issues that needs to be addressed through a comprehensive compliance and enforcement strategy which seeks to protect the environment. Added to this is the need to ensure the protection of Gauteng fauna and flora. Through its compliance and enforcement unit, the department will continue to monitor environmental authorizations by conducting proactive inspections, particularly in respect of facilities that are prone to air pollution and those in the waste management sector. We have adopted and are implementing the Gauteng Provincial Environment Management Framework standards. The department has made a significant contribution to provincial and national gross GDP by easing the cost of doing business in the province through reducing issuance of your EIA's applications from 107 days legislated time frame to within 30 days. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, the budget for the 2020-21 financial year is 1 billion rands for implementation of agri-industrialization projects, establishment and implementation of the agri-parks, and creating agro-processing hubs and township processing facilities so that southern and the western economic corridors can be competitive in the agro-processing sector. In addition, the allocation will make provision for modernization initiatives, as well as promoting waste minimization programs, including separation of waste at source to reduce the amount of waste to landfill, and other initiatives that I spoke to earlier on. Would like to thank the Honorable Premier for his steady leadership during this unprecedented times, all the members of EXCO and all the members in the House, and the top management and other officials in the department. Also to thank members of the committee, the Portfolio Committee, for their robust engagement on issues. In conclusion, honorable members, the agricultural sector plays an important role in the process of economic development and contributes significantly to our food security as a city region. In the words of one of the brightest young minds of South Africa, of the young minds that South Africa ever produced, Anton Lembede, agriculture is of primordial significance in the progress of a nation. Failure of agriculture in a land can occasion incalculable catastrophe. Agriculture is the backbone of a nation's life, open close quote. These perennially axiomatic words are our inspiration as we look to position agriculture as a key economic driver for the post-COVID-19 economic recovery of the Gauteng City region. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Honorable Mpapa.
Thank you, MEC. Let me call upon Honorable Celius.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Can I continue?
Yes, continue.
Thank you. When these budgets were first drafted, the world was a different place. It is safe to say that these budgets were drafted for a future that no longer exists. Since the start of this round of debates, my colleagues in this House have clearly articulated the various impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The members of this legislature have demonstrated a deep understanding of the devastating consequences of the pandemic on lives and livelihoods, as well as a delicate balance required of a policy response that facilitates both economic growth, whilst at the same time finding an appropriate healthcare response. The MEC's diagnosis is accurate, and I appreciate the embrace of technology and innovation and the realization that disruption can be a good thing for this sector. Dr. Jane Goodall recently said that our global food production system is in need of urgent reform. She said, and I quote, "Our disrespect for wild and farmed animals have created the situation where disease can spill over to infect human beings. We have come to a turning point in our relationship with the natural world." So, MEC, I would do just two things to get this budget right. Firstly, I would redesign our entire extension services offering And secondly, I would hit the reset button on how to facilitate market access. The MEC is also correct in asserting that food insecurity is at household level. If every third person in this province is going to go hungry, these priorities have to be urgent and they can be addressed by thinking forward. Agriculture has only recently entered into the public conversation on climate change, and mostly in a negative way. Far less attention has been paid to agriculture's capacity to be a climate solution. How do we do this? Through the production and maintenance of healthy living soil. The world's soils contain 2,500 gigatons of carbon, more than 3 times more carbon than is currently in the atmosphere. And soil has the capacity to hold much more. While conventional farming practices disturb soil and release carbon into the atmosphere, contributing to climate change, some relatively simple changes to the way we grow food have shown promise in turning some of the world's farmland into carbon sinks. Studies have projected that better land management practices could increase the amount of carbon stored in croplands by 1.89 billion tonnes annually, which may be conservative, and that farmland and grazing fields could sequester over 600 billion tonnes from the atmosphere. Simple practices such as no-till farming, crop rotation, crop diversity, and rotational grazing are relatively easy to put in place and have the added benefit of leading to a more nutritious and abundant food and more resilient food ecosystems. Our extension offering must teach these principles so that farmers' access to conditional grants are contingent upon them implementing conservation practice. Deputy Chair of Chairs, on facilitation of market access for small producers, there are many opportunities for GDOT to explore. Fresh produce markets in the province are currently dysfunctional, and producers are beholden to a market agent system that is often unfair and corrupt. Whilst I look forward to the development of a new fresh produce market on the West Rand, the department should also explore alternatives. For example, in Southeast Asia, there is an Order Anything app called Grab. They have launched a raft of initiatives aimed at bringing more small and medium-sized merchants into its ecosystem, including farmers and agri-food vendors, amid supply chain disruption and other knock-on effects from the pandemic. Grab has partnered with Indonesia's Ministry of Agriculture. Their app allows users to order directly from a grocery store that sources directly from small farmers and have their purchases delivered to their doorstep. The small farmers stand to earn more through this arrangement, since Grab handles most of the distribution, negating the costs of multiple intermediaries. In Malaysia, the Ministry of Rural Development is partnering with a rural entrepreneur platform called eLocal Desamol. So far, they have assisted 5,000 rural businesses to digitalize and sell their goods via an online marketplace called Grab Food. GDOT must evolve along these lines to stay relevant, and many of the comments that the MEC gave gives me hope this is exactly what is going to happen. But for now, we cannot support a budget that is business as usual if the department is going to continue to buy production inputs and advocate old farming methods that harm the environment. We must remember that COVID-19 is a zoonotic disease, and this budget must be instrumental in changing our relationship with the natural world. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Radebe.
Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Radebe is not feeling well. I will take a debate.
Continue.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Why are you the one who's asking me and not Deputy of Chairs of Chairs?
Honorable Chitanganyo, it must via through me. Can you continue?
Oh, okay. No, thanks. It was just a statement in passing. Deputy Chair of Chairs, as the EFF, we can only access the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development on how it fulfills its core responsibilities, such as agricultural development, food security, and rural development, by meeting its sprint targets. Program 2, which is agriculture and rural development, remains critical as it is intended to mitigate food insecurity, but the department's expenditure in this regard stood at 86% of the annual budget allocation for 2018-2019 financial year. This remains a trend because in the 2019-20 financial year, fewer smallholder farmers were trained and supported with agricultural advice. The department in Q4 achieved only 66% of its target. The department is definitely not taking the emerging black farmers seriously. It is a lame excuse that fewer farmers applied. We have for many years as EFF maintained that tenders must be abolished and states should build its own internal capacity through the establishment of state-owned construction companies to work on construction of infrastructure projects. And in this case, the second boss-run nature reserve, which have not been completed for many years, is a point in question. There is still no adequate operational plan to ensure there is a proper maintenance and upgrading of the 6 nature reserves in the province, a concern we raised in the past years. The department has not embarked on any land audits in preparation of expropriation of land without compensation, which exposes the non-commitment of the ANC-led government to process of restoring land to its rightful owners. As the EFF, we are not going to celebrate mediocrity when our people are drowning in deaths associated with farm production due to its department's inability to coordinate rural development and land reform. Isigayo milling plant in Randfontein was supposed to be operational by 2017. To date, the project that intended to improve agro processing and benefit the local traders is not as yet operational. An amount of 5 million, which was meant for this project, was illegally transferred to West Rand District Municipality and cannot be accounted for. We have on countless occasions advocated that land reform programs should be aimed at transferring land to the state, which will administer and use land for sustainable development purposes. The EFF has maintained that state support should prioritize small-scale farmers so that small-scale farming becomes a sustainable economic activity for the majority of our people. With the department's failure to intervene and tamper with land dispossession and capitalist patterns of land ownership, agriculture will never become sustainable economic activity for majority of Black Africans. Even young people will never be inspired to go into food production because there is no income and financial benefit for them. There is no doubt that the land reform programs have hopelessly failed the indigenous people and dismal failed to restore the dignity and humanity of the oppressed African masses of the province. This department is dysfunctional, poorly resourced, and ill-equipped to deal with land reform and agricultural revolution. We reject budget vote 11. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honorable Hoffman.
Geachte voorsitter, landbou is 'n kritieke sektor van ons ekonomie in Gauteng. Dit gesê is die Vryheidsfront Plus baie bekommerd oor die welstand van die programme wat aangepak is deur die departement. Dit wil blyk dat hierdie departemente maar meerendeels dieselfde traject volg as die ander departemente binne die regering, naamlik korrupsie, wanbesteding en algehele verval. Die kan belastingbetalers se geld op groot skaal na die landbousektor gooi, maar sal tot niks kom as gevolg van die feit dat die departement nie die nodige opgeleide amptenary het om die probleme op te los nie. Tog snaaks dat dit juis hier is waar die politieke druk en fokus lê. Dit is betreurenswaardig dat die ANC juis sy eie kiesers in die departement val deur fondse te vermors en geen noemenswaardige suksesse te behaal ten opsigte van bemagtiging van hul teikenmark nie. Voorsitter, die departement is die vyand van vooruitgang en die opbou van die potensiële kommersiële boere. Die departement se gevalle implementering van projekte is 'n beduidende indikasie dat Gauteng sal vasval by bestaansboerdery en dat daar nie sal voedselsekerheid verkry word binne Gauteng nie. Ek dankie.
Thank you, Hur. Honorable Ghana.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair of Chair, and thanks for the opportunity. I must say that Honorable Celia has hit the nail on the head, when she talks about the need to think beyond what we know, because what faces us, Deputy Chair, is that as we see, even my colleague this morning was raising the issue of the food security, and that's the most urgent thing that we do need to address insofar as this department is concerned. And I have raised, Honorable MEC, you might remember, last time we debated the budget vote, that we need to start a program in our communities. There are open spaces. Doesn't matter whether you're in Soweto, you're in Muhlakeng, you're in Mamelodi, you're in Soshanguve. There are a lot of open spaces that are now being used as illegal dumping sites. And if we are to think ahead, if we start thinking about how best do we address food insecurity, we need to be thinking of how do we convert those spaces into community agricultural projects. And we don't need to employ the old way of farming, because someone will say, no, the space is not enough. I think we need to embrace the new ways of farming, and we need to ensure that we have the new generation of farmers who come into and using less spaces to produce more. And that's where the research that you are talking about should be focusing its energies on, because we do know that as a province, as Gauteng, we do not have a massive agricultural land. Therefore, the little land that we do have in the province needs to be used to produce more. And that's something that the department has been failing to do, because in all its plans, it's still thinking about the old way. So we need a massive land. We need a massive space of land to produce, in many instances, little produce. Whereas we should start thinking and taking technology on board to use the small spaces and start producing and assisting our young people to learn to produce food for themselves and their families. Because if we are going to continue to rely on the old way of farming, then we will continue to see when you have a social development presenting to say that we do not have capacity to feed the millions of hungry people in Gauteng. Whereas we do have spaces, we do have containers that can be used to deal with, to assist with vertical farming. And that's where we need to start thinking about. I've also raised the issue of the waste economy. The waste economy. That is the next goal for Gauteng. Because as things stand, a lot of households are just dumping and also taking stuff that should be recycled into our landfill sites. And that's where we need to start changing the minds of the people of Gauteng. And that's the space that the environment unit should be playing in, and not always focusing on the old way of doing things. Let's look at what this pandemic that we find ourselves in, what opportunities exist so that the people of Gauteng can continue to be able to feed themselves and be able to create or use the little resources that we have to create the much needed jobs for our people. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngube.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We debate this budget vote today, 3 days before the celebration of the Freedom Charter. Let me just declare upfront that the ANC supports budget vote 11. As we debate this agricultural budget vote today, it is worth just to take you down the memory lane. We must be mindful of the fact that the land dispositions in South Africa
dates back to 1600s to the 1900s, when the Europeans accumulated capital at the expense of the indigenous people. Our forefathers were forcefully driven to the barren land. They were chucked out of their fertile land for the benefit of the tiny minority. They were driven to abject poverty and forced to be laborers, to be migrant laborers, to stay in squalor, to carry passes, and have permits to be in the so-called urban areas. So the hunger, poverty, child labor, landlessness, homelessness, squatter camps, inequalities have a long history. However, we've had, as we've started with the lockdown, people that are masquerading as champions of the poor, masquerading as the representatives of the poor and the marginalized by the current democratic government, whereas they drove us to be recipients of grants and leftovers. We had land, cattle, sheep, goats, chicken, fruits, and we're growing our own maize and our own vegetables and etc. There was no poverty, no class society. Today, they stand in podiums and say, our people or their people will die of hunger and not of the pandemic. We therefore pay tribute to amakhosi azama ukuvikela ilizwe lethu. Ongqika, oNdlambe, oYinsa, oMshweshwe, oGqunukhwebe, oShaka, oMaqoma, oDingane, oKhama, oThohoyandou, oMampuru, oSkhukhune, and many, many more of our freedom fighters, like the founders of the ANC, the SSCP, the PAC, and the Youth League. We will forever be indebted to them. Therefore, Honorable Deputy Chair, let them not accuse us of being stuck to the past. It is worth reminding some of those who have forgotten. We commend the ANC-led government through the Agriculture Department for turning the tide of agricultural beneficiation in favor of the previously disregarded. For example, the farmer support development aimed at supporting households, developing farmers and commercial producers. It has done a sterling work supporting smallholder producers and women farmers with maize and piggery production inputs, example, Sidibeng and West Rand. We also saw the MEC last week handing over the vouchers. 19 small-scale farmers have entered multi-year contracts with the service providers for supply and delivery of maize production inputs and poultry production inputs. However, Deputy Chairperson, this is still a drop in an ocean. We need to do more. We welcome the beneficial approach by the ANC-led government department to focus on women, youth, and people with disabilities, earmarking 30% of its conditional grants funds to support women, 10% to support young people, and directing 2% to people with disabilities. We, however, note that the category of military veterans has been omitted, which is a cause for concern. The Freedom Charter in 1955 said, the state shall help the peasants with implements, seed, tractors, and dams to save the soil and assist the tillers. By so saying, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, it is worth saying, Honorable MEC, that this department needs to push for the fast track of the land release for agricultural purposes, because there's a lot of unused fertile land throughout the province. So we need to tap in that land so that the people are able to benefit from it. But however, there has also to be access to water. because that is a problem currently, that yes, the place is there to plant, however, there is no water that assists the farmers. Also, the utilization of the school food gardens, it is now dying a natural death. We need to revive that program so that you are able to reap in those areas. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Department is a technical department tasked with the responsibility to nurture and expand economic potential of agricultural sector and ensuring food security for all vulnerable in our province. Nationally, the sector is set to create 1 million jobs by 2030. This means, Deputy Chairperson, that the investment we advance today will determine the realization of future prospects. Growing Gauteng Together Vision 2030 outlines the strategic areas of focus and intervention. This includes support to the SMMEs, Black farmers, and other new entrants into the agricultural value chain through the establishment of agro-parks across the province. It is also prioritizing to address the white monopoly of agricultural sector by big business. For instance, let me name just a few. ZZ2, that is in Limpopo, but it supplies the vegetables up to Cape Town, or in almost all the provinces. We have another one, the current beef in Heidelberg, that is also supplying red meat throughout in almost all the provinces. So we need to turn the tide and change this situation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we acknowledge the proactive initiation from the department to establish a farmer early warning system as a strategic intervention. Natural disasters has a potential of distracting farmer production, and that can lead to enormous losses on agriculture business and food security. Disasters from hydrological hazards, such as frequency of severe drought, flooding, and heat waves, are occurring frequently due to the climate change. However, Honorable Chairperson, let me also indicate that there is a damage that the mining houses done to our country or to our province. The pollution of water with the acid mine drainage, the air pollution by the mine dams, which causes a lot of uncurable diseases, with areas like Tepisong, Brandfisher, Meadowlands, Deep Clove, and other areas. Those people are suffering, and nobody is paying for their diseases to be cured. The principle of polluter pays must be enforced, and this includes the municipalities and other provinces that are polluting the Vaal River or the Vaal Dam. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department is doing remarkable work in the current financial year, the 2019 to 2020, to turn the tide of agriculture beneficiation in favor of the previously disregarded. Let me take then to the opportunity to just mention the few. In relation to the farmer support and development, is program responsible for expanding the agricultural development support to households, developing farmers and commercial producers for sustainable agricultural development. The department has done a sterling work supporting the smallholder producers and women farmers with maize and piggery production inputs. On this again, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we want more of these programs to be across the province, so that we are able to be catered by this multi production of this. Another key problem that the department is undertaking is with regard to the veterinary services. This service is established to reduce levels of animal disease, to ensure healthy animals and safe animal products. The department has managed to carry out the numerous animal health regulatory interventions with both emerging and commercial farmers. And as a province, we've managed to successfully curb the spreading of the animal diseases. In closing, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we could, in closing, this ANC-led government remains to be a cornerstone of hope and truthful political realization that indeed economic transformation is not a far-fetched reality. It is manifesting in a tangible manner, though it may not be a desired pace. However, there is appropriate movement towards that objective. And therefore, saying, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me call upon the MEC, Honorable M. Musupye, to reply to the debate.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me start by thanking all of the members for their inputs and go straight to what Honorable Mncube was saying, and thank in particular for almost responding to almost all of the questions, but especially on her speaking to the interventions that we have in place that are brought about by severe drought, flooding, and heat waves that are increasing, and the impact that they have on our farming practices. I think she spoke very well to the plans that we have in place. But to also perhaps share this information with honorable members regarding the vouchers that she spoke to, it was a total of 991 vouchers. It is a total of 991 vouchers that are going to be handed out throughout the province, and they are worth just over 38 million. The 991, they are worth just over 38 million. On military veterans, honorable members, they are allocated 5% of CAS program within the department. However, we still have to work with them to make sure that they agree to work with us within the programs that we have as a department. So that allocation is there for them to take advantage of, and we will make sure that it reaches them. Member Elias, I just want to draw your attention. I thank you for your valuable inputs as well. And just to say upfront that the APPs are going to be revised soon. And some of the questions that you had will be answered then when you see the revised APPs. But we have embarked on your new type of agricultural practices. And we are moving away from your conservative way of farming or conventional way of farming. And we have elevated your conservative agricultural practices. I know that your concern is around the emissions caused by cows. And I must agree with you, ma'am, honorable member. So like I said earlier on, once we table the APPs in the House, you will then get to know of the new practices that we are having. The other thing that I'm going to do is to respond to you and Member Ghana on the same response regarding the new ways of farming. Member Ghana, since 2017, we have been practicing your vertical hydroponics in the West Rand. I don't know if the committee has not taken you there, but I don't mind, taking you on a special trip to see it. It is happening, and it's not the only one. Is in the West Rand. However, we agree with you that we should be growing that type of practice, and we will be doing that, and that will be contained in our APP as well. On the waste economy, Honorable Ghana, we are participating with the national government to get a service provider to empower waste pickers that we are working with already, but we are not going to exclude others, but we have to work within the policies that we have. You need to remember that. So we are in the process of unlocking the entire value chain of the waste industry. It's not about waste picking only. So it's quite an involved industry, and it's an industry that has potential to create jobs and sustainable jobs for that matter. So again, I want to say that when you do see the revised APP, that will be contained in that. Honorable Hoffman, unfortunately, you spoke in Afrikaans, so I have a vague idea of what you were saying. I'm not going to even venture into trying to respond, lest I respond to, or maybe I contradict what you were saying or what I think you were saying. So I will leave that as it is. As it's no disrespect to your language, but Members, Elias, there's one other thing that I would like to share with you, and I think it's only fair that I do that. And it's that we have commissioned research activities in terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. Just to respond to what you are saying in terms of modernizing our practices, we are doing that, but you did acknowledge that, and thank you for that, ma'am. So the department is conducting a feasibility study on viable biodiversity economic initiatives that can be developed to a scale that makes business sense. It's important that it makes business sense, because we can't just present a plan to the House that we ourselves are not sure if we'll be able to implement to get the desired results. The study will look at measures that can be implemented on commercial or industrial utilization of indigenous biological genetic resources to create commercial and employment opportunities. Members, Elias. These potential activities include your bioprospective activities, such as the use of plants for medicinal purposes, your industrial enzymes, food flavors, fragrances, cosmetics, emulsifiers, extracts or essential oils, and many other things that we know that it will speak to. So yes, in a general sense, we are looking at modern ways of farming. Like I said earlier on, they will be included in our APPs when we finish revising those. Member Chitangano, I knew you were going to talk about, for some reason, I keep ka Seker boss le ga letle ra e re ko arabe yana ko re ke re wa bona ko Seker boss kwa le re rile se molao o re dumellang gore re sire ne re emetse gore re kre di o tlo kwata bikinyana mara re ko bolele the private partners for Seker boss commercialization, and we have to do that for in a viable. But the good news, what will probably make you happy, is the fact that there were 2 land claims there, and it makes us happy as well, because we do care about our people as well. There were 2 land claims. One has already been approved. The people who were approved own 15% of the land. The Kopiskral community own 15% of Seker Boss. And we are in the process gona ba no re boledisana le bona gore re bone gore re tlo tshwaragana na bang for kgetse ya tsie gore le bona ba khone gore ba nne le letseno nyana le le rileng go mo managing Seker Boss. Mara a ke re a re o lebella fela gore batho ba nne le letseno. If we are going to be sharing responsibility, sharing profits, we have to share responsibilities as well. So a re tlo bolela as if re no rena re tlo ba fa fela e le gore a gona maikarabelo. Nnete ya modimo fela gore re boledisana le bona. Re emetse gore national e feletse ka the other group e leng gore ba le bona ba ile land claim. We suspect that it will tswalela mo before ngwaga o fela re sa itse gore COVID ne ba tshwere yang. Le bona re tlo boledisana le bona in the same way. So contrary to what you were saying, Tate, we are not insensitive to issues tsa land ownership. We are not insensitive to those. Ke a leboga, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Yeah, let the Secretary read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of the Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the details of the Department of Infrastructure Development Budget Vote 15 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of the year 2020 for the year 2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson Modise, please deliver the committee report. Honorable Mudise.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
go on.
Yes, Chair. Chair, I'm going to deliver the report on the budget for the Department of Infrastructure. And I'm going to request that the parts of the report that I did not read be considered as read. And therefore, I will deal with the executive summary, the committee concerns and the committee recommendations, acknowledgement, and therefore adoption. The oversight role of the Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee, as prescribed in the standing rules of the Gauteng Legislature, makes it imperative for the committee to provide an analytical assessment of the state of the budget allocation to the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management for the 2020-2021 financial year. The Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management has been allocated 3,291,681,000 for the current financial year. The committee noted that the budget decrease during this financial year is in line with the call by the President to spend prudently and by the Finance Minister, who outlined a need to cap spending while providing service within the available means. The committee noted that Program 1 received an amount of 378,382,000, which will, amongst others, cater for settlement of remuneration increases, fund tools of trade for the position that will be filled. Program 2 received an amount of 2,608,755,000. The allocation will cater for, amongst others, the construction sub-program and payment of municipal services. Program 3 received an amount of 304,544,000 in the current financial year. This allocation will also cater for the coordination and training of participants in the National Youth Service. The department reported that the arrival of COVID-19 in South Africa and its impact has presented an unprecedented challenge and risk characterized by rapid evolution, evolving quick spread and serious mortality. Has spread fear, uncertainty, and necessitated the declaration of the state of national disaster by the state president. This has resulted in a need for response at project level, and the response included stoppage of works and institutions of protocol to help limit the spread of the coronavirus and ensure safety of the people and service providers working on site. The situation will further be responded to in line with the evolution and regulatory direction. As well, the department has developed protocols to be complied with before contractors can proceed on site in COVID-19 dispensation under lockdown level 4 and below. The extent of the impact on project cannot necessarily be predetermined. However, it will impact project in variety of ways, and each case will be considered in line with the contractual provision and merits. It is in this regard that may be drastic delays in all the projects. With regards to expanded public works program, the committee noted that the department is in the process of planning for recruitment of 2,500 national youth service. These are new intakes participants for the 2020-2021 financial year. The recruitment plan will be finalized and approved by the second quarter of the current financial year. I will deal, Chair, with the committee concerns. The following are findings and committee concerns, including recommendation and implication on lawmaking. Committee findings and concerns. The committee is concerned that the department has been underfunded, noting that there are several projects that were not completed during the previous financial year. That no information was provided by the department in terms of appointment of the new chief financial officer and the head of the department. Legal service budget allocation has been reduced since there has been a precedence of taking contractors to court or contractors taking the department to court. For Panum Precinct project has been on the planning stage for previous financial years. No progress has been made. Noted by the committee, and also that the appropriation for this financial year was withdrawn by Treasury. Not all EPWP participants received training in the previous year. The recommendation of the committee are as follows. After assessing the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management budget for 15 for the 2020-2021 financial year, The Portfolio Committee recommends the department to submit responses by Friday, 4th September 2021. The department to submit a list of all projects that were not completed in the last financial year and measures put in place in ensuring that they are completed with minimal appropriation from the current financial year. That 2, the department to submit a report to the committee indicating as to when will the chief financial officer and the head of department be appointed. 3, the department to provide a report with measures in place in ensuring that legal services are covered since the budget allocation has been reduced. 4, the department to report on measures put in place in ensuring that Kopanong Precinct project is fast-tracked from planning stage to the next stage. And the last one, the department to provide the report detailing intervention that have been put in place to ensure that National Youth Service participants are placed during the second quarter of the current financial year. As reported, also that challenges as late payment of stipends and training will not be experienced. Chair, the chairperson of a Portfolio Committee of Infrastructure Development and Property Management would like to thank MEC Tasneem Motara, acting head of the department, and entire department's executive for their efforts in consideration of this report. The chairperson further appreciates the diligent deliberation of honorable members T. Magagula, M. Matsena, K. Diale, A. Fuchs, M. Chirota, S. J. Dos Santos, A. Chitangano, M. Mufama, and A. Dilange. The committee chairperson would also like to thank T. Budibe, M. Chabalala, Kem Dlalose, A. Madlala, T. Kumalo, T. Molubana, N. Mbonani, Kem Pirimi, L. Ngube for their dedication and assistance. In accordance with Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management presents before the House the Oversight Report on the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management budget for the 2020-2021 financial year for consideration and adoption. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Can I get anyone who second the report?
Member Fuchs.
Thank you. I'm now going to put on a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 And
Yes.
all who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Then the report is adopted. Secretary, can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Debate on the detail of the Department of Infrastructure Development Budget Vote 15 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of the year 2020 for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I now call upon the MEC, Honorable Mutara, to present the budget speech. Honorable Mutara.
Unmute MMC.
MEC, unmute.
Unmute, Tasneem, unmute.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier and members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, leaders of political parties represented in the legislature, honorable members, MMCs and councillors, senior officials of the department led by the acting HOD, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We gather on virtual communication platforms today during Youth Month when we are paying tribute to the 1976 generation of young, brave revolutionaries who liberated this country. The generation which sacrificed their lives for our freedom under severe and life-threatening conditions of state repression and state-sponsored violence. The generation that stood firm in the face of danger and death. The generation that never retreated. We salute this generation and call upon the youth of today to rise as one and confront the challenges faced by our society today. The challenges of self-actualization, of finding one's meaning and purpose in the cosmos, the challenge of a generation that is characterized by violence amongst peers, especially female counterparts, and challenges of having to transcend socio-economic challenges in and amongst the advent of the fourth industrial revolution. May young people rise and may you answer the call to discover your mission in order to fulfill it, lest you betray it. Honorable members, today we also gather under the new unexpected conditions of the globally devastating COVID-19 pandemic. This is a new public health emergency threatening our lives and well-being. Our country's socio-economic landscape and all nations of the world have been destabilized. The reality of our new normal is hard to contemplate. However, we are a resilient nation and we shall overcome. The implications have been harsh on our service delivery mandate and delivery plans. However, we remain optimistic, being aware that no community or sector of society has been spared from the negative effects. The need for quality infrastructure that is reliable and sustainable has now, more than ever, been placed at center stage as the province searches for responsive solutions to create additional capacity to enable our health system to cope. We immediately rose to the occasion by setting up additional COVID-19 beds for quarantine, as well as ICU purposes across the province. This is a living reality that infrastructure delivery is highly linked to the well-being of our communities. As the number of infections are expected to peak during the winter season, we are determined that our contributions will save lives. While the pandemic has stretched our delivery capacity, the work of government continues. As we speak, work to convert and upgrade existing hospital facilities into dedicated COVID-19 wards will continue. Our officials are equal to the task and we thank them for their dedication and bravery under the present difficult conditions. In his 2020 State of the Province address, Premier Makura outlined the Growing Gauteng Together vision, listing the economy, jobs and infrastructure as key priorities in line with the National Development Plan. The NDP identifies infrastructure development as one of the key levers of pulling historically disadvantaged communities out of poverty to take their rightful place in the mainstream economy and to access much needed social services. In the same vein, the new GGT 2030 roadmap also identified the construction and infrastructure sector as one of 10 growth sectors for the medium to long term. In line with the 2030 roadmap, we have crafted a vision which asserts our role as I quote, the trusted provider of integrated and smart public infrastructure and property management solutions that transform the spatial landscape and improve the quality of life of the citizens of Gauteng, close quote. Through this vision, we are now well positioned as the provincial landlord and ready to drive an inclusive economic agenda to contribute towards job creation, economic empowerment, and spatial transformation. One informs the new mandate and strategy of the department are the priorities focused on the following key programs, namely property management, infrastructure delivery, facilities and maintenance management, economic development and job creation, coordination of EPWP, building a high-performance, capable, and well-governed organization. To this end, the department is committed to the provincial attainment of the creation of 100,000 jobs, bringing local suppliers into the value chain and investing in infrastructure that will enable greater participation of emerging Black entrepreneurs through procurement of construction and build materials from local suppliers, especially manufacturers. This past weekend, we were able to source locally manufactured, custom-made steel parts for the boiler at Sebokeng Hospital, which had broken down. A 100% Black-owned steel manufacturer based in Ekurhuleni was able to manufacture the required parts in order for us to restore the boilers to full functionality. Infrastructure investment and development is central to economic growth, productivity, job creation, poverty reduction, and social cohesion. Most importantly, infrastructure development is a source of hope and realization of the aspirations of millions of Gauteng citizens historically impacted by unjust policies of segregation, unfair spatial planning, as well as exclusion. We are quite aware that as we continue to develop infrastructure, we are not only delivering bricks and mortar, but involved in building new post-apartheid communities. We are indeed playing a critical role in building an effective bridge towards redress and social harmony. Improvement of the capacity of the state to deliver effectively on our mandate is high on our agenda. This is being accomplished through improving human resource capability, focusing mainly on technical and professional capacity of the department. In terms of technical capacity, the department now has 99 registered built environment professionals and close to 1,590 technical staff in total. And these include artisans, plumbers, electricians, boiler operators, and and boiler operators. An analysis to identify high priority vacancies highlighted the need for a total of 239 posts to be filled within various occupations. In addition, a total number of 9 senior management posts were advertised and will be filled by the end of the second quarter. Furthermore, a total of 212 posts were identified for insourcing of cleaning and security services. The insourcing process is currently being reviewed in line with the available budgets. Financial management is also another focus area in improving the capacity of the state. To this effect, we have gone to great lengths to strengthen the capacity in the financial management and control environment for reducing irregular expenditure. Policies and procedures are in place for identification and prevention of irregular expenditure. The department remains committed in maintaining standards of good governance, thereby ensuring the attainment of a clean administration by the end of 2021. The provincial infrastructure budget, in terms of the estimates of capital expenditure outlook, amounts to 11.394 billion rand for the 2020-2021 financial year. The department is estimating to implement projects amounting to at least 4.3 billion rand of the overall budget in the same year. An allocation of 10.207 billion rand will be appropriated over the 2020-2021 MTF period. This will be shared amongst the 3 programs of the department. Our first program, which is administration, will be allocated 12% of the overall budget. Public Works will receive the largest share at 8.76 billion rand, which constitutes 79% of the total MTF allocation. Program 3, which is EPWP, will be allocated 9% of the share, which amounts to just under R1 billion at 916 million to be spent in 3 years. In apportioning the 2020-2021 10 billion rand baseline budget, the first year of 2020-21 financial year is allocated 3.292 billion rand, and the second year, 2021-22, will have an estimated allocation of 3.425 billion rand. The outer year, which will take us to the end of the 2023 financial year, is estimated to receive an allocation of 3.49 billion. This allocation is aligned to the mandatory budget cuts of 5%, which translates to 6% in year 1 and 2, and a further 7% in year 3. The 2020-2021 financial year will see Program 1 receiving 378.3 million rand. Program 2, Public Works Infrastructure, will be allocated an amount of 2.6 billion rand, and Program 3, which is EPWP, will receive 304.5 million rand. The department will spend at least 392.3 million rand on operating leases and another 220 million rand on property payments. Property payments entail security, cleaning service, and payment of our utilities. 13.7% of this 392 million rand budget on operating leases, which amounts to a total of 53.8 million rand, will be used for maintenance of properties that are under our management. The Public Works program will receive a budget of 1.82 billion for payment of municipal rates and taxes. Another budget allocation amounting to 92.4 million will be used to cater for projects already committed on refurbishment and rehabilitation of properties. Included in the 92.4 million budget is an allocation for OHS compliance and refurbishment for buildings such as Corner House, 75 Fox, Tusanong, and SAPIL. The department is now tasked with taking the lead in the development of the 5-year Gauteng Provincial Government Infrastructure Pipeline for the 2019 to 2024 period and the GPG investment book. The province is committed to invest 60 billion rand towards infrastructure development over the MTF. This in order to drive socioeconomic growth and achieve spatial integration in priority areas. The pipeline is made up of 1,086 infrastructure projects with an anticipated investment amount of 55.7 billion rand. This massive investment will play a key role in the reviving of our economy, creating jobs, and uplifting the standard of living in the province. The department continues to deliver on its key mandate of delivering social infrastructure projects, management of provincial properties, and maintenance of facilities on behalf of client departments. Of course, we can still make vast improvements in terms of the time it takes to deliver a project from planning to handover stage, and this is an area that is receiving great attention. We continue to change the face of education in the province, particularly in townships. When once we were asked why such investments were made in township schools, that question has now been answered with the advent of COVID-19. Space, functionality, design principles, and reliability are what is needed as we adapt to the new normal. We delivered at Ridgeville Library and will be handing over Kokosi Library next week to our client, the Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture. These facilities too go a long way in transforming the township landscape and support the learning, teaching, play and recreation needs of our communities. These libraries are more than just a place we go to borrow and return books, but we have also transformed these spaces to become stimulatory, knowledge-seeking hubs, often a place of solace and solitude, key components towards molding a holistically rounded human being. Our social development infrastructure projects are enhancing social cohesion and include projects such as ECD centers, youth centers, rehabilitation centers, as well as centers for vulnerable women and children. This financial year, we will deliver on a child youth center in Garankuwa. The project is under construction and almost complete. Given the sad reality that we face today where gender-based violence is so common and rife, ourselves, together with the Department of Social Development, will have to respond adequately to deliver infrastructure that could serve to support and shield victims of these heinous crimes. The construction of the Devon ECDC is at an advanced stage and due for completion in the second quarter. The Beckersdale Social Integrated Facility is in construction and earmarked for completion in this financial year. The project comprises of office facilities, early development, childhood development center, and old age care facility in a timeless design setup that ensures functional harmony. It was with great pleasure to announce that we have initiated planning and design process of 2 rehab centers for the communities of Tembisa and Soshanguve at an investment of 12 million rand each to fight drug and alcohol addiction. For this financial year, we have planned for 88 maintenance projects in all various facilities such as hospitals, clinics, and forensic mortuaries on behalf of our client Department Health. We will also complete 14 occupational health and safety projects in the hospitals. This program will focus on the worst performing hospitals according to the Department of Health standards, those being Mamelodi, Tembisa, Sebokeng, Tambo Memorial, and Beki Mlangeni. These hospitals will now be refurbished, repaired, and restored. Our infrastructure maintenance approach is based on life cycle asset management model, which aims at improving the condition ratings of facilities as well as compliance with OHS. This condition-based approach is much more effective as it is proactive and preventative in nature. In what can only be described as a visual spectacle, the Bank of Lisbon building was successfully demolished late in 2019. The site will be used for construction of a replacement building, and this will enhance the capacity for the Kopanong precinct, which will house all GPG departments within a designated area. The Kopanong Precinct project is a major GPG office portfolio within the central corridor, which consists of 17 existing buildings and 1 new build. The precinct also includes heritage buildings. The Kopanong project aims to create functional linkages between buildings to develop a spatial network, which will also allow for the enhanced synergies between various Gauteng provincial government departments, shared resources, and other spatial economies of scale. We have reached a critical milestone and made significant progress in the procurement process, to which the 3rd Treasury approval on the procurement will be sought by December 2020, after the bidding process is complete. The request for proposal has been sent to the market, and the closing date for the first 3 clusters is 31st of July 2020. The last, which includes the rebuilding of the Bank of Lisbon building, is planned for the 30th of September 2020. We manage a property portfolio that comprises of 8,296 properties, from land and facilities, with a total value of 46.4 billion rand. The property portfolio is made up of 302 health facilities, 17 precinct buildings, 2,530 education facilities, 2,371 schools, 2,304 vacant undeveloped land, 530 non-core residential properties, 1,273 future assets, and 1,355 facilities allocated for provincial government use and departments. Included in this portfolio is 391 commercial assets with a value of approximately 640 million rand. We have therefore developed a property optimization strategy with the aim of achieving the following: market release of surface properties not used for service delivery purposes, university infrastructure support, and high impact precinct development. We are already generating just over 14 million per annum from leasing some of these properties, and we intend to optimize this value. The department has also created more than 5,700 work opportunities for the Zivuseni and NYS beneficiaries. Some beneficiaries receive training in different skills in preparation for employment when they exit the program. However, due to budget constraints, not all were trained. Beneficiary employment targets were set to create work opportunities across most public bodies, including government departments and municipalities. More than 55,000 work opportunities were created by public bodies. The implementation of EPWP Phase 4 for the next 5 years has already started. The objective is to provide work opportunities and income support to the poor and unemployed using labor-intensive methods.
MEC, thank you very much. Your time is over. Can I now call upon Honorable Fuchs?
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. This pre-COVID budget is underfunded to the extent that the department would never, on the basis of these numbers, have been able to meet its mandate. The overall budget for infrastructure development and property management is lower than last year's actual expenditure. The allocation to infrastructure is 45% lower and maintenance is 37% lower. Now, the National Infrastructure Maintenance Strategy provides a benchmark as to what percentages of replacement value of assets should be budgeted for maintenance. Our maintenance budgets are a fraction of what is required and is a function of a fiscus compromised by years of poor policy decisions and mismanagement. If we dig into the detail of the budget and we examine the fixed costs of the department, we see that the rates and taxes we pay to municipalities amount to 33% of the budget. Compensation of employees, 33%. Property leases to accommodate officials in third-party buildings, 12%. Security services, 3%, etc. What does this mean? Well, before this infrastructure department puts a shovel into the ground or buys a brick, 92% of the budget is consumed by fixed costs. There is thus only 8% of the budget available to do the business the department is required to do. This is not a tenable situation, and in the private sector, such a business would be shut down. An allocation of 105 million for the creation of a project office for the Kopanong Precinct project has been cut from this budget. The Kopanong Precinct, as we know, was initiated in 2003 with an estimated cost of 2.5 billion, with the objective of creating office space for provincial officials. Based on the latest projections, the taxpayers of this province will be paying 59 billion over the next 30 years for the building and operational costs of the precinct. If this project had been implemented when it was first proposed, we would not today be paying almost 400 million rand per annum to accommodate our officials in buildings owned by third parties, nor would we and the next generation be paying billions for the next 30 years because of the government's failure to implement. The revenue collection budget of the department is tens of millions of rands short of where it should be. This is a direct result of the fact that this department does not have a property management function that is able to manage the assets and collect the rentals from provincial properties. These properties are legally and illegally occupied by officials of the administration as well as members of the public. A functioning property management unit within DID would be able to reduce the ongoing deterioration of our assets and ensure the best use of the assets for the benefit of the public. But alas, there's neither the expertise nor the budget available to achieve this. What is required, Chair, is to deal decisively with the requirement to professionalize the public service. DID particularly lacks capacity, skills, and experience. Secondly, user departments must take on greater responsibility in holding DID to account and managing infrastructure delivery on behalf of their departments. This arm's length approach is no longer acceptable and results in user departments expressing unhappiness with the quality of services of DID and a lack of value for money. The members of the education portfolio last week proposed that they wish to take charge of their department's infrastructure budget. I predict that other departments will follow suit. What is the implication of this? Well, as far as I'm concerned, we could shut down DID and redirect the department's 3 billion budget towards support of the economy post-COVID. From a service delivery point of view, this is a budget from hell. I shudder to think what the post-COVID budget will look like. Lack of quality output, lack of value for money, and lack of expertise is a huge risk to DID. Even more risky, however, Acting Chair, is your party's pursuit of populist and socialist policies. The NDR is a path to poverty and misery, but like a bunch of lemmings, you are leading South Africa and Gauteng over the cliff. Thank you.
Never.
I received an apology from Honorable Diale. So we move to Honorable Mufama.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Under the fourth quarterly of the 2019-20 financial year, the EFF has noted the department has a budget allocation of 784,994,000 for that quarter, and 1,008,990,000 of the budget was spent. This comes as a concern as the blatant continuation of misalignment between inputs and outputs. Since there were only 20 of 37 targets that were achieved, and yet the budget was overspent by 29%. Eventually, there are no proper financial management principles in the infrastructure department. For the 2019 and 20 financial year, the overall budget spent for the current financial year is 3,344,431,000, which represent 98% of the total budget allocation, 3,424,896,000. As the EFF, we are horrified by the fact that administration program overspent its budget allocation by 48%, and that the department reported over expenditure was due to settlement of court orders and to address the underfunding in the compensation of employees. This follow concern was raised about the department being a defendant in lawsuits of various claims arising from contractual disputes, which have resulted from termination of contracts and failure to pay invoice and historical poor contract management amounting 231,153,000 in 2016 financial year. The department understands the allocated budget by 16 million in the 2018-19 financial year, and this recent under expenditure does not give us a confidence that the department knows what they are doing. Even the public works program budget was overspent, and yet 14 of 24 targets were achieved, leaving 10 unachieved. A substantive reason for this was not provided, and although the department reported that it had settled invoice to avoid increasing, the EFF are concerned with the periodically over expenditure in this program, as its blatant indication that the department does not apply proper financial management principles at this point. We wonder if they have any at all with regards to expand public works program in the fourth quarter of 2019-20 financial year. The EFF knew that the department has spent 87 of its budget. Moreover, what is a concern is that not all participants were trained, and yet the department report that it had budgetary constraint when, on the other hand, it underspent its budget allocated for this program. This further highlights of suspicion that the department is riddled with corruption and lies. In his state of province address of 2021 financial year of the 25 February 2020, Premier of the province, Honorable David Makhura, indicate that province will adopt a radical approach in provision of service. Following this, department was allocated 3,291,608,000 for the current financial year. We know the budget decrease during the financial year is in line with the call by President, so spent wisely, and by Finance Minister, who outlined a need to cap spending while providing service with the available means. It is worth noting that of the 8 departments with infrastructure budget, half of the department continue to perform dismally until this department refrain from putting the lives of thousands of government employees in danger by housing them in unsafe buildings at rest. The matter of 3 fighters who died while trying to extinguish fires at one of buildings in Johannesburg CBD due to unsafe buildings, and stop ignoring warnings that government buildings are unsafe. and do not comply with health and safety requirements, there will be no tangible change in the infrastructure development of the province. As the EFF, we continue to implore the department to refrain from its unfortunately renting of buildings and instead call of it by properties to house government department, understanding the government will always exist. And it's high time that it owns its building instead of empowering capitalists whose main purpose is to maximum profit at the taxpayer's expense. The EFF reject the budget. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dilange. Honorable Dilange.
Chair, Honorable De Lange has submitted an apology. She had to attend to a family emergency. Thank you.
Okay, continue. Okay, we don't have a speaker there. We move. Yeah, now let me call upon Honorable Dos Santos.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. An evaluation of infrastructure development in South Africa will indicate that government has failed its citizens. The South African Institute of Civil Engineers has evaluated the condition of our national infrastructure as one step away from failure. Experts have predicted that even with the impact of COVID-19, government would miss the target set in the National Development Plan. Prior to 1994, we had the skewed allocation of infrastructure budgets to a single race group. After 1994, we had a public sector which, because of a lack of expertise, simply failed to budget for the maintenance and operational costs required to support the new infrastructure. We thus have infrastructure that will cost billions of rands to replace or repair. The contribution of the public sector to infrastructure budgets has been declining, and in 2018, for the first time, the private sector made a larger financial contribution towards civil construction than the public sector. It is really disappointing that the total contribution of PPPs to infrastructure development is about 2%. It is not surprising that the private sector is loath to invest in a poisoned political environment. I am flabbergasted to see that this administration has presented this budget with a comment which says that the maintenance budget, and I quote, is not sufficient and may not cater for all the urgent maintenance needs. To prevent the breakdown of service delivery due to a shortage of infrastructure, there are decisions which need to be taken in the short term. Firstly, it is necessary to agree to the correct balance between building new infrastructure and providing for maintenance and operational costs. Failing to do so results in deterioration and loss of value. Secondly, in a post-COVID physically constrained environment, it will be imperative to safeguard and maximize every cent of expenditure. We should apply zero-based budgeting and only tackle projects that are shovel-ready and which add discernible value to citizens of Gauteng. We should also reverse the decision to force user departments to utilize the services of DID, because these services are not value for money and unnecessarily drive up the total cost. Thirdly, because DID does not have a functioning property management function, we need to outsource elements of this function to prevent deterioration of assets, maximize revenue from leased properties, and efficiently manage the assets for the benefit of residents. Infrastructure investments is one of the few levers we have in our arsenal to support the economy. If we continue to manage infrastructure in the way we have in the past, we can kiss a rosy future goodbye. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Honorable Makagula.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of Committees. Madam Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, present Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Provincial Legislature and the people of Gauteng, good evening. Deputy Chair of Committees, it is such an honor for me to be part of the debate today to engage on infrastructure development budget vote presented by the department, which addresses the needs of the people of Gauteng. Let me first outline that the department has given its undertaking that over the 2020 MTF, it will contribute in supporting the accelerated social transformation pillar by ensuring the swift delivery of social infrastructure projects. This objective is done with the sole aim of reducing poverty, inequality, and unemployment through the provision of infrastructure projects on behalf of client departments. The department has indicated that its responsibility will be achieved through ensuring that 90% of projects being implemented on behalf of the client departments are implemented on time within budget. In addition, the department will begin focusing on the quality of the projects managed and ensuring that 95% of the projects are delivered with no flaws. Honorable members, the department has identified several programs and projects to be undertaken in the coming financial year 2020-21. Let me take this opportunity to outline some amongst them. The first program is in relation to coordination of the reporting of EPWP work opportunities by GPG sectors. The EPWP creates work opportunities in 4 sectors, namely infrastructure, non-state, environment, and culture and social. This is done through increasing the labor intensity of government-funded infrastructure projects and creating work opportunities through the non-profit organizations program and community work program. This includes creating work opportunities in public environment and creating work opportunities in public social programs. The department has prioritized the responsibility of ensuring that all work opportunities created by GPG departments and Gauteng municipalities are well coordinated and reported. This will be achieved through a targeted 41,768 and 54,940 work opportunities to be reported by GPG departments and Gauteng municipalities respectively. In relation to full-time equivalence and skills development of EPWP beneficiaries, the department will also continue to report on those numbers of employment created as well. Regarding infrastructure maintenance, the department will further ensure that GPG has functional, reliable, and compliant infrastructure through the effective management and timeless maintenance of facilities within its custodianship. The department plans to establish a fully fledged facilities management capability forming part of the maintenance turnaround strategy, which will address poorly rated hospitals. This will assist the department in moving from reactive maintenance to proactive maintenance of health facilities. The department has further prioritized its focus on maintenance of 10 hospitals, namely Begimlangen Hospital, Jubilee Hospital, Mamelodi Hospital, excluding Gateway Clinic, Tambo Memorial Hospital, Tembisa Hospital, Edenvale Hospital, Dr. George Mukari Hospital, Kopanong Hospital, Sebokeng, and Telemogwerane hospitals. This includes strengthening the implementation of health maintenance during the 2020-21 financial year. The department plans to focus on the implementation of health maintenance, which is to minimize minor breakdowns within 24 hours, major breakdowns within 7 days, as well as carry out major repairs within 365 days. This model will ensure that day-to-day issues and challenges related to maintenance are resolved amicably and as efficiently as possible. In addition to this is the e-maintenance system. An online maintenance system has been designed to report and log any maintenance issues via the maintenance reception at the facility through SMS, on website, or through social media. Another department budget priority is regarding implementation of STARS infrastructure projects. The STARS projects are all infrastructure projects undertaken for the departments of social development, roads and transport, agriculture and rural development, sports, arts, culture and recreation, community safety, and the infrastructure department itself. However, these exclude the Department of Human Settlements and the road works undertaken by the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport. In 2020-21 financial year, the department has further identified implementation of 3 infrastructure projects. The first one is the refurbishment of 78 Foxhold Reserve Bank and the Tusanong building on behalf of the Department of Infrastructure itself. The second one is the refurbishment of 1 library at Impumelelo, Devon, on behalf of Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. And the last project is the refurbishment of driver's license testing center and road maintenance camps at Heidelberg and Temba on behalf of Department of Roads and Transport. Deputy Chair of Committees, our role in all the above mentioned program and project is to ensure that procurement is spread to all designated previously disadvantaged and vulnerable groups. These include companies owned by people with disabilities, youth, women, and military veterans. This preferential procurement approach must further prioritize small and medium township enterprises. The programs and projects alluded above are a tangible reference point that the department have lived up to expectation, prioritizing major programs that trigger economic activity and participation and are labor intensive in nature. This will directly contribute to economic development of SMMEs and provide job opportunities to fight poverty and unemployment. This budget and its priorities resonate to the ideal of the kind of a role the department must play in society. The state must always be at the center stage of human development and prosperity. This is typical of the ANC-led government, a government that is caring and considerate. I therefore move for the adoption of the budget, Deputy Chair of Chairs, presented by this department. I thank you all.
Thank you. I now call upon the MEC to reply to the debate. MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Deputy Chair of Chairs, let me thank all the members who have contributed to the debate, members of the committee. Yes, we are the first to agree that the department remains highly underfunded, especially in relation to maintenance and the assets that are under our custodianship. Of course, the state has, unfortunately, over a long period of time, underfunded maintenance and has not invested in its asset across the board. And that could be said for whether it's at a municipal level, a provincial level, and even a national level. Perhaps zero-based budgeting will go a long way in trying to curb that and address that. Of course, the maintenance has been usually underfunded, and we agree, and we have to work on a process together with Treasury to be able to find mechanisms of addressing those. Effectively, what we are doing in terms of maintenance is to play catch up and literally doing major works on very, very old assets, as opposed to doing proactive maintenance, which is less costly, but also gives longevity to our assets. Unfortunately, we are where we are, and we have to respond accordingly. Of course, with the right type of capital injection into maintaining our assets, and also looking at private partners to be able to deliver on that process, we may go a long way in restoring and even building new assets. I think the biggest issue that we have is that whether or not the fiscus will be able to respond adequately, and of course with the constrained fiscus that we have, with the baseline reductions to all departments, the fact that revenue holistically in government as a whole has reduced considerably, we are in quite a precarious position. Let me also speak just about other threats to the completion of our projects on time, which has now shifted from capacity challenges of contractors in the private sector, who we rely heavily on to be able to deliver our projects, to the demand of community members of 30% of the project value. Of course, we really can't tolerate untenable demands by members of our communities who demand upfront payments, hold contractors to ransom, even include aspects of the contract which cannot be included when determining project values, such as VAT. VAT belongs to revenue services and cannot be classified as part of the income of a contractor. If we are to achieve turnarounds in economic activities, businesses must operate to make an income and a profit. Genuine SMMEs must benefit from localization and support, and we too must receive an income and generate, those SMMEs must receive an income and generate profits. All this must be done without the opportunistic behavior of what honestly needs to be characterized as criminal activity disguised as business participation. The fact that our SMMEs are not growing at the rate we wish to have them grow means that it has a ripple effect on whether the government and state can collect revenue. And if our revenue collection continues to decline and decrease, it also has a direct impact on the amount of money we can allocate towards just maintenance of our assets. Furthermore, public facilities are central and critical to community access to basic services, and that includes the realization of rights enshrined in the Constitution. We've seen a lot of vandalism and burning of community facilities, with a lot of schools especially being burned and others vandalized. Most damages were carried out during the COVID-19 lockdowns, and this demonstrates the extent to which criminals will go to steal and destroy community facilities. I want to just take this opportunity to urge communities to be more vigilant against these forms of criminality. Up and until we also address the real socioeconomic challenges that our people face and have an economy that is open and inclusive and is expanded to reach even the most vulnerable of the community, we will not address other underlying issues. Anyone who destroys public property is an enemy of the community. They will face the full might of the law. And once more, I want to take this opportunity to thank the police service and communities who made some arrests possible in the past few weeks. For us, delivering projects at the rate and scale at which we do requires detailed planning for infrastructure delivery, that within the budget and on time. After notable challenges that threaten to derail delivery, we are in a quest to institutionalize the infrastructure delivery management system for continuous improvement of our business processes. And it wouldn't matter as to who delivers or runs the projects, but the IDMS is a system that we all use to report to Treasury for the delivery of infrastructure. So we've gone a long way in institutionalizing the business process and ensuring that project stage migration is seamless and compliant. All our projects are subjected to this process, but also to ensure sustainability, further enhancements are being advanced to incorporate the latest national Treasury directives and enhancement of the delivery value chain. In relation to just the risk environment of the department, we have a fraud prevention plan, which was developed using the fraud risk assessment, and that was done in conjunction with the forensics unit from the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Our plan details fraud risks facing the department and mitigating actions to manage them. We took disciplinary action against 207 employees for various acts of misconduct in the past financial year. A total of 134 was for failure just to disclose financial interests, and the services of 3 officials were terminated in the same period. Let me say, Deputy Chair of Chairs, that while many may not be satisfied with the performance of the department, I can assure the House that there are many more who are. Families are able to eat, communities are able to develop themselves further, health services are able to be extended even to those who otherwise would not be able to receive any health care at all, much less quality care. As the department mandated to be the custodian of Gauteng land, property and immovable assets, the department mandated to manage the entire life cycle of the province's immovable assets, from acquisition, construction, maintenance and disposal thereof. On behalf of our users in the province, we will do all we can to serve our clients to the best of our ability. The expectations are huge, the pressure is immense, but I am convinced we can do it. Let me thank Premier Makura and my colleagues in the Executive Council for their unconditional support. My sincere gratitude also goes to the chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mpomo Dise, and the honorable members of the committee for providing oversight, who have very tough and difficult discussions, but necessary discussions in the committee. And they constantly propel us to stretch our effort in the implementation of this critical mandate. I also want to extend my appreciation to the acting HOD, Mr. Richard Makumisani, and officials of the department for their commitment and cooperation. I know I'm not the easiest person to work with, but I thank you for making it easier. To you, our residents of Gauteng, I thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Let me call the secretary to read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the details of the Department of Road and Transport Budget Vote number 9 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of the year 2020 for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me call upon the chairperson, Honorable Takile, to deliver the committee report.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. We will present the budget vote report on behalf of the committee. I, Dumisat Tagile, the chairperson of the Roads and Transport Follow Committee, tables the committee report on budget 9 of the appropriation bill as follows. In the current financial year, the committee noted that the department has been allocated a budget of 8.8 billion, financed through equitable share amounting to about 5.5 billion, which constitutes 62%, and conditional grant of about 3.3 billion, which is about 38%. The committee noted that the budget allocation increased by an amount of 1.1 billion, which equates to 14%, and compared to the previous financial year. The budget allocation for transport infrastructure, transport regulation, transport operation, and the Gautrain management programs increased, while the allocation for administration decreased compared to the previous financial year. Taking into consideration the allocated budget, the department will require leadership of a permanent accounting officer who will be in a position to ensure good governance and service delivery of planned projects beyond the current financial year. The committee is concerned that the appointment has not yet been finalized and urges the executive to prioritize this particular appointment. On the implementation of the infrastructure project, the committee noted that the department has planned to implement several projects in line with the ITMP 25 and the GGT 2030, consisting of the project carried over from the previous financial year and number of other multi-year projects to be completed within the MTF period. The project included the designs, construction, and maintenance of provincial roads, integration of public transport modes, both road and rail, through integrated fare management system and strengthening of freight and logistical hubs. The committee further noted that the department has also planned projects to improve roads in the Sidibeng and Western area as the state of road infrastructure in the region has deteriorated. These also include re-advertisement of completion of construction works of special infrastructure projects such as Sibukeng TLTC and Toleb and the Vernegen taxi rank. On the subsidized bus contracts, the committee noted that the number of kilometers subsidized and number of trips subsidized slightly increased and number of roads subsidized decreased in the current financial year. According to the department, the CSIR was requested to design a package that will accommodate the available budget to enable the department to proceed with the introduction of new subsidized bus contracts. Furthermore, to achieve the above, the CSIR optimized the contract based on passenger demand per road and trips, resulting in the reduction of passenger trips, roads and kilometers subsidized, which will lead to the current services by between 30 to 40% to accommodate the available budget. The committee is concerned over the possible reduction of routes subsidized, noting the already constrained bus services. On the establishment of the Transport Authority, the committee noted that the Executive Council has approved the appointment of interim CEO for 2 years and the GMA board as the interim board for the period of 6 months. The committee also noted that the process of appointing the authority board is expected to be finalized by the end of November 2020. On the Gautrain Management Agency, the committee noted that as part of capitalization of the system, the agency has planned to procure pre-owned EMU from the rolling stock-owned companies in the United Kingdom, as well as to procure a take contract to undertake the refurbishment to design, construct, and commission the required infrastructure. The committee further noted that the conditional assessment and pre-owned EMU was commissioned and undertaken by an independent company in the United Kingdom, and a final condition assessment survey report was submitted on the 31st of March 2020, and it is expected that the conclusion of the EMU purchase and appointment of a TKC supplier will be at the end of November 2020. However, the committee is concerned over the continuation of the process despite the call by the committee to localize the project to ensure that economic benefits remain within the country. With regard to G-Fleet management, the committee noted the entity has planned targets and confirmed a budget of allocation of 933 million for the current financial year, marking an increase of 35 million compared to the previous financial year. The committee noted that the allocation will cater for the acquisition of motor vehicles, vehicle repairs and maintenance, and provision of comprehensive vehicle tracking solution. In conclusion, the committee urged the department and its entities to proper project and contract management and maintain a high level of efficiency and effectiveness in delivering on key infrastructural projects. We'll go to the concerns. The concerns of the committee are as follows: the delays in the appointment of the permanent accounting officer in the department, the possible reduction of kilometers and trips subsidized, noting the already constrained subsidized bus services in the current financial year, the continuation of the carrying of the pre-owned EMU in the United Kingdom by the call by the committee to localize the project to ensure economic benefits remain within the country. On this basis, therefore, the committee recommends the following to the department: that it must provide a detailed report by the 31st of August 2020 on the appointment of the accounting officer for the department, on the CSI report on the reduced subsidized bus services, and the impact on the proposed new contracts to be advertised on an open tender, on the processes of procuring pre-owned EMU in the United Kingdom, and the taking contract for the refurbishment of these EMUs. The committee therefore acknowledged the gratitude, and the gratitude goes to the Honorable MEC Jacob Mabula, the Acting HOD Mampuru, the senior managers and officials from the department and Gautrain management and the agency, and the G-Fleet management for their cooperation. Gratitude goes to the honorable members, Member Kekana, Honorable Member Lidwaba, Honorable Member Mabunda, FNL, J. Engelberg, Mr. Lidwaba, Honorable Lidwaba, and A. Albert for their preparation and commitment during the budget process. On behalf of the committee appreciates and gratitude also goes to the following persons: the group committee coordinator, Mr. T. Budipe, the researcher, Mr. F. Taba, committee coordinator, Mr. S. Mtiane, committee administrator, Ms. Ash Mtizana, a handset recorder, Ms. N. Zondo, information officer, Mr. Ellen Ngube, media officer, Ms. Tin Zuke, the public participation officer, Mr. Ben Ndlomo, and service officer, Ms. S. Stole, for their devoted assistance to the committee. After due consideration, the Roads and the Transport Follow Committee adopted the report on budget vote 9 of the appropriation bill for 2020 to 2021 financial year. In terms of Rule 11, 117.2.c, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Roads and Transport recommends that the report on the budget vote 9 of the appropriation bill for 2021 financial year be adopted to account the concerns and recommendation tabled in this report. Thanks, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Now let me call the seconder to the report.
Deputy Chair.
Dihamela second the report.
I second. I also second.
Okay, the report is seconded. Now I'm going to put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes, yes,
yes, yes, yes, yes, yes, yes.
And those who are not in favor, those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it, then the report is adopted. So the secretary read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Debate on the detail of the Department of Road and Transport Budget Vote number 9 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of the year 2020 for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
I now call upon the MEC, Honorable Mamabolo, to present the budget speech.
Thank you. Good evening, Deputy Chair of Chairs, honorable members. Let me take this opportunity to convey our sincere greetings to the members of the executive, and of course, we note in the Premier in absentia, the Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Taikile, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the House, and all honorable members. Honorable members, I really feel that it has been a long day, and I want to spare you some time as the speech will be published. And I'm going to try to do this in a few minutes. I hope members will understand the context that it has been a long day. And I hope this will not affect the quality of the debates from members of the Portfolio Committee who are participating in the debate. So honorable members, we are delivering this budget speech obviously under conditions when the world is going through a very difficult moment of COVID-19, which has claimed so many lives. And the pandemic has left on its path great misery and uncertainty. And as we speak, many families are faced with a future they never imagined. A future without a regular income, a future fraught with uncertainty. This compounds a problem that we as the sixth administration has set our sights towards solving, and that is the problem facing our people relating to jobs. And growing out and together is therefore our point of reference and the provincial vision where we derive our mandate. And this is a concept that arises from this administration's realization of the need to do things differently and prevent our economy from a free fall that could threaten the stability of our province. Now, it is true, honorable members, that our sluggish economy demanded of us to be creative and agile about how we approach growth. As you know, according to Stats SA, the GDP growth for fourth quarter of 2019 was in the negatives, leading South Africa into a technical recession over the period, and of course, following a decline of 0.6 in the third quarter. Now, Honorable Nomantu Nkomorali Woko, MEC of Finance, has also given us projections and statistics about the state of the economy, and we want to acknowledge those points. But it is in this context, honorable members, that I'm deeply honored and very privileged today to present our contribution as the department to Growing Out and Together Vision 2030. And our own contribution to Growing Out and Together 2030, we have identified smart mobility as a key vehicle to growth And of course, key to our strategy to position Gauteng as the hub of freight logistics and the home ground for smart mobility, we will place technology at the core of our operations. In other words, honorable members, for the budget that we are presenting together today, and for this financial year, we will be placing the money of the department to drive, implement, and promote smart mobility as our contribution to growing Gauteng Together 2030. Through technology, we can integrate different modes of transport so that we can create the seamless mobility of goods and people, which will ultimately make our province a competitive player within the Southern African region. This means that the movement of people and goods should not be hampered by a fragmented system. We should have one view of all modes of transport for freight and the movement of people to be safe and efficient and allow for economic growth. As we deliver this 8.8 billion budget for financial year 2021, we are acutely conscious of the opportunities that lie in the freight and logistics sector as we actualize the vision of growing Gauteng Together. Over the MTF period, the department has been allocated a budget that per annum will grow at least in the region of 9.6 billion each of the years in the MTF period. Now, central to achieving the vision of growing Gauteng Together through smart mobility is the operationalization of the Gauteng Transport Authority, which has been allocated a budget of 30 million. It therefore gives me a great pleasure to report to the people of our province that the Gauteng Transport Authority Act came into operation on the 1st November 2019. An interim board has been established, led by Mr. Jack van der Merwe, and this will lead to the formalization of the Transport Authority. Now, Gauteng Transport Authority is very much important in the cog in the wheel in positioning our province as the home of smart mobility, as we can ensure that planning and implementation of systems and projects across all 5 developmental corridors is well integrated. It is true that we, in realizing our vision of smart mobility in the province, we cannot realize this grand vision without the taxi industry. According to studies, this all black-founded, historically black-founded industry ferries about 70% of the commuting public in our province. This administration has made major inroads towards closing the gap between the government and this all-important sector. As the 6th administration, we have put our best foot forward by making available a budget of 20 million to support the work to modernize and corporatize the minibus taxi industry. Another key intervention has been the establishment of the Commission of Inquiry into Taxi Violence, led by retired Judge Jeremiah Shongwe. The commission operates independently with its own administrative capacity, commences its work with the support of both our department and the taxi industry, and I must say this work will continue as we move on. Now, honorable members, one of the key challenges that we have had in the department relates to building our capacity as a department to drive smart mobility. And of course, without a capable state, growing Gauteng Together 2030 is at risk of remaining just a vision. It is for this reason that we have undertaken a special project within the department so that we are fit for purpose to deliver on our commitments. And it's again for this reason that we have started with a realignment of our organizational structure so that we can employ talent, capabilities, and expertise necessary to drive Gauteng Together, and of course through smart mobility. To this extent, honorable members, we are quite confident that we will start the new financial year with an organizational structure that has been signed by the Minister of Public Service and Administration. And I'm also pleased to inform members that this week on Thursday, we will be having interviews for the very important position of the HOD of the department. Let me also announce that a total amount of 8 billion over the MTF period and 1.3 billion for this financial year has been set aside for maintenance. And of course, the construction of very important roads that are quite critical for ensuring that we drive smart mobility in the province. And this will also support the Aerotropolis, which is the key economic intervention to grow the economy through supporting the OR Tambo Springs Terminal, and of course, mainly developments in Ekurhuleni. Let me also take the opportunity to inform honorable members that just in few weeks before the end of July, we will be unveiling the Transport Infrastructure House, which is a house that we are setting up to drive the planning, the design, the construction, and the maintenance of infrastructure. And this will also help us to build partnerships with the private sector, which has got road construction initiatives and projects that may play a key role in growing our economy. So moving forward, and in this financial year, we will be putting in place the Transport Infrastructure House to make sure that we are able to drive transport infrastructure to grow Gauteng together and to enhance smart mobility within the province. Let me also take this moment to say that Gautrain is also one of the critical interventions to enhance smart mobility in the province. And that is why, to this extent, we have seen through a study conducted by an engineering firm, Hedge, that has indicated the economic impact of Gautrain on our economic landscape, and the details are in the speech. Let me also take the opportunity to congratulate Mr. William Dex as the new Chief Executive Officer for the Gautrain Management Agency. Mr. Dex, who is a veteran engineer, has been the Chief Operations Officer for GMA, and his appointment gives us continuity and steady hand to lead the new phase of the expansion of Gautrain. Honorable members, we have done a lot of work to intervene and prevent the spread of COVID-19 in public transport, working with the taxi industry, and I will not go into details about those achievements. I just saw the premier. Let me just take the opportunity to thank the Portfolio Committee led by Honorable Taikile, all honorable members, and the Honorable Premier, members of the executive, and looking forward to a very exciting period ahead in which we will be able to leverage the transport infrastructure through smart technology and be able to make our contribution to growing Gauteng together and enhancing smart mobility in the province. Thank you very much. I hope I've saved you time.
Thank you very much. Let me now call upon Honorable Nell.
Thank you,
Honorable
Chair.
Nell.
Thank you, sir. The Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport is in total disarray. It was ruined by the previous MEC, and I do feel a bit of sympathy for MEC Mamabolo, who inherited this mess. I also question why Premier Makura allowed this very important department to spiral into such a disaster under his premiership in the previous term. This department cannot interpret tender regulations, approve tenders, or complete projects for which they do succeed in awarding tenders. The department is also failing in its duty to deal decisively with corruption. There has been no action taken against the former HOD for his role in the K46 tender debacle, nor any other official in this department. The irregularities that saw the failing of the Boeing Road tender has also not been dealt with by the MEC. What concerns me most is the low pace with which the department is being restored. Despite starting this process more than a year ago, the Gauteng Cabinet is slow with its approval of a new organogram. This department is key in driving economic growth in Gauteng. Just like the velocity of money creates economies, so does the velocity of people and goods enable the velocity of money. The plans of the Department of Roads and Transport must therefore be strategically aligned to drive investment in roads and transport infrastructure, as well as development and economic growth. It is with this in mind that one must analyze the budget of the department. Sadly, the department's budget lacks strategic intent that could help grow the Gauteng economy. The so-called development corridors are no more than the 3 metros and the 2 district municipalities in the province. The department's budget is structured to keep these municipalities happy and to evenly spread projects amongst them. This approach is all but strategic. A strategic approach shows that the public and private sectors, where the Gauteng province's development priorities lie, to align public and private investment. Instead, the current approach just causes confusion. One cannot support a budget aimed at merely keeping everybody happy, as this is not in the economic interest of the province. Chair, I believe that the Department of Roads and Transport has done its best to address issues around especially public transport during the COVID-19 pandemic. Some innovations were trialed during the crisis, and I believe that further training and involvement of taxi marshals holds potential. Unfortunately, the transport operations budget normally used to subsidize bus services was not repurposed to also allow taxis during this period, to assist taxis during this period when they played an important role in public transport. This has led to an unfair increase in taxi fares, and I would have expected a more decisive intervention in these price increases by the MEC, especially in light of the collapse of Metro Rail in our province. The crisis has highlighted serious shortcomings in the department, especially the lack of transport data and its ability to do transport modeling. We were unable to forecast how many commuters would be requiring public and private transport with the introduction of each new level of lockdown. When this budget is revised in light of the current crisis, it must reflect an investment in transport demand management forecasting. Chair, we need to prepare ourselves for life after COVID-19 and to restore economic growth. This department should be at the forefront of this effort, but sadly does not have the capacity to fulfill this role. We must not have the same situation we had after the 2008-9 market crash. For 10 years, the ANC government blamed its failures on the economic crisis instead of doing something about getting the economy to grow. COVID-19 cannot become a similar convenient scapegoat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me call Honorable Mabunda.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive, Honorable Chief Whip, members of the Provincial Legislature and the people of Gauteng. The department continues its missions to facilitate and provide an integrated transport system that is reliable, accessible, safe, and affordable, and offers seamless mobility that is environmentally sustainable and supports industrialization and radical socio-economic transformation, which will maximize the much needed jobs for the people of Gauteng. The Gauteng 25 ITPMP indicates that the Gauteng road network remains one of the most important infrastructure assets of the province that underpins and support local economic growth, with a resultant growth in job opportunities within the identified corridors and nodes. Therefore, important that the department continues to develop and maintain integrated road network by building a pool of competent technical team to implement its vision. The GGT 2030 indicates that we must improve coordination and integration of all modes of transport with affordable, reliable, safe public transport, and also improve public transport hubs linking residential, business, and industrial centers for improved access for all citizens in the province. Looking into the current financial year, it is important that we remind the House of the work done and its impact to the provincial economy and the service it offers to the people of the province. The first to mention is the feasibility for the BRT integration between the city of Ekurhuleni and the city of Johannesburg. The recent study on the conceptual investigation into the potential scope for BRT integration across municipalities in Gauteng, commissioned by the department, indicates that physical integration is feasible between city of Ekurhuleni and the city of Johannesburg. The Ekurhuleni BRT service and Johannesburg Plant Northeast Quadrant provides an immediate opportunity for the province to facilitate a mutually beneficial strategic plan for service integration between the two cities. The viability assessment of BRT integration between both cities is finalized and the draft service design has been completed. This will have multiple effects for both cities and the potential to maximize economic growth and create the much needed job opportunities. Another development worth mentioning is the Tambo Springs logistics, which the MEC spoke so well of. And considering that the design for this project are complete and the budget being confirmed to proceed with construction, it is our view that the jobs will be created and SMEs will benefit out of the development. And the last project to point out is the City Deep Freight Hub, noting that it is the largest inland trade port in South Africa, encompassing approximately 2,000 hectares of land. The department, together with the city of Johannesburg, has developed a freight and traffic management report for the freight hub, which will provide capacity for future freight and public transport volumes. On public transport services, the department manages 34 bus subsidy contracts that have been awarded to 13 bus operators. These contracts are operated in a 3 metros, namely the city of Joburg, Tshwane, and Ekurhuleni, as well as the Sedibeng district municipality. All 34 bus subsidy contracts are monitored by external service providers, referred to as the supervisory monitoring firms, as required by the Division of Revenue Act to ensure contract compliance by operators. Suffice to indicate that the comprehensive road survey study to introduce new bus contract has now been completed. The department is in the process of to conclude the procurement process. Our role, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that there is no monopoly in these contracts and that there should be diverse and inclusive opportunities, particularly for the small and medium black entrepreneurs. As the ANC, we are of the view that such projects, because of its primary service delivery recipients being the poor and the poor of the poor and the middle class of the province, it will go a long way to reduce unemployment and poverty. Adding to this is the bus electronic monitoring system that the department has identified. Lastly, Madam Speaker, it's having highlighted all the above, it is our view that the department is in course to build a connected, integrated, affordable, and safe and flexible transport system for the province. And I quote that besides the challenges that the department is confronted with, we are still hopeful that they will achieve their intended vision. As former President of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, said, I quote, "We should never become despondent because the weather is bad, nor should we turn triumphalist because the sun shines. With all the challenges, we are hopeful that MEC Mamabolo and his department has a plan and they will achieve the plan for the betterment of the province." I therefore move for the adoption of the budget as presented by the department Deputy Chair of Chairs. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me call upon Honorable Ledwaba.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. We can only assess budget vote 9 on how the department has been able to deal with the challenges it faced over the years. Some of these challenges had been raised for more than 5 years, and the department had continuously failed to address them despite the ever-increasing budget allocations to the department. With regards to transport infrastructure, the department has been failing to complete major road infrastructure projects as a result of shady workmanship from contractors, and more money had continuously been pumped into this project without any consequences or any attempt to recover the lost financial resources. K46 from this plot of 4 West have been under construction since 2015. K54 in Mamelodi had been completed in 2015 as well as K69. This is unacceptable and can no longer go unpunished. Regarding transport operations, we are seriously concerned with the continued delays.
We had everything, Honorable Mabunda.
Chair, that is disturbing me, Mabunda, is causing problems here. Deputy Chair of Chair.
Mabunda, switch off the camera.
Yes, he must switch off his video.
And he must mute.
And also mute, please.
Continue, Honorable Dwaba.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chair. Regarding transport operations, we are seriously concerned with the continued delays in the awarding of contract to bus operators such as NTI, Padco, Ipeleheng, and others. The 1-year renewed contracts awarded to these companies makes it difficult for these bus companies to secure financial assistance from the major banking institutions because of the uncertainty of whether the companies will be able to service their debts to the financial institutions. Companies are unable to make long-term plans. Some of these challenges have been continued from as far back as 2002. We have observed with concern that the department does not serve all regions equally as far as bus contracts are concerned. There are no subsidized bus operators appointed in the West Rand, and as the EFF, we call on the department to consider rolling out bus contracts to all 5 development corridors in the province. For this financial year, the department has been allocated a budget of 8.8 billion rand compared to 7.8 billion rand in 2019-2020 financial year to deliver on its mandates of promoting accessibility and the safe transportation people and goods. The department agencies continue to fail to achieve planned targets. Gautrain continues to be allocated bulk of the roads and transport budget, which amounts to 2.2 billion rand in 2020 to 2021 financial year, an increase of 6% from the previous financial year. The EFF is against the continued subsidization of Gautrain because it has no ridership, because it was designed to serve only a few who can afford to pay the exorbitant fares. Gautrain must generate its own revenue. We are concerned that taxpayers' money will be used to procure second-hand trains from the UK instead of procuring this from the locally based companies in the current financial year. This move must be aborted with immediate effect. The taxi industry embarked on strike, leaving commuters stranded since yesterday and during this COVID-19 period because the department had for decades ignored this sector. This industry is not being subsidized, and the government even fails to provide social and economic relief for only 6 months. But Gautrain is entitled to billions of taxpayers' money. The majority of our people rely on taxis, buses, and metro rail. The taxi industry is divided by the same department that claims to care for the sector. The strike has potential of turning violent in the province and people losing their lives. Last year, over 18 Black lives were lost through violence in the sector, but no commission of inquiry or even a premier's panel was established. The MEC, upon taking office, made commitments to deal with historical challenges in this department. To this day, nothing has happened. The department still does not have a permanent accounting officer. There are no long-term bus contracts. Capital roads infrastructure projects are worse than before, such as the K46 and K54. And the department still does not have project management office. The department is unable to finalize organizational structure and continues to fail to fill all vacant posts, especially those that require technical expertise. On transport administration and licensing, the Sebokeng DLT remains incomplete despite resources allocated for its completion. Vereeniging intermodal facility remains incomplete, as well as the Rodepro taxi ranks, which cannot be handed over to the taxi operators. We have noted that despite ever-increasing budget allocation for this department, major infrastructure projects remain incomplete due to incompetence and poor financial management. Failure to achieve planned targets is a serious concern. The accounting officer is failing to exercise reasonable care in terms of Treasury Regulations 9.1.1 that requires him to prevent and detect unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure in the department. This is despite the public transport challenges the province is facing. The department continued to underspend the allocated budget. In 2018-2019, they underspent by 359 million rand. In 2017-2018 financial year, underspending amounted to 295 million rand. This is a department that continues to get budget increase every financial year. K46 in this plot and K15 Mamle remain incomplete, as well as the Ferreira intermodal facilities. We therefore reject budget vote 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Albert.
Thank you, Chair. In this time of COVID-19, it's important that every department plays a role, not only in the battle against the pandemic, but also against economic decay. In that respect, we concur with the committee's recommendation that the procurement of EMUs should be localized, but subject to reasonable affordability. We find it positive that the department is planning to undertake maintenance to provincial roads in Mfuleni and the West Rand. We implore the department to attend to this urgently, as 2 persons have already lost their lives due to dangerous, defective provincial roads in the West Rand. The committee must ensure that the planned maintenance takes place speedily. We also urge the department to place more pressure on service providers in the built environment to ensure that road infrastructure is completed in time. These projects will be able to connect poorer areas more effectively with economic nodes. And lastly, we are of the view that an investigation into the accident rate of categories of drivers and vehicles be initiated so that focused interventions can be devised to ensure that fatal road accidents are drastically reduced, especially with the focus on taxis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you very much. COVID-19 has changed our circumstances inherently. Unfortunately, the budget before us does not take this into account at all. This is a budget for a world without COVID. Will we have to go through another budgeting process to deal with this, or are we passing this budget just to comply with legislative requirements? For me, this is indicative of a government which lacks the ability to adjust quickly according with changing times and circumstances. In times like this, the following phrase comes to mind: do the best you can with what you have. This budget, however, falls short of the sentiments of this phrase. The major problem which is not addressed is public transportation. I'm referring to buses, taxis, and the Gautrain. Social distancing measures have far-reaching effects on the financial viability in this industry. One of the core functions and responsibilities of government is to ensure the mobility of its citizens. Getting people to and from work, thereby getting the economy rolling, is in all probability the single most important thing this government
There's
can
a
do
cockroach
to
behind you.
Economic effects.
Honorable member, there's a cockroach behind you.
Yeah, of COVID on our province. A failure to get the Gauteng economy back on track will have far-reaching negative effects on all our citizens and the country as a whole. This department is in disarray and has been so for many years. Hard decisions needs to be taken, but the inability or unwillingness to do so will prove to be catastrophic for many citizens of Gauteng. The ineptness and the levels of incompetence in this department is astounding. What is even more worrying is the willingness of the powers that be to just let go of this in the name of political expediency. History's judgment in terms of this will be harsh. Nowhere in this budget provision is made for increased assistance in terms of emergency grants and or subsidies. Dealing with the feasibility crisis brought on by COVID to assist bus companies and taxi associations to ensure mobility of our citizens and thereby ensuring continued economic activities. Yes, national government decided to give the taxi industry, who transports 15 million passengers per day, 3,500 rand per taxi, which amounts to just over 1 billion rand. In sharp contrast to this, SAA, with 6.8 million passengers per year, receives billions year after year. It would seem that the ANC has its priorities wrong, protesting to fight for the poor. But when it comes to putting your money where your mouths are, they keep on pouring billions into a failing SAA at the expense of an industry that transports billions of South Africans every day and provide us a service essential to the functioning of our economy. We should not shrug this off as a national government problem. It affects this province and its citizens, and it's up to this province to come up with solutions. What should have been in this budget is an emergency line item to deal with bridging the financial viability of public transportation, thereby ensuring mobility of our citizens. Money made available for protective measures in transportation hubs and a long-term guarantee for the continuation of public transportation services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kekana.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Provincial Legislature, the people of Gauteng, good evening. Deputy Chair of Chairs, it is an honor for me to take part in this debate this evening to engage the roads and transport budget vote as presented by the department. It is important to note that the functions of the department are aligned entirely to the transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization that is supported by the pillars of modernization of public transport infrastructure and radical economic transformation that relates to delivery of public services. The Gauteng provincial government has expanded the TMR program to include the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 plan. This plan comprehensively outlines key strategic areas to be prioritized and budgeted for in the sixth administration for the effective and efficient realization of Gauteng roads and transport as a catalyst for economic growth. The GGT 2030 vision indicates that the majority of the population of Gauteng living in the 152 townships around the province, transportation infrastructure has become an important large-scale industrial support. It also states that inclusive economy could not thrive when underutilized labor potential is stuck far away from the work or wastes vast amounts of time trying to get to work. With improved transport that reaches every corner of our province, traveling to and from work will be less costly to the province and its residents. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the residents of this province must not spend considerable amount of their disposable income paying for transport to commute to and from work, as this depletes their livelihoods and exacerbates perpetual poverty and inequality. This is therefore incumbent upon provincial government to intervene and build a transport system that is affordable and reliable. Having expressed this position, let me highlight the work conducted by the department in the current financial year 2019-20, and also indicate that the ANC takes pride in the work done by the department under the capable leadership of MEC Mamabolo. As we speak, the development of economic corridors in the center and in all the other four corners of our province is underway. The department is engaged in the mapping of minibus taxi routes in Gauteng province. The department, in collaboration with the CSIR, is in the process of collecting geo-reference data about minibus taxi routes in the province, which will be consolidated into a geo-database linked map for the routes. The consolidated map will improve the integrated planning process and the provincial regulatory function within the province. The mapping will assist in obtaining accurate data and reliable records of minibus taxi routes in the province. The geocoded database will be of importance in the design of an integrated public transport network with a defined hierarchy that includes the minibus industry. Data capturing, consolidation, and data validation has been completed for all 4 regions except for Johannesburg, noting that the City of Johannesburg survey has commenced already. The department is also involved in roads designs to be completed in the financial year 2019-20, which includes the Eastern Southern Corridors Bridge Management System. This road infrastructure is comprised of a number of components such as the bridges over the rivers and other structures. Noting that the condition of the bridges deteriorates over time and requires constant rehabilitation to ensure safety standards are maintained. The rehabilitation of the Vereeniging and Benoni bridges will improve safety and support strategic economic development projects like the Vaal River City, the Erythropolis, and the Tambo Springs Freight Hub. The department is conducting work in the Eastern Corridor PWV15. This is a 35.5 kilometer dual carriageway located east of the OR Tambo International Airport in the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality. The road will provide a link between Pomona, OR Tambo International Airport, the Green Reef Development, and Tambo Springs. The PWV15 will reduce congestion from the Geldenhuys to Gilelis and also unlock economic opportunities. The road design will be completed in 3 phases because of the developments, change in land use, environmental impacts, and the amendment to the Ekurhuleni Master Plan. We note that the tender process for appointment of the service provider for the design of the PWV15 is on hold owing to ongoing litigation. However, the department is awaiting the court ruling before they can proceed with this landmark project. In light of the above work and progress made, Deputy Chair of Chairs, let me further indicate the outlook for the coming financial year 2021 budget priorities. The department has identified designs for the repairs and maintenance of the 5 bridges in Benoni and in Vereeniging regions respectively. Due to continuous high volume of traffic impacting on such structures, the condition of the bridges depreciates and needs rehabilitation for safety and to ensure that expected standards are not compromised. The identified bridges in the Vereeniging region will improve safety and support strategic economic development projects like the Vaal River City, while the identified bridges in the Benoni region will improve safety and support strategic economic development projects like I'm repeating myself. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. Let me just go to the other priority of the department. Another priority to highlight is the Eastern Corridor. The department has prioritized the upgrading of Road K148. This is the intersection of N3 and K148, which forms part of the Eastern Corridor and links the terminal access roads with the K148 N3 interchange. This road link to the proposed Tambo Springs Logistics Gateway from the N3 and is the planned interchange which will be required for the freight hub to function efficiently. The additional lanes upgrades of the interchange 148 N3 will support the SPI2 development corridor between KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. Regarding the Northern Corridor, the department has prioritized K54, which is the Mamelodi Zamaya Road to R104 Pretoria Bronkhorstspruit Road K54. This project involves the dualization of 9 kilometers of greenfield from K22 to K69. This road will be an important link between Mamelodi, Moloto Road, and the N4. The road entails the construction of several structures, including a bridge over rail, and will serve as a major collector. The project will also include upgrading of access roads located along the road K54. In relation to the Southern Corridor, the Vaal River City interchange will serve as a route to the Free State province, forming an interprovincial connection to Sebokeng. The project involves the upgrading of 2 kilometers in the Vaal River interchange, Ascot Avenue, and the Barrage Road K174. Let me also note the Central Corridor K46 upgrading. This is the upgrading from a single to a dual carriageway of road K46 William Nicol from PWV5 to Diepsloot N14 Phase 2. The upgrading of K46 comprises of the dualization of 7.2 kilometers single carriageway between PWV5 and Diepsloot. This road will provide a link between Diepsloot and Johannesburg. It will also act as an access for developments along the central corridor that includes Lanseria, Four Ways, Hartbeespoort Dam, Sandton, and furthermore, this road will improve accessibility to surrounding areas like Diepsloot, Four Ways, and Randburg, Membaledorp. Regarding the K31 access to Green Gate development, the reconstruction and upgrade of the M5 Beyers-Nodier Road K31 will be upgraded from a single to a 2.3 kilometer dual carriageway to accommodate the increase in traffic in that area. This road will provide access to the new Green Gate development. Deputy Chair of Chair, the interface between transport, investment, and economic development has brought economic prospects that go beyond transportation's basic purpose of moving goods and people from one place to another. It is an indication that indeed the ANC government is doing work. And the department has indeed ensured that it crafts its budget according to the guiding principles entailed in the NDP and the DGT 2030 vision. This is indeed a grand plan, and we therefore move for the adoption of this budget for the Roads and Transport Department. Let's continue to grow Gauteng together. I thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I'm done.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Let me call upon the MEC, Honorable Mamabolo, to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. And let me now acknowledge the Premier and honorable members for the debate. I think the opposition has puffed some bitter, but there was no debate. And let me just build on the points that Honorable Kekana and Honorable Mabunda made. And then I'll come to the broken parts of the opposition benches. I thought honorable members will take the good gesture of trying to save time as a gift to members for tonight, but I think the opposition missed that point. Now, the first thing I would like to say is Honorable Mabunda did say we are confident the department does have a plan and that this plan should be able to change and grow the economy of our province. And that's why I would like to confirm what you said, Honorable Mabunda, that we do have a plan that we will unveil very soon. And as I said, our contribution to growing Gauteng together, it is through smart mobility. And let me make these few points that what we essentially want to do is to first build the capacity of the department, build a strong department, a strong institution, and make sure that it has the required capabilities, competencies, and the necessary skills to drive growing out and together through smart mobility. And we have said that the key deliverable on that, and the thing that will be a profound indicator to that, will be that before the end of this year, we'll have the approval and sign off by the Minister of Public Service and Enterprise on the organizational structure of the department that it has been battling with since 2012. And we have made this point. The second thing that we want to do is to make sure that transport gives us a sustainable economy and transport become the best performing and leading economic indicator and catalyst to create jobs in the province. This is the second part of what Honorable Mabunda calls there's a plan, and that plan will be presented. So we will come to that point to demonstrate how we are going to place this department at the service of being one of the leading, if not the leading catalyst for economic growth. The third point, Honorable Mabunda, is we want to restructure the urban form. And critical to the restructuring of the urban form is essentially transport infrastructure. And I've already said, we will unveil the transport infrastructure house as the main and key point where we will be driving planning, designing, building or constructing, and then maintaining public transport, public infrastructure, transport infrastructure. So, and in restructuring the urban form, you'll also see, in addition to infrastructure propelled by the transport infrastructure house, you'll also see expansion of Gautrain. You will see integration of public transport through the Gauteng Transport Authority, and you'll also see us driving partnerships with the private sector to make sure that with the challenges of the fiscus, we can leverage good resources that are in the hands of the private sector, and we're going to be partnering with them to make sure that we build a transport infrastructure that ensures smart mobility and seamless economic space in the province. So restructuring the urban form is the third critical aspect of how we want to contribute to growing Gauteng together. The fourth one is making sure that our province is the hub of freight and logistics, the inland of freight and logistics. And already Kekana and Honorable Mabunda were talking about the things that are going to be some of the foundation building blocks that are already there, and we need to harness them and move forward, like the Ortambo sprints in partnership with Transnet and the Aerotropolis, working with Lanseria, and there are many other important interventions that will make sure that the movement of goods out of the sea onto the road into neighboring states happen in the most cost-effective and efficient way, so that we can be able to leverage the economic potential of the region, but make sure that goods can travel to overseas and outside countries in the most efficient and effective way and back into the province, because 60% of freight comes out of Gauteng and it lands into Gauteng. We need to leverage that, and that's what we're going to be doing. The fifth point, of course, is going to be using and leveraging data, centric mobility, smart technology, fourth industrial revolution. The post-COVID situation has indicated that we need to be very smart in everything we do. So technology is going to be quite critical to what we do. So, Honorable Mabunda, these smart mobility key pillars to grow Gauteng together, we will table in the next few weeks once we have tightened up some of the consultations, internal and external, that we want to finalize before we can say this is how we are going to grow the economy post-COVID-19, leveraging smart technology, and of course to propel transport infrastructure to make sure that we change the difficulties that our economy faces. So I was saying to honorable members, Honorable Mabunda was correct in making this point, and I really want to say that what he said is precisely the point where we are going. The other issue I just want to pick up very briefly is that I think Honorable Kekan has been very, I must say, quite excellent and very remarkable in the points that she has made. She took time, effort to understand the current state of the department, where it is and what it is doing. And I think has excellently demonstrated, that's dismissing what others are saying, demonstrating that the foundation is there, the pillars are there, the building blocks are there, the department is not the way it has been projected. And I think we must commend you for demonstrating deeper insights into the work of the department. And I must say, I'm deeply, deeply, deeply encouraged by your eloquence in the number of issues that you have raised and your confidence levels in outlining where the department is and where the department is going. Now, let me take this opportunity, having dealt with the debate. I think I'm done, but I just want to end by saying that I think Honorable Nell, compared to last year when we were, because we are not yet even a year, but in the first debates when we were coming into administration, I think you have improved. You have gone a little bit. I think you are coming, Honorable Nell. The points you have raised, I think, point out to the fact that you do pay attention to the work we're doing, and that's because you come to the portfolio committee. But you haven't really given anything new. You're still trapped in complaining. But I think you have touched very exciting issues. So let me go to the last two colleagues who continue to be trapped in intellectual quarantine. I think you have got to get out of a depressing intellectual quarantine where you are in. Honorable Letwaba, please come out of the light of you need to de-quarantine yourself intellectually. Because I don't think you have done anything. I don't think you have really been.
No, there is no department. The whole thing is a mess. You know that in your own ways. There is
So,
no
Honorable
department.
Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Intellectual quarantine, please sit down.
You are going to be disinfected when
you are protected, MEC.
Can we have order?
MEC, you are protected. Let's have order. Continue.
Yeah, let me just conclude, because Honorable Letwaba has not really debated. He just, I think at most, has just been littering the virtual meeting with the old same things that he has been saying. I think get out of the space where you are, come to the light of day, and I think you can de-quarantine yourself intellectually so that, just like Honorable Kekana, please go and study the work of the department, and please move one step forward and demonstrate that the people are getting value for money. You can't be paid and still stand at the same point always. The people are not getting value for money from the opposition in the EFF. So I think, Honorable Letwaba, please, man, let's do some bit of work and get out of that depressing quarantine. You're going to be in trouble where you are health-wise. It's not good for your state of health. I think Honorable Engel,
the ANC are very depressed. That's why you keep on lying.
I think Honorable Engel,
Beverly, you must behave because you have no political content. Can you shut up?
I think Honorable Engelbrecht, let me just, Honorable Engelbrecht, I think let me just say good night to you. I think that's the best that one can say at this point, because it's clear that you have also not interacted with us in the portfolio committee a lot. So I think you are just filling in the gap tonight, but I've got confidence that you will help us build this department, build Gauteng through smart mobility. I just want to leave it where you left it, because I'm not sure exactly what you were trying to say, but because you're sometimes a good person, we can give you the benefit of the doubt. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Is that Yes, Deputy Speaker, the MEC must stop buying those second-hand trains from UK.
Thank you,
thank you, MEC.
Thank you very much, MEC. You are politically bankrupt, Muna. You are politically bankrupt. You must not do that.
You are weak as.
Letwaba, you are politically bankrupt.
Buying Use trays.
When you can't even buy shoes, you're buying plastic shoes.
We've got our own capacity local. We can't.
Thank you.
Let's
Or quarantine, Lituava. Quarantine yourself.
Honorable MC, thank you.
Quarantine yourself, MEC.
Honorable Dwaba, Honorable Makubela, thank you very much. Can you continue with our meeting? Can you request the secretary to read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Decision on the separate vote the schedule for the provincial bill G001 of the year 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I'm going to put the question on the votes that parties have indicated unanimous support, but also for those that there's no unanimous support. Parties have indicated that they will not do any declaration in terms of Rule 106, sub 1. What I will do now is to mention the vote, and a member that supports the vote will say yes. Those that do not support will say yes. I'm now starting. Vote 1, Office of the Premier. I now put the question on vote 1. All those in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes. Switch off your video.
Yes.
Mariachi, switch off the video.
Yes.
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 No.
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 At this stage,
No.
members.
No.
I will indicate
No.
when I want you on camera.
Yes.
Mariachi,
switch off your video. Colleagues, switch off your video.
Honorable Mariachi, switch off your view.
Honorable members, all those I can
we mute, please?
Z, mute your mic.
Me, I'm asking comrades to mute.
And
honorable members, all those against say no.
no.
No. One is adopted by the House. On vote number 2, Gauteng Provincial Legislature, all those in favor say yes. All those against say no.
DMSF must not earn a salary.
Vote 2 is adopted by the House. Vote number 3, economic development. I now put the question on vote 3. All those in favor say yes. Yes. No.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Yes. No.
Ma'am, you are just passing by as if we all have agreed on the vote.
Pardon?
I'm saying we are just passing by from vote to vote as if we have agreed on the vote, and we haven't. We have saying no.
But what is the point of order now?
What is the point of order?
You're not the madam. You're not the speaker. The speaker have listened to what I've said. We're not the demand.
He didn't even get permission to speak.
There's a book you must read, Honorable Msimanga. The accidental mayor. Have you read it?
Honorable Makubela, thank you. Honorable Makubela, thank you. I want to respond to Honorable Msimanga. Honorable Msimanga, as I am talking,
Honorable Speaker,
I
before you, Honorable
in
Speaker.
the House, and I know who is not supporting in the House. That's why I will declare
Honorable
immediately.
Speaker,
So that's
Honorable
not
Speaker.
a mismatch. On vote.
No, Honorable Speaker.
No. Honorable members, please, I don't want to disturb. Honorable members, what you are doing is not allowed in terms of the rules. Can you allow me to finish the meeting?
I'm not disturbing you. It's members, here, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Dlamini.
Yes, I'm just pleading with the guys who are saying yes to give a chance to those who are either abstaining or saying no.
Yes.
I think Member Msiba
I
was
will
raising a
request
point.
the whip.
Let's
I
have the
will
fair.
request the whip to speak to their members on this, please. Honorable members, I'm now on vote 3, economic development. I now put the question on vote 3. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Quiet, yes.
All those
Yes,
say
Speaker.
Make order, comrades.
Yes.
please. All those against say no. The yes have it. Vote 3 is adopted by the House. Vote 4 health. I now put the question on vote 4. All those in favor say yes. All those against say no. Vote Vote 5 on education. I now put the question on vote 5. All those in favor say yes. Thank you, members. All those against say no.
Ever, no.
Adopted by
Member Masemola just said yes.
on vote 3.
I said no.
I
said no, and I remember Masemola.
Please.
I remember Masemola.
Please don't start a fight unnecessarily. So
I remember Masemola.
Don't
start with me, please. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Wekwala Tula.
Awurena.
Slim.
Awurena. Why to Rama?
Order, members. Can we have order, please?
Masemola wa committee aga le motho e leng bjano. Masemola wa committee aga ba motho e leng.
Thank you, member Litswalo.
Honorable members, on vote 6, social development, I now put the question on vote 6. All those in favor say yes. Thank you. All those against say no. Adopted by the House. Now on vote 7, cooperative governance and traditional affairs. I now put the question on vote 7. All those in favor say yes.
Only 2 of doctors.
Flattening. No. Flattening. No.
Adopted by the House. I put the question on vote 8, human settlement. All those in favor say yes. Thank you, members. Thank you. All those against say no.
No, sorry, I'm responding.
Vote 8 is adopted by the House. We are now put the question on vote 9, roads and transport. All of those in favor say yes. Thank you, members. All those against say no.
No.
Vote 9 is adopted by the House. I now put the question on vote 10, community safety. All those in favor say yes. All those against say no.
Yes.
Vote 10 is adopted by the House. I now put the question on vote 11. All those in favor say yes. Thank you, members. All those against say no.
Yes.
Vote 11 is adopted by the House. I now put the question on vote 12, sport, recreation, arts and culture. All those in favor say yes. All those against say no.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Adopted by the House.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Question on vote 13.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of
order. Point of order.
Madam Speaker is waiting to receive some of your members.
Madam Speaker.
Moriarty Mashaba is waiting to receive some of your members.
Shut
There are
up,
sleeping
Will.
agents in your party.
Shut up, Will. Madam Speaker.
Sorry. Order.
Point of order. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, am I recognized, please? Thank you. Rule 109. I rise in terms of Rule 109 to demand a roll call on this passed vote. Can you please call the roll? Thank you very much.
I think we'll do the roll call on order number 22.
What order? What kind of order is that?
Rule 109.
Can we do a roll call on the DA members who are going to join Mashaba? Can we do a roll call on that? You have people who are ready to join Mashaba. They are going. They are going now. One by one.
Let's allow the federation to debate.
Desperation, man. That's the desperation.
Please respect your own Can we continue with vote 13 on e-government? I now
Madam Speaker, out of order. Yes. Madam
We're supposed to by virtue of you having exceeded to the process to continue. In essence, it means you have the process of member Moriarty. Stop misbehaving and
allow the
Let the speaker
why can't you do what you always do? You want to walk out. You want to walk out. ANC, no discipline.
Michael, wait until they are quiet, but you will still put your point of order across.
Madam Speaker, can you hear me?
To allow for the process to and one
Honorable members, let's allow the speaker to chair the meeting.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to hear your ruling on Rule 109.
Honorable members, can we have order, please?
Honorable members, let's give the speaker a chance to lead. Please, honorable
Honorable members, can we please have order? Honorable members, can we please have order and give the speaker a chance?
Order.
Members switch off their radio.
Can members mute, please?
Honorable members must mute their mics.
Mute Moriarty.
No, I'm rising on a point of order.
Yeah, but
Point
you're
of
not
order
being
is taken. The
recognized.
speaker is going to rule on it. Can we listen to the speaker, please?
Ruled upon.
Honorable members from the ANC, let's allow the speaker to preside over the meeting, please, honorable members. Please, members.
Who are you?
Thank you,
This is the chairperson of Finance Committee.
Thank you.
When there's a demand for a roll call, we need to check if we have 4 members supporting the roll call. Can we check that? Who is supporting the roll call? And Honorable Moriarty, you must indicate in which vote do you want a declaration, a roll call.
Vote 12, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Who supports
Member Randall support.
Member
support.
Member Molapo support.
Member Shackleton supports.
Support.
Members, this is not a choir. We are not singing. We just indicate. I have member Honorable Msimang. I have Honorable Nseche. Who else?
Member Molapo.
Now.
Member who?
Moody.
Now.
Honorable Moody.
Shackleton.
Member
Randall,
now.
thank you.
Member Dos Santos.
Member Celia.
Member boarded home.
Member Moore.
Moriarty, you are boarded home. You are just boarded home. You don't have a family.
Big boy.
Honorable members, can we please have order? Honorable members, can we please have order? Can we please have order? There must be order, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. We're now going to do the roll call in terms of vote 12. And when we call your name, you say yes if we are in favor, and you say no if you are not in favor. I'm now going to ask the secretary to read out the names.
Madam Speaker, do we have to switch our cameras on when we do that?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We'll now read the names in the roll call. We'll start with MD Makura.
Yes.
A. Lusufi.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. B.E.W. Masuku. Dr. B.E.W. Masuku. Response in Komoral Hoku.
Yes.
L.I. Maile.
Yes.
J. Mamabolo.
Yes, 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 yes.
NM Mhlagaza Manamela.
Yes.
AWMK Musubse.
Yes.
MD Sope.
Yes.
Dr. N.E. Mukheti.
Yes.
NF Mazibugo.
Ngiyavuma.
T. Mutara.
Yes.
ES Malwani.
Yes.
MJ Kanyane.
Yes.
DE Magagula.
Yes. Yes.
No voter now.
BP Ngube.
Yes.
MG Mudise.
Yebo.
MG Matena.
Yes, 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 yes. Kadumela.
WM Ateke.
Yes.
JMC.
Yes, 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 yes.
DA Dagile.
Yes, Kakulu.
MK Chilwane.
Yes, yes.
RJ Kekana.
Yes, yes, Ralph.
B. Mabunda.
Yes.
AP Yale.
Area Dumela.
DP Malema.
Present.
Engelbrecht, your kids are making noise.
Masuku needs to vote. Can you note Masuku voting yes?
DP Malema.
Masuku.
Malema present. Kirona.
Hold on. Masuku. Come back to you.
Okay.
Agam, we'll come back to you.
Yes or no?
Malema present. Kirona.
Is the yes or no?
No.
Yes, yes, yes.
DC Lidwawa.
Yes.
F Hassan.
Yes.
Dr. MR Paladi Khamela.
Yeah, Kadumela. Yes, yes.
Ndlovu.
Yes, yes, yes.
BE Litsolo. BE Litsolo.
No, yes, it's a resounding yes from me.
S Kanyile.
Yes.
LJ Lasindwa.
Yes.
LE Makubele.
Everything is IA, yes.
AA Ndlovana.
Kadumela.
ST Msimanga.
No.
JC Moody.
No.
JB Bloom.
No.
No, did you get my no?
Yes, we did, Mr. Bloom. I.E. Mukwebo.
Nkele must switch off this mic.
I.E. Mukwebo. A.D. Albert.
No.
A.D. Albert.
No.
That's Orania, that one.
No. I
Bishop
heard that.
D.K. Adams.
You're out of order. Gedraai jou.
D.K. Adams. Bishop D.K. Adams.
It's run away.
Hi, Bishop.
W. Dlamini. M.S. Moriarty.
No.
A.J. Fucht.
No.
R. Nteke.
No.
L.L. More.
No.
N. Ramulifu.
No.
Badenhorst.
Yeah.
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 Hey, Tong.
Are you saying yes or no?
Oh,
I
yeah,
just said yes.
Yeah is yes.
Hey,
Yeah is
Tong.
yes. He said
Why
yes.
are you worried? She said yeah. Yeah means yes.
Member, pardon
Hey,
her, she
Tong.
posted. Let's move
Yeah
on.
means yes.
Members, you're not supposed to be talking when we do the declaration, please. Can you continue?
Hey, Tong.
There are children. They what disturbing, man.
Present. R.B. Masemula. R.B. Masemula. M.F. Ledwaba.
No. No.
W.D. Peach. W.D. Peach.
My declaration is no, sir.
H.M. Randall.
He's sitting somewhere, he's drunk.
No.
S.M. Ghana.
No.
J. Engelbrecht.
No.
J. Engelbrecht.
No.
WCS.
No.
F.P. Nell.
Can the member please mute? We don't want to hear the noise of children.
F.P. Nell.
No.
J.J. Hoffman.
No.
A. DeLange. A. DeLange.
She has apologized,
Casey
Chair.
Mazui.
She's not available.
Casey Mazui. Casey Mazui. M.R. Mufama.
No.
A.G. Chitangano.
No.
G. Khadebe. N.D. M.S. Koma. M.S. Koma. M.H. Serota.
No.
M.S. Shabalala.
No.
M.S. Shackleton.
No, thanks.
S. Bosch.
No.
S.J.P. Dos Santos.
That's a no.
And Mulapo? And Mulapo?
No. Did you get that? No.
Yes, we got the no.
Okay.
Dr. B.E.W. Masuku. Dr. B.E.W. Masuku.
Masuku, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
End of the roll call, Speaker.
Yes, no, Ralph, you're calling Masuku, you jumped me there. Ralph.
We will call you earlier. I can call you again.
Sleeping there.
Honorable Mugwebo seems to be back as well. Honorable
Honorable
Mugwebo.
Muriati should have consolidated properly.
No.
What is this thing?
No.
Let us smoke.
Did you record it, Ralph? I'm saying
Yes,
no.
recorded no.
Thank you, Ralph. I got no Ralokam. Ralokam.
When I know rotate.
Raloka, what are your position?
Mugwebo, you were sleeping. Your name was called 20 times. Sleeping there, trying to find out if you can vote or not.
Mugwebo no comply fela ke la itse kwa rona.
This one was just this one just wasted our time. The whole ANC caucus is here. I don't know what is it that you wanted to achieve with this thing.
The ambition of Moriarty also.
Don't forget Baden-Horst.
He should have consolidated properly.
Baden-Horst.
No, total no. Total.
No, Baden-Horst is
You must be sick in your head.
You are said you are ours, Baden-Horst. Baden-Horst, you have to say yeah, young.
You voted with us, Baden-Horst. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Mugwebo,
Beverly, shut up, man.
Mugwebo,
shut up.
Shut
up, man. Beverly, shut up. You and Sitangano, you are our people. Yes.
Show your face, Baden-Horst. We want to see you.
Thank you for the
Thank you all, Baden-Horst, for the vote. Thank you, Baden-Horst. Thank you, Mexico. Thank you.
Baden-Horst has voted for us. Thank you, Baden-Horst.
Consider yourself fired as of tomorrow.
Hey, Dan, when you was busy sleeping, Baden-Horst was voting with us.
Not only Baden-Horst, Sitangano.
Our focus is on Baden-Horst.
Mugwebo, it's here. Baden-Horst, yeah. It's here. It's recorded.
Nicer to remember Baden-Horst.
Hey, Mugwebo, you are busy sleeping there. Baden-Horst is voting, yeah.
Hey, Mugwebo, the center is not holding, Baba.
We love you, Baden-Horst.
She was very proud to say, yeah, Baden-Horst, yeah.
Yes, like a mark, yeah, young.
Very nice. We love you.
Brasoli.
I
Love
also
you very
love you
much.
people, but you are very rude.
Thank you,
We love you very much.
Thank you.
Party North.
Thank you.
Party North.
Thank you, members. Thank you, members.
A black Chinese woman.
Order, please. Order, members. Order, please.
Yo, what a roasted Ezra.
Soli.
In order.
We are Mukwebo. Mukwebo is us. It's a rest plus Katwena Letswalo.
Brasoli.
Members, thank you.
Pontiavel.
Order.
Please. Can I indicate the following results? Those who are absent, it's 2. Those that did not respond is 8. The no, 26. The yes, 37.
Muriati, you must stop wasting our time.
Wasting our time, Muriati.
Yes, Muriati, you have learned your lesson again.
Yes, Moriarty, you just wasted our time, man.
We've got 3 more votes to go.
You just wasted our time to seek for vote.
No,
Mike, you
that's
must
fine.
ask
I
for
can
it
call
again.
for the next 3 votes if you like.
Soli, order, Soli.
No, we'll teach you. We'll teach you to humble. We'll teach you to be humble. Continue making noise. We'll teach you to be humble.
Order,
Soli, we get a bit there.
Okay. Okay.
Soli, just order.
Watch.
Because you are the ones who
Watch
have
them.
On your members.
Get a bit there.
The chief whip of the ANC, can you rule on your members to be orderly, please? Honorable Simangu, you are not going to do that as a leader. Please.
Members, tell your members to behave. Tell the ANC caucus to behave. We've been listening to the insult Emma since we started this meeting. They must behave, then we'll ask for them. We'll ask our members to behave.
Have you read
Soli,
Mashaba's
just
book,
shut
Soli?
up. You have messed up the seat of
You see,
five.
this is exactly
Simanga, have you read Mashaba's book?
If you don't call them to order, we'll continue to ask for that.
Colleagues from the caucus of the ANC, can we please have order? Let's say, can we please have order, comrades? Can we have order, please?
Thank you, Chief Whip. Any member who is now going to make noise and disrupt the proceedings, I'm going to mute you and you're not going to participate going forward. Thank you very much. So in terms of the ruling that you have made, can I, before my declaration on the outcome, can I ask the whips of parties to confirm the results as mentioned? Chief Whip of the ANC.
Madam Speaker, I do confirm the results as presented to the House. Thank you.
The leader of the DA.
I'll do it on as the senior whip, Madam Speaker. Yes, I confirm.
Thank you, Senior Whip. Honorable Kwebo for EFF.
I confirm the result has been presented to us. Thanks.
Honorable Alberts, the Freedom Front Plus.
Chair, yes, I confirm that the results have been presented. Thank you.
But do you agree with the results?
Yes, we agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Adams, ACDP.
I confirm and I agree with the results as presented.
Honorable Dlamini, IFP.
Yes, I confirm and agree with the results.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, because it is not possible for all of us to sign. At a later stage, we're going to send the division list and you must sign on it as presented. Remember, you are recorded. You can't change your what you have announced in this meeting. Thank you very much. Vote 12 is adopted by the House. We're now going to deal with vote 13, government. I now put the question on vote 13. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those against say no.
Yes, Speaker.
No.
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 Vote 13
No.
is adopted by the House.
No.
On vote
No,
14,
total no.
I now put the question on vote 14. All those in favor say yes.
Yes, Speaker.
Yes.
All those against say no.
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 I now put the question on vote 15, infrastructure development. All those in favor say yes.
Yes, Speaker, yes.
No.
Yes, Speaker, yes.
No.
Vote 15 is adopted by the House. Can we therefore have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is on the schedule to the provincial appropriation.
Yekana bantwana, man, keep quiet.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Decision on the schedule of the provincial appropriation bill of the year 2020. Thank you.
I now put the question in terms of Rule 223, subsection 6 on the schedule to the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Thank you, members. Thank you.
Yes, Speaker, yes.
All those against say no.
Yes.
The Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 is adopted by the House. Can we ask the Secretary to read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. 117, sub-rule 2, paragraph 8, with Rule 223 and Rule 224 on the appropriation bill G001 of the year 2020. Thank you.
Honorable Raleigh Kuku, can you present the motion in terms of Rule 121, subsection 2, read with Rule 222 and Rule 224?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, the member of the Executive Council for Finance, table the following motion in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2A, read with Rule 223 and Rule 224 on the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001/2020, that this House adopts the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001/2020 for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. In terms of Rule 223, subsection 7 and Rule 224, subsection 2, the question on the adoption of a money bill shall be determined by a roll call. I now call on the Sergeant at Arms to ring the bells for a minute as agreed to by the whips in terms of the rule. Can I request members to sit wherever you are we're not going to do what we did previously in that roll call on vote 12. When we call on your name and you don't respond, we mark you as absent. I'm sure am I clear on that? Can I therefore request the shaded arms to ring the bell?
No, Speaker, point of order on you.
I can't hear the bell.
Speaker, can I put an
Ding
order on
dong.
you? Speaker.
Honorable Msibang, what is the problem?
No, it's Honorable Mukwebo. I want to put an order on you, Speaker.
There's no order. We are quiet now. We will wait for 1 hour, 1 minute, and we will call on the roll call.
There's the bell.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the secretary will read out the names of members. Members are requested in terms of Rule 112, subsection 2, to stand and voice a yes or no when your name is called, and kindly respond loudly as your vote is being recorded. But I'm also going to call members whose names are not called to keep quiet. Please, Secretary, read out the names of members.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We'll start now with MD Makura.
Yes.
A. Lesufi.
Yes.
M.E. Kumalo.
Yes.
Dr. B.E.W. Masuku.
Yes.
Omoralo Hook.
Can members mute their mics, Speaker?
It's Badenhorst.
Is Ralph.
And Omoralo Hook.
Yes.
L.I. Maile.
Yes,
L.I.
yes.
Maile.
Yes, yes.
J. Mamavulo.
Yes, 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 yes.
N.M. Mhlagaza Manamela.
Yes.
A.W.M.K. Musubze. A.W.M.K. Musubze.
Yes.
M.D. Shope.
Yes.
Dr. N.E. Mkheti.
Yes.
N.F. Mazibugo.
Yes.
T. Mutara.
Yes.
S. Maluwani Nkosi.
Yebo.
M.J. Kanyane.
Yes.
B.P. Ngube.
Yebo.
M.G. Mudise.
Yebo.
M.D. Kapena.
Yebo, yes, yes.
WM Mateke.
Yes.
PE Magagula.
You passed JMPC?
Yeah. Yes, Ralph.
J Mpisi.
Yes, yes, yes.
DA Dagile.
Yes.
MK Chilwane.
Yes, yes.
RJ Kekana.
Yes, yes, yes.
BP Mabunda.
Yes.
KP Yale.
Yes,
KP Yale.
yes, 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 yes. Ungutile Ralph.
Yes. Lema.
Yes, 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 yes.
DC Ludwaba.
Yes.
F Hassan.
Yes.
Dr. MR Paladi Khamela.
Yeah.
Ndlovu.
Yebo, yes.
BE Lutsolo.
A resounding yes.
S Kanyile.
Yes.
LJ Lasindo. LJ Lasindo.
Absent.
Yes.
LE Makubela.
Yes.
AA Ndlovana.
Yes.
T Msimanga.
No.
JC Moody.
Definitive near.
JB Bloom.
No.
IE Mukwevo.
No.
ADW Albert.
Definitief nee.
Bishop DK Adams.
Yes.
BW Zamini. BW Zamini.
Yes.
MS Muriati.
No.
AJ Fuchs.
No.
Rzeke.
No.
LL More.
No.
N Ramulifu.
No.
Badenhorst.
No.
Tong.
No.
RB Masemula.
No.
MF Ledwaba.
No, 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 no.
WD Peach.
No, Madam Speaker, no.
AM Randall.
Definitive near.
SM Ghana.
No.
J Engelbrecht.
No.
AW Silius.
No.
FP Nell.
No.
JJ Hoffman. JJ Hoffman.
Near.
A Dilange.
Honorable De Lange is absent.
KC Mazui. KC Mazui. MR Mufama.
No.
MR Mufama.
No.
AG Chitangano.
No.
ND Khadebe. ND Khadebe.
Absent.
MS Koma. MS Koma.
Absent.
MH Serota.
No.
MS Shabalala. MS Shabalala. MS Shabalala. MS Shackleton.
No.
C Bosch.
No.
SJP Dos Santos.
No.
N Mulapo.
No.
That's all, Madam Speaker. We'll then do the counting.
Yes, let's double check. When you mentioned the name of Honorable Tong, somebody responded, and Tong is not in the house, is not registered. And if she is here, can she switch on the camera because she's not registered in the house? We can't count that vote.
No,
Tong.
she's here.
No, Magas
I'm
Bonagalis, you don't have to switch on.
She's
Switch
here.
on the camera. Yes, switch on the camera, Tong. I want to see you.
I'm here.
You must wake up, Tong. Thank you.
No, that's announcement.
You can switch off.
No. That's not on.
What's not on now?
The camera is not on.
Oh, I get it. This one's Palabashapaki technology.
Hey, William.
Yaloma technology bones.
Mara nkaru wa futa. Remember Tom nkaru wa futa.
Hey, Prasoli.
Nkaru konga ke wa futa.
Man, tokelang tong. She's a woman. Leave her alone, please, comrades.
Hands off tongue. Yay.
And I'm going to committee.
Yeah, hands off tongue.
I go to Tolendom, hey, Camara committee.
Yes, really, we defend about your home.
Yeah, no, Rolandom.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kidito.
Ebra Joa Muta Litsalo.
Oui, mandato, oui.
Wacha mpisa.
But what's really Kidito? Barwa food and that. Barwa food to say it's food.
Brajo, hands off.
Hey, Dan.
That's not.
Remember,
I'm quoting a member, comrade Kidi.
Remember, always wrong. How do I take a wrong rule?
When I Ruth, because we're now out of order permanently.
No, I remember this always what take a side. Come on now, young.
Member Mona Are what
that's her surname. You can't say that. No, because real, look at her name. Always what take a side. Woman now, young. No, man, no wrong.
Tell her, tell him.
Honorable Mpisi, tlhompha basadi hle.
Remember, Mpiso, can I come again and me parent host?
I'd say JC, I mean, I'm displaying Kamu, I know if I'm a member.
Be nice.
Yeah, no, Barenos is my friend. I get one Beverly. Our Lynn happens, Beverly.
I was jealous, Joe. They are jealous.
I can hear most friend.
Altijd.
Don't worry if I'm mensen.
That's it.
That's it, Miss Caribou.
That's it.
Ja, helemaal net stil doet stil.
Met een mondo.
Natuurlijk.
Ja, maar Joe, waarom een age group je houdt?
Als je maar ik vind je age ja, ga je niet zo veel aan naad.
Hi, Steve. Wat weet je?
En 53, we zijn karo behoorlijk honna.
Yo. Bivali, how are you? I'm fine. You dat gaat baie goed, dankie en bij jou. Hey, I miss you, my sister.
Really, dog. I want to overall how many to during the debate, man. No answer. You are I knew. Okay, well, doa.
Oh,
ya pero su ya pero
go one pero overall I knew ang fanda man. Le valor ki visually.
no kana le hao. Ya ko phepo.
One. It Sheba level am now ka pero incha. Pampana ndaga pero.
Mazuka ibi.
Aga bara di gamboots mo na aga bara di batu.
Mazuka. Okay,
Male, to say local house 22.
Jumpy, a yellow communist.
Hey, Zamini, now we are in Guyana, Lento.
Yellow communist,
yeah, this thing is Yenzo Abasevens in Panagis, the Chinese power.
Thank you, members. Thank you. Thank you.
The sky Zambis is the mass, Zigilla Scata.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Really out to it.
I'm now announcing the votes. Members, please. Absent. 5. The no. 28. The yes. 39.
Yeah, boy.
Thank you.
Let me therefore request the whip.
Speaker, I did not get the results.
I will give you offline. I've announced already. I'm now going to request the whips to confirm the results as a true reflection, starting with Honorable Chief Whip of the ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby confirm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby confirm the results as a true reflection of the vote. Thank you.
Based on
the senior whip of the DA, Honorable Moriarty.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I accept that the outcome is a majority for the yeses, but I must tell you that I've got a different calculation, and that there are 7 absences and not 5, and there are 37 in favour and not 39. But I'm not going to quibble over those two.
I think you should save it under one name and specify who's who in the channel.
Colleagues, Honorable Moriarty, I'm sure you are also counting me. Remember, I did not vote. My name was never called, so you must subtract that.
This one.
Honorable Mukwebo for EFF.
Thanks, Speaker. I confirm the result is presented to the House. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Albert from Front Plus.
Madam Speaker, yes, we take note of the count and we accept it. Thank you very much.
Honorable Adams, ACTP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We agree and we confirm the results as presented. Thank you.
Honorable Dlamini, IFP.
Madam Speaker, yes, we confirm and accept the results.
Thank you very much. I now want to declare the results. In terms of Rule 223 and Rule 224 on the adoption of the Provincial Appropriation Bill, the House has adopted Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020. Thank you very much, honorable members. This therefore brings us to the end of our meeting. We are supposed to be having another meeting in August, but the programming committee still needs to meet and will announce the date for our next meeting. Thank you very much. The House is adjourned and have a good night's sleep. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Speaker. Bye.
Thank you,
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Get some sleep.